What is up, ladies and gentlemen? I am so excited you are here. We're going to learn together. This is the Tarver Academy Professional Development. We're going to learn. Learning's happening. It's going down today. We're about to get started. My name is Tyler. I run Tarver Academy. It's an online resource for teachers and students and educators, and it's a great community where people just get involved and learn and get better. And I throw resources to you guys, throw ideas around. It's just a lot of fun. Just a whole lot of fun, Tarver Academy. So if you need anything, I'm here. TarverAcademy.com has a ton of resources and things that you can go to check out. A little bit about me, just so you know, you don't think I'm just like, hey, here's a random YouTuber talking about, videos or whatever. My name's Tyler. I started out teaching high school math, and then I moved into a tech director / facilitator role. Hey guys, hold on one second. Looks like we got logged up. Okay, hold up. It's happening. We're still here. Hey, everybody. How are you doing today? Yes. Hey, Anna, sorry about that. So I was loading in a new video. StreamYard added a new feature where you can import a video. And you know what? It decided it was going to stall out a little bit. So I'm just going to give you the intro directly. How are you guys doing? I'm so excited to be here. I'm so excited that you are joining me for this. I mean, it's a full day Google training. We're doing a full day training, and it's going to be where we cover pretty much everything that we can within these 6 hours. I'm so excited you're here. If you could, in the chat, start us out. Tell us your name, where you're watching from, and what you teach. That would be fantastic. Throw that in the chat, and let's just say hello as we start. Okay, so I have a, let me see. While we're talking, while you're doing that in the chat, I'm going to do what's called a workaround to be able to, I'm going to remove this. I'm going to do a workaround so that you guys can sign in. So I'm going to toss a link into the chat so you can you can check in, and it's going to email you like a certification that you actually started this training. So I'm going to throw that link in the chat. Let's do okay. So there is a link in the chat, and I will also put it on the screen. That way you can toss that in your phone or whatever device you want so that you can get signed in. What it'll do is it's going to send you a PDF certifying that you started. It's going to timestamp when you sign in. It's going to say your name. It's going to fill in all the stuff that you put into that form. So I'm going to put it on the screen as well. So to check in, we're going to go to bit.ly/Tarver Start. Okay. All right. So I'm going to add that in here, and you can see it on the screen. To check in, go to bit.ly/Tarver Start. So get your phone out. Get your phone out right now and do that. I want to make sure that you guys get credit for this. This part at the beginning is just kind of a check-in. It's just you to be able to say like, hey, I was here and here's proof. I would assume most administrators aren't going to require this, but I always like to do this just in case so that you can have it just in case. They're like, well, did you just show up at the end? You can be like, no, I showed up at the beginning as well. So go ahead and toss that in. And I'm going to give you guys a few minutes to do that as we're rolling in. Make sure you get that signed in. You should get an email afterwards. If you don't get an email, most likely you probably put the email address in wrong. Happens to the best of us. Right now, I am just stalling. I'm giving you time while you guys go check in. So if you would, go to the link on the screen. Man, we got some people coming in. I'm going to say hi. All right, we got Amber coming in from Texas. What's up, Amber? We got Laura. We got some Texas people, some Arkansas people. Who else? We got somebody from Atlanta. How's it going? I used to live, Miss Shannon, I used to live in Buford, Georgia when I was a kid. So that's pretty cool. We got Cindy coming in from Monticello. Monticello. Oh man, we got some good stuff. I'm going to go ahead and pop up the screen as well so that you guys can get access to the presentation. All right. So as I do that, we're still checking in. You guys are still checking in, and I'm going to add this screen right here. Awesome. Okay. So you guys can get checked in. And if you would like, you can also get access to this presentation. I would like to do that. Tiffany said this. Okay, Tiffany, I'm going to look what I can do. I was going to pop your question on the screen, but I want people to check in. So I'm going to leave that up, but I want to address what you said. So, so Tiffany said that she wanted to know how I made that Google form send out a PDF like that. So I actually used a add-on called Autocrat. Now, here's the cool thing. This summer, I'm doing a 3-hour training on Autocrat. So it's like, and it's not just me being like, here's how you do, and you just watch. Like, it's like 3 sections, and we're actually going to build like to where it automates letters to parents. If students don't do their homework, it automates discipline out of a discipline form. Like, we're doing a full walkthrough on Autocrat if you want to learn how to create a PDF out of a Google form. Man, how we doing? Are y'all good? Y'all having a good day today? Is everybody still in school? When did you guys get out of school? I know I've talked to a lot of teachers because I've sent this out to a lot of teachers, and they're still finishing up in a lot of places. So are you guys done with school? Are you sitting at school? Are your students in front of you right now taking semester exams? So let me know how your year's going. I'm going to, we're going to get started here in a few seconds. I just want to give you guys time to check in. So go to that link. Make sure you check in. Katie's still in school. Samantha got out May 27th. Whoa. Sherry, you got it till June 22nd? Yeesh. Yeesh. You know what I mean? Yeesh. I'm just kidding. Yeesh. All right. So as you're checking in, I'm going to kind of explain what we're doing today. This is, I call it my ultimate Google presentation. It is my, it is kind of my, I call it, what do the authors call it? Their magnum opus, something like that. I call it, that means it's good. I'm not saying it's like great. I'm not bragging about my presentation. Who brags about a Google presentation? Not this guy, not me. But I do put a lot of resources in this. Anytime I am going out and doing like a session for schools, I always try to pull pieces from this and use it whenever I'm like, okay, I'm going to take this, this, and this. I'm going to throw it in here. I'm going to make a Google Classroom communication presentation, or I'm going to go out here and make this and make this. So I use this. It is a pretty large, it's a beefy presentation. So just letting you know. I'm going to, as we're doing this, I'm also going to go live on TikTok because, love TikTok. So I'm going to roll that as well. Everybody finish signing in. I'm about to pull that away. Let's see. Let's go here in the chat. What are you looking forward to the most about this summer? And it does not have to be a professional development thing. What are you looking forward to most about this summer as we're letting people jump in? I want to throw that in the chat. Do you have a vacation or is there a PD that you're excited about? Are you having a job change? Are you moving? Sorry. Oh, calm down, Siri. What are you most excited about for this summer? Throw it in the chat. We're going to give people a few more minutes. Statistics show that it takes about 7 to 10 minutes for people to get in on a live stream. So I'm trying to reach about the 10-minute mark, and then we're going to get started. So we got a few more seconds. So in the chat, tell me what you're most excited about for this summer. All right. Looking forward to my first classroom. Okay. That's awesome. Training. Okay. Sweet. Okay. Victoria's finishing up a tiny house so you can get out of the parents' living room. I get that. Oh my goodness. We were building a house and we lived in my parents' basement for a while, and it was a lot for 2 adults and 3 kids. Tara saying, you mean I have a summer? I mean, yeah, you know what, Tara, I'll allow it. Take off the rest of the summer. You've put in the work. You deserve it. Okay. So it looks like we're getting everybody in here. So we're about to roll into this. Make sure you check in at that link at the end. So this is a 6-hour session, and I'm going to kind of run it all the way through. I'm going to go from 9 till 3. And you're like, well, Tyler, where's my lunch break? Here's the deal. You're hopefully at home. Go and grab you a snack, grab you some lunch, put your headphones in so you can hear me. I'll take a couple breaks whenever I can. I'll try to show another video. Hopefully it doesn't mess up like the intro video I tried to show. But I'll try to throw some video breaks in there. If not, we'll just go radio silent because you know your boy I'm probably going to have to take a restroom break at some point. So, all right. Last time I'm going to say this, and then we're going to jump into the training. The presentation link is on the screen. bit.ly/Google is fun. You guys in the chat, if y'all could help me out and answer any questions. If somebody jumps in late and they're like, how do I get the presentation? If you guys could take that link and like reply to them and give them that link, that would be super helpful. And then also the check-in is on the screen. It's bit.ly/Tarver start. So if anybody jumps in and they're like, how do I sign in? That's the link to sign in. Okay. There's going to be another link at the end at 3 o'clock. I'm going to give you another link. Whenever you fill that out, it's going to email you your certificate for today. Okay. So a lot of you guys are joining. I know we got a couple co-ops that were incredible that jumped in on these. And so I'm really excited to do this with you guys and learn and grow this summer. Okay. We're going. Y'all ready? This is really happening. It's really happening. Okay. I'm going to go here. I'm going to show you one trick right now. Here's the deal. This is not like, okay, click file, click save it. This is going to be where I try to give you a bunch of stuff that save you time and is practical in the classroom. I'm not the kind of guy that just memorizes a bunch of steps and says, do this, do this, do this. I like to kind of do things and learn things by just jumping into it. I want to go in and I want to be like, all right, let's figure out how to make this better, how to make this more efficient. And so everything I'm going to teach you today is about being more efficient, and it's things I've learned that have helped me. If it didn't help me, guess what? I'm not going to show you. I'm not going to waste your time. Also, I'm going to give you a ton of resources and tell you how to apply them in your class. So I don't know if you can see my address bar, but what I want to do is I want to change this presentation to where it's not like, do you see how you can see the slides on the left? I want to change it to where it fills in my screen, but I don't want to go full screen. Okay, so full screen is like Command F or Control F, depending on your device. What I want to do is I want to go up here to where it says edit. It's going to be /edit. I'm going to select all of that. I'm going to delete it. And I'm going to write the word present. Present. That's not present. That's present. Let's change that. Present. And watch when I hit enter. Watch what happens to my screen. So it allows you within your Chrome screen to go to a full screen version. So it didn't go full screen on my whole computer, so I can keep my tabs up so I can see the chat. I can see multiple things, but I can also bring this and maximize my screen. So that's just a cool little tip we're learning right off the bat, which I'm gonna have to get out of that here in a second because so much more I want to show you. All right. If at any point you have questions, throw those in the chat. When I see them, I'm going to toss those questions up on the screen and I will answer them. That's the thing, guys. For the love of all things, if I sit here and just talk about things that I think are important, it's going to feel like a waste of time for me. I want this to be something that you enjoy and you get like actual advice, you get actual stuff out of. So I need you to ask questions. If you have a question, holler at your boy, say it in the chat. I'll toss it on the screen. We'll go from there. Okay. So getting started, just to give you an idea of who the guy yelling at your face is. My name is Tyler Tarver. What's up? I'm the Dean of NLC College. I started out teaching high school. I was a history major, started teaching high school math, which all history majors do. I think that's not true. Taught high school math at BB Public Schools, great school. After that, did that for a while. Then I was a tech director / facilitator at Bauxite, and then I became a principal. Now, one of the things, and like I kind of started making videos for YouTube, and so that's how I kind of got in the world of like doing technology with education. Because in my classroom, I was just dry erase board teaching math. And the very last year I was in the classroom, I had one iPad, and so I would like present from that iPad, and I would screenshot it, and I would throw it on like Twitter and Tumblr and stuff like that, so that students could go in and view it afterwards. All right. It wasn't where I've learned more since then, but that's where I started. And that was only 1 year in the class of actually using technology. The rest of that stuff didn't exist yet, like forums and all that. Now, after that, I became an administrator. And then really where I learned a lot of Google and how to be efficient with Google is whenever I became a principal of a 6th through 12th grade building that had waivers from the state where we could do online, we could do in person, and we could do like a blended learning experience for students. Yeah, it was like we were doing 2020 before 2020 was cool. Am I right? Nope. Okay. We were doing 2020 in 2013, and we did it by choice, which is like a lot of people are like, why would you do that? We were like, well, we wanted to meet the needs of students. And so students could apply and go there and try to learn specific things. So that's where I learned a ton of all this Google stuff, is just from the reps of having to do it, to run a school that dealt with online. You guys know this. In the chat, let me know name one thing you learned because you had to over this past year and a half because of dealing with online, virtual, being pushed to using devices. Tell me one thing that you learned in the chat over the past year and a half about technology. Okay. We did that. And so for a couple of years, I was constantly learning and adapting and being like, I need to be able to share this with this group and not this group. How do I do that? So I'm like Googling those things and then just trying them and putting them into practice. So it's a great, it took reps to learn this stuff. So if you're like, well, I just don't understand technology. You just need some more practice, and you're not bad at it. You're always getting better. And that's the view I always take on everything. So now after that, I went to central office. I was director of curriculum instruction, communications, technology, and personnel. And then now I am the dean of NLC College. So that's what I do. I've got a ton of YouTube videos. I do a lot with TikTok because, TikTok's a great educational community. A doctoral candidate at Harding. Who cares? The main thing is that I love tacos. Best taco place. In the chat, tell me the best taco place that you've ever been to. The best place to get tacos. I'll tell you my favorite place in Little Rock is The Fold. Have you guys had tacos from The Fold? It's incredible. It is absolutely incredible. I love it. I also have a website, tarveracademy.com. If I talk about any resources and you want them, please go to tarveracademy.com. I've got all those resources there, all my resources, all my templates. They're free. You can get all of those. So please check those out. And you're thinking to yourself, Tyler, you said you taught math. You said that you are, you've got a Tarver Academy website. Have you guys heard of Khan Academy? He teaches math. He has an academy for a last name as well on the website. Well, Khan, he's a big deal, right? He's friends with Bill Gates. He knows rich people. He's on the internets. He's a lot on the internets. Here's the deal. I don't like to brag. You're not going to see me brag a lot, but I'll tell you this. I do like to brag that I'm pretty much best friends with Khan from Khan Academy. Khan and I are great friends. We hang out all the time. And you're thinking to yourself, Tyler, he knows Bill Gates. You don't know him. And I'm like, I have proof, because I knew you might not believe me that Khan from Khan Academy and I are best friends. So here's a picture of us hanging out, chilling at a conference, just best friends, hanging out, being boys, just talking. Look at us, me and Khan, we're best buds. We were just like, what's up? And he just kept walking. He didn't give me a high five or talk to me or anything. But you know what? I feel like we connected as he avoided eye contact and walked down the hallway. So there you go. Yeah. Diane said, is Khan Finn's godfather? You know what? He is by request. We've sent him multiple emails. He hasn't responded to any of them because, he makes $150,000 per speaking gig. Like, whatever. He can reply to an email about him being my child's godfather. But you know what? That's a story for another day. That's a story for another day. Y'all ready to get started? Let's get started. Okay. So this first thing I want to show you, I'm actually going to get out of present mode. Let me see, because I want to show you how I do this. So whenever you're creating a presentation for students or an assignment for students that is in Google Slides, one thing that I would recommend is that you create a hub for students to know how to get to different links, different resources that they might use frequently. So in the chat, tell me, what is a website that you use that your students have to go to multiple times throughout the year, whether it's a resource website or a school website? I know in Arkansas, a lot of people use eSchool. So if you want to say eSchool, that's probably something they should go to. They don't go to the last 2 days of school, but it is an option. So tell me a website in the chat that your students are required to go to, or you recommend they go to a couple times a year. Okay. So open up resources. I haven't heard of that. Samantha, I need to check that out. So here's what I recommend. Get a hub website. So right here, this is an important, I say hub website, a hub slide. So at the beginning of every presentation I do, at the beginning of every presentation I give my students, and at the beginning of anything I do that creates with slides, I'm going to put this slide at the beginning. And here's why. Because it allows them easy access to get from there and go to places they need to go. Okay. So what I've got here is I've got a example slide. You can take this and make a copy of it if you want, or not. And so here is where you would put it. So like, let's say you're like, oh, somebody said they use Google Classroom. Liz said they use Google Classroom. So Google Classroom. Okay. Now what you can do is you can take that, you can link to it. By the way, you can hit Command K or Control K after you highlight it to automatically bring up link. Here's the cool thing. Google owns Google Slides. They also own Google Search. So what you can do is you can actually search through here. Like you can search the internet from the link thing. So I can just type in Google Classroom. It's going to search it. It's going to tell me, oh, look, there's a website for it. Boom, hit apply. Now, this now becomes a link. So somebody else said class link. There you go. I'm going to make that a link. Can you see? I don't know. Is it popping up my link thing for you guys? I hope so. I hope so. Yeah, it is. Okay, good. Look, it searched for me. Class link. Boom. So I can put these links of these common places that students go. Now, did you guys discover over the past year and a half, it's not only important to put links for your students to know where to go to get help and resources, but also important for their parents to be able to go and get resources and links. Here's what I recommend. Anytime you're explaining an assignment or you're putting something into something for your students, I would try to think through what is the clearest way to present this to students so that a parent could walk in without knowing anything, without ever sitting in my class for 10 seconds. They could walk in and understand how to help their kid do the assignment or learn what they need to learn. So this is another way to make these links for you to be able to send your students or give them an access to get to where they needed to go. All right. So I've also put some links over here to tutorials and videos. If you want it, great. If not, guess what? You can edit this. You can edit. I want you to have it, copy and make a copy it and paste it somewhere else. So you can also create. So did anybody over the break? So hold on. Somebody asked for the link to the presentation. I will put it in the chat. bit.ly/Google is fun. Okay. There's the link to the presentation. All right. So over the break in the chat, tell me what is a question that you received the most from students about how to do something using Google. Was it, how do I attach an extra document to this assignment? Or how do I undo submit? Or how do I get into the Google Meet? What is the question you had to answer 30 times throughout the year about basic Google uses? Tell me in the chat. Tell me in the chat. So whenever you are, The male guy's here. My dog is greeting him. Sorry about that. So what I also recommend, not only to have a presentation slide for like common links, also have a presentation slide where you can have like the basic Google Help videos. So this right here, this is an example slide. You could toss this at the beginning of every single thing that you assign students. And so whenever they ask how to upload a picture of assignment into Google Classroom, whenever they ask that question, you could just say, refer to your Google Help slide. You're making them become self-sufficient. Because here's the deal. Whenever we grow up, we don't have like certified human beings for everything that we want to do standing in the room with us. Whenever I'm trying to put together this shelf, I can't raise my hand and a certified office shelf installer comes in and says, hey, what do you need help with? How can I help you? Let me show you exactly how to do it and walk you through this. That's not something that we have in real life. In real life, tell me in the chat, in real life, how do you learn something you don't know how to do? How do you learn something that you don't know how to do? I would assume for most of us, we Google it or we watch it on YouTube, which, I mean, YouTube, Google owns YouTube, so it's pretty much the same thing. We go search YouTube for it, okay? We go search Google for it. If we have a friend who knows how to do it, we might call our friend, but that's pretty much it. Like, that's how we find it. So when you're training your students on how to learn how to do all these things with Google, a practical life skill that you could help them with is just saying, hey, go out and watch this video for 2 minutes and learn how to do it. So this slide is something you can do. So I'm going to show you exactly how I would do this if I'm creating a new presentation. So let's go to Google Drive. I'm going to Drive. And I'm going to create a new Google Slide presentation. So I'm going to go create, it's loading up. Good times. Good times, guys. Don't you love it when stuff loads? Awesome. How are you guys doing? All right, let's roll. Okay, there we go. We're going to go to Google Slides. And remember, we're pretending that we're creating a new assignment for our students, okay? So this is something that I'm going to put into Google Classroom for my students to learn. So let's say this lesson, we're going to learn about, hold on, I'm going to X out of this, save us some. So we're learning about, I don't know, what are y'all learning about? What's your favorite, in the chat, what is your favorite topic to teach in your subject area? Let's say you're talking about Alexander Hamilton. In the chat, have y'all seen Hamilton? Did you like it? Did you love it? Was it okay? Yes. Tara asked, will these, let me pop this, look at this. Look what I can do. Look what I can do. Will these work if my district is not using Google Classroom? Yes. Are you a Google district? That's my question. If you are a Google district, then yes, it will, because you can still assign things through Google Slides, Docs, Sheets, all that. Okay. It just, depending on which LMS you're using, it might be harder to make a copy for every student. So Tara, here's my question. Because Tara said that their LMS is Canvas, and I use Canvas through Harding because I'm a student there. And I'll be honest, it's not as organized as it could be. I think Google Classroom is more organized. Here's my question. In Canvas, can you take a Google Doc or a Google Slide, and when you're assigning it to students, can you select an option to create a copy for every single student? That is a question I have. I would like to know that, just a Canvas question. That's something you can do in Google Classroom. It's like one of the coolest features in Classroom. I just don't know if Canvas allows you to go in and automatically make a copy for everybody. So let me know in the chat, answer that question as I show people how to assign or how to attach these slides. Okay. Remember, this is my navigation slide. for students to know how to get to different places that we use frequently. This is my Google Help slide. These are quick videos that explain the common things that students run into problems with, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select this one. I'm going to click on this slide, okay? And then I'm going to hold the Shift button. So I'm going to hold Shift, and I'm going to select the other slide. If you'll notice, both of those on the screen, if you'll notice, both of those are yellow now. Do you see the yellow shading around it? It's like they highlighted it. Oh, I just now got that. It's a highlighter. Wow. Y'all remember the magazine highlights? Like you're sitting in the dentist's office and you're like, tell me the difference between these two pictures. I don't know. Does anybody else remember highlights or is that just me? Okay. So I've selected those two slides. Now what I want to do is all I got to do is copy. So I'm going to copy those two slides. So I'm going to hit on a Mac, it's Command C. On a Chromebook or a PC, it's Control C. I'm going to jump back over to this presentation, and then I'm just going to hit paste. So I'm going to paste those two slides, which is Command V on a Mac, Control V on a PC or a Chromebook. Now, here's the fun thing. This is just a little fun tip. We do Command C or Control C. We do Command C to copy, and we do Command V to paste. A lot of people are like, why is it not Command P for paste? Well, because that's print. Here's what the V is. And actually, one of my teachers who I ended up getting the chance to work with, Miss Fitzhugh, she is the one that taught me this. The V stands for view. You are viewing what you copied. So you're viewing what you copied and tossed it in there. Okay. So here we go. I've pasted it. Now those slides are in there. All I did was copy them, go over to my new presentation, paste it. This will be slides 2 and 3 of every presentation I give students throughout the year. Every assignment, every presentation, everything I do for students, I'm going to put these in here because it is a hub for them to know how to get to the links that we use frequently in class. And it's also a Google Help slide for them to get help with. Okay. Okay. So let me toss up because I want to answer y'all throughout this whole day. I want to answer questions that are applicable to you guys. So we learned how to do those two slides. You have mine. You can take those. You can make a copy. You can edit them. I want you to take everything from my presentation, make copies. You do not have to get my permission. You can use everything I have in this slide, every resource. If you want, you can take this entire presentation, you can make a copy of it, and then you can change my name off of it and use it as your own presentation, and you can use it to teach your district. I want this to be a resource that you can use and adapt to be something for you. I would just recommend changing the Khan Academy joke because it won't make as much sense. Or you can crop your face over my face. That's totally cool as well. So take whatever I have in here and use it. Here, I'm going to tell you one more thing, and then I'll answer a couple questions. I want to show you like a little hack for whenever you're sitting in a professional development or you're sitting in a training and someone gives you their presentation, their Google slide presentation. What you can do is you can go in instead of being like, ooh, I like this resource. And you like write it down on your notepad or whatever. You can go in and you can go to File. You can make a copy of this entire presentation. And then when you do that, you can follow along with the presentation you made a copy of, your version. And instead of like writing down what you want to use, you can delete stuff you never want to use. So you can go in and delete information about me. You can go in and you're like, I'll never use that Google Classroom stuff because we use Canvas. Boom, you can delete those slides. It's like you're creating the presentation you want by shrinking out the stuff that you don't want to use. Okay, so let me answer a couple questions that I've tossed in here. Okay, Tara said that she can put a slide in Canvas and you don't think you can make a copy for each student. And then Amber followed up with, in Canvas, they can force them to make a copy when they click on the link to access the slide. I don't know if that's like a feature in Canvas, but I want to show you how to make a copy of any Google thing you want. Forms, doc, sheet, slides. So I'm about to show you this. It's very similar to what we did earlier with the present. Okay. So I'm going to go up here to my address. So what we're doing is we're going to make this to where it's a force make a copy. I'm going to find where the word edit is. Okay. It's usually somewhere near the end, and then it's got a bunch of junk behind it. Okay. So there we are. See where it says /edit? I'm going to take it from the E to the end, and I'm going to delete that. Then I'm going to write the word copy. Okay, so I've taken it from where the slash is and it says edit, and I'm going to delete edit and everything behind it, and I'm going to write the word copy. Then you want to take that link, and then you can paste it in your Google Classroom or your Canvas or wherever you want somebody to make a copy of whatever you just did. And then I can paste that in here. Boom. Now when someone clicks on this, whenever they click on that link, they are prompted with, would you like to make a copy of this presentation? Watch, I'll show you. I'll toss it right here. I'll toss it into the chat. So if you wanted to make a copy of this presentation that I have, you could just click that link, toss it up, okay? So that is a quick way to auto make a copy on anything that you have with Google. So that might be a workaround if you're not using Google Classroom. All right. Mr. Williams, how you doing? You been good? It's good to hear from you, bro. Is there any way to insert PDF files into Google Forms? I've been inserting screenshots, but it'd be much easier if I could just insert the whole PDF. Russell, I don't think so. To my knowledge, you cannot insert an entire PDF. I do exactly what you do, and that is I do screenshots of the information I want in there. So whenever I do like our students, whenever they're going to we make them do like this pre-schedule thing where they look at this, like I make it in a Google Sheet and I do the classes and I make them go in and choose classes before I sit down with them as an advisor. So what I do is I'm like, okay, I screenshot the calendar and the classes and I put that into the Google Forms. So I upload the photos. So I don't think there's a way to do that. If anybody else knows a way, throw it in the chat. Let us know. I'm not, there's a lot of things on Google. I feel like I'm pretty comfortable with Google. I'm not saying like, oh, I know everything in the world. I know a decent amount and I've made some resources, but I am definitely not the know-all of everything. It's like if you're a history teacher, do you ever have people that are like, oh, what happened on the third Tuesday in, 1846? And you're like, I don't know. They're like, well, it's history. Like, I don't know all of history. It's a fairly vast subject. Everything that happened last week is technically history. Okay. So same thing with Google. If you know something that I say I don't know, throw it in the chat. I can try it with us as we go. Okay. All right. So we're moving along. In your presentation, right here, slide 6, this is a navigation. This is a navigation bar. So the idea is that you can use, let me get rid of this. Hey, by the way, before we move on, did y'all hit the red subscribe button? That would be super cool. It's right underneath the video. If you hit the red subscribe button, you'll have access. It doesn't cost you anything at all. It's completely free. It's really nice. And it doesn't guarantee that you're going to get bombarded with like, oh, here, learn this thing about whatever. It just means that it's an easier way for you to find some of these resources if you need to. So hit that red subscribe button underneath this video right now. And then you know what? Just for fun, let's hit the like button, the thumbs up button. That's just YouTube etiquette. If you like a video somebody posts, hit the red subscribe button and then hit that like button. That would be super nice. So go ahead and do that right now if you don't mind. And then we're going to keep going. Sorry, I saw the banner and it just reminded me to like ask, because if you don't ask, how will people know? Okay. So we're rolling into the navigation. This is slide 6. And from here, if you're like, you know what, because you can use this presentation after today. It's not just for right now. And you're like, oh, I need to go and learn about Google Classroom. You can click on this picture and then you can just click here and it'll jump to the Google Classroom section. And this right here, this is like a 45-minute video and this is a 30-minute video. So it's like, I'm not going to make you watch those today. Don't worry. But it's going to allow you to jump to those so that you can save some time if you're wanting to look for a certain thing. All right. So yeah, Leslie said, I always have people tell me that although I teach math, I'm not a human calculator. Absolutely true. I used to teach math. I'm going to tell you one of the coolest things about teaching math is like, because especially if you're in high school and you get to like teach the same thing like 5 or 6 times in one day, it's like you're doing all these like big equations. And then like you've heard yourself say the final answer like 3 or 4 or 5 times. So by like the last period of the day, you look like an absolute genius. Like I'm like, okay, so we're just going to do this. You're going to carry this. And then what is like 4,286 times, 18.32? I think it's around, 25,340. And you're like, you've memorized the answers, but you like kind of pause, like you're trying to do the math in your head and then you casually do it. That was one of my favorite things to do to my students whenever I was teaching. So, okay. So I'm going to show you I'm going to show you a couple quick tips with Google right here. So let's say I wanted to add a photo, Canva PNG. Let's say I want to add a photo to this navigation bar. So this is a quick tip of something I really enjoy. This is one of my favorite Google quick tips, okay? So let's say I want to add a picture to this slide quickly. Normally, how would you do that? You would go in, you would take that file, you would find it on the internet, you would download it to your computer, then you'd go in here and then you would re-upload it to your presentation. Now you've put it on there, you've taken up space on your computer. It's not ideal, and it's super annoying to click and go find things through the navigation. I'm going to show you how to quickly put a photo into a Google slide. So I'm going to go here. I searched it. The reason I put PNG is because if you just search the whatever you're looking for, it's probably going to give you one with like a background. I want one that is like transparent in the background. This one is not. Let's see. Is this transparent? Nope, that one's not. I can tell because it'll have like, watch the background. It's going to be like checkerboard. I don't see one. This one is. I know I've used it before. So see how it goes checkerboard? That with PNG files, it'll let the background be transparent. Okay. So I wonder if this one is, because I like this one better. Oh, cool. This one is. All right. So let's say I want to put this image into my presentation. I'm not going to download it. Okay. I'm going to walk you guys through this. If you have 2 screens, you can do this with me. Okay. So I'm going to take this. I'm going to click on the image and I'm going to drag it. Can you guys see it? No, you can't see me dragging it. It's on my screen. It's showing the image, but you can see my cursor. Okay. Same thing. I'm going to click on my image. I'm going to drag it up to the top where my tab is. I'm going to hold, and then I'm going to drag it down. I'm still holding it, and then I'm going to drop it. That is going to insert the photo directly into my presentation. So I'm going to say that again for you guys, okay? So here we go. All right. So if you want to insert an image into Google Docs or Sheets or Slides from the internet, you can just go find it on the internet, click it, drag it up to your tab. That'll switch your tab, drag it down, and drop it onto wherever you want it to go. Now, here's the cool thing. The same thing, I'm going to delete that because I don't think I have a Canva section in here. I think actually maybe I do, because I absolutely love Canva. In the chat, are you using Canva? And if not, tell us why you don't want to live right, okay? It is absolutely one of the best websites on the planet. And we're going to talk about it later, and I'll give you the link to it, okay? Here's a cool one too. So let me go to my Gmail. Oh, wow. That's not the easiest way to go to Gmail. We're just going to go to Gmail, gmail.com. Okay. Diane, you've got to use it. It's here. I'm going to give you all a link for Canva just in case. I think I've got a banner for it, because I'm literally talking about Canva like I work for them. I do not work for them. I just respect the game. Okay. So here we go. All right. So here we go. So we're going to go in here. And also I'm doing a 3-hour session this summer on creating with Canva. So we're going to create like Google form headers. We're going to create lesson plans. We're going to create, I even create like an app for you to give to your students or parents for your classroom. You can create an app using Canva and Google Slides. So if not, definitely go in and get Canva. I put the link on the screen. Okay. So I want to show you another thing you can do. So let's say I want to send an email to my friend Leanne. Okay. She hates it when I do this, so I'm going to do it. You're presenting today as well. You're going to do great. You're the best. Okay. So I've said that. Now, let's say I want to include a GIF in here, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here and I'm going to search the office GIF, because in the chat, okay, in the chat, tell me, who is your favorite office character? Who's your favorite character from The Office, okay? Anna taught her students to use Canva. Absolutely. I recommend you teach your students to do Canva as well, okay? So let me see if I can find, what would be a fun one to send? Here it is. This will be a good one. I'll send her this one to encourage her. She's presenting as well. Okay. So Tara, you've never seen it? Oh my goodness. It's great. It's great. You'll love it. You'll love it. Okay. Same thing we just did with photos. I can now do with GIFs. I can do that for my presentations. I can also do that with GIFs into my email. Watch this. Same thing. I've selected the GIF so I can see it moving. It's, by the way, do you say GIF or GIF? Okay. GIF if you like to say it correct. GIF if you don't like to say it correct. So I'm going to click this. I'm going to drag it up here. I'm going to hold it on the tab, and then I'm going to drag it down into my email. You can now insert GIFs, and you're like, oh, the creator calls it GIF. That creator's wrong, okay? We don't play basketball with actual baskets anymore. Things evolve, okay? Boom. Click the GIF, drag it to the tab, drag it down, drop it in the email. This will allow you to start sending GIFs super easy in your email, okay? I'm actually going to hold this here because I want to show you some features when we get to the Gmail section, and I don't want to ruin it, okay? Awesome. All right, we're going to keep moving along. Okay, so I want to do a giveaway today. Is that cool with you guys? We're going to do a giveaway, and I'm going to give away a copy of my book, okay? So I wrote this book. It's called the Baller Teacher Playbook, available on Amazon if you want it. What's up? But I've got this book. I want to give it away to somebody. All you have to do is follow me on Instagram at Tyler Tarver. That's it. I'm going to give it away to one person that follows me today. So remind me at the end of this, training, be like, hey, didn't you say you were going to give it away? Yes. Give it away now. So I'll give this away to somebody who follows me on Instagram at the end of today's session. So throwing that out there, giveaway if you want. And then if you want to, throw your Instagram handle in the chat. We'd love to follow you as well. Okay? So there you go. Giveaway opportunity today. Follow me on Instagram. I'll give you this book if you want it. I'll sign it. I'll sign it in there. I'll sign it to my favorite teacher. Love, Tyler. How's that? Okay? There you go. Actually, I'm going to do that right now so I don't forget. To my favorite teacher, love, Tyler. Okay? Now, go to slide 8 as I sign this. Anna, thank you for following me. I appreciate you. Anna, it's okay. Okay, if you're already following me on Instagram, just leave a comment, okay? That way you can win something as well, okay? I'm writing to my favorite teacher. Love, Tyler. Okay, I'm going to give that away at the end of this. People that follow me on Instagram, or leave a comment on one of my Instagram posts, okay? So, next thing, I want to give you two. Oh, yeah, and follow some of the people that are in the chat, okay? We're all in here. We're all educators. We're learning together. Let's look at there. Let's respect the game. I'm going to go back and try to find them after this presentation is over. Amber, if you already have the book, you win. I'm going to give you, if you already have the book and you win, I'll give you one of these. I'll give you one of my mugs. I've got some Baller Teacher mugs, okay? I'll give you one of those. So if there you go. Or I'll give you this Michael Jordan rookie card. How's that? Okay, low key, I've gotten super into like basketball cards lately. It's an actual issue. I need to stop. So if you got any basketball cards you want to sell, hit me up. Your boy gonna buy them. Okay, so let's move on to the resources. So I want to give you a couple resources that I think might be helpful for you. So this summer, you're going to be sitting through different professional developments. You're going to sit through different trainings. I've made a template for you if you want to use it. It is a summer professional development notes template. You can use it today if you want to take notes. A lot of people like to write it on paper. I get that. I use this. So I use a Michael Hyatt planner. So I use that as well. So I like to write things as well, but so that you can put links in easier, because it's not super easy to click links in that thing. Here is a template. Here is a template for a professional development, okay? You'd put the name of the professional development, the date you did this, I'm sorry, your name, the date you did this, the session you were in. Then you can put your personal goal for the session. So if you've made a copy of this and you're using it for this, like what we're doing right now, you might have a goal for this session. You might be like, at the end of the day today, I want to have a digital interactive notebook and I want to have it ready to be assigned the first day of school. Or I want to have I want to create an organized Google Classroom. Whatever you want to do, you can have this and put that as your personal goal. This is where you would put notes. These boxes expand, by the way. You're like, oh, I can only take one line of notes. No, these boxes expand as you write in it. You can have links over here on this side. At the end, biggest takeaway, and then how does this apply to me? The reason I like doing this is, especially when you're doing like virtual stuff like this, like we're doing a virtual training, okay? So whenever we're doing this, like my friend Leanne is a huge fan of accountability whenever people do this. She thinks that some people would click on this and then they would just like leave for a couple hours and then come back and then sign out, which you guys would never do, correct? I know you guys wouldn't do it because you're all incredible. And plus, here's the deal. You can always watch the chat and see who's actually involved, okay? Because I'm asking a lot of questions. So we could see, you can go back and prove that you're involved because you're constantly talking in the chat. It's another way to verify that you're there, okay? So whenever you are doing these PDs, virtual or in person, I recommend filling this out. And then one, it helps you take what you've learned and bring it into whenever you're teaching and bring it into your school year. But two, if an admin ever wants it, you can send these notes with them. Like at the end of this, whenever you fill out the evaluation at the end of this training, it's going to ask you if you want to toss in a screenshot, a picture, or if you want to put the link to these notes into the actual like Google form. It's in the form. And so you could just forward that to your admin and be like, look, here are all the notes I took from today. And you can have all the links, all the notes, and all of that. Okay. So this is something for you to put in here to where you can grow and show what you're doing with your professional development. So there's that template if you want it. Okay. Now there's another thing in here. In the chat, what do your team meetings look like? Do you have, do you do like, thank you, Katrina. I appreciate you. So whenever, Shelly, I'm going to toss Shelly on there. Shelly said that her admin always wants the notes from things they do with PD whenever you go out on your own. This is a great, thank you. So yeah, this is the thing. I wanted to make it something like, I was a principal and I was a director of curriculum instruction. Whenever I was doing that, I wasn't super big on like, I'm going to stay on you, make sure you're doing this, and this for the summer. I like to get whatever they've learned. And if they sat in a 6-hour training and they got 3 things that I can use as an administrator, I wanted that. So it's like, think of this. You could be pulling in resources and tips and things like that now can be applied to your principals, your administrators, your central office, or other teachers, okay? So keep that in mind. Now, in the chat, what do your team meetings look like? Okay, so I want to know, one, who meets? Do you do like a PLC? Is it a grade level meeting? Do you do vertical team meetings with like the math department for high school? Or is it like the junior high, PE teachers? What does your team look like that you meet with? And then I want you to also tell me, how frequently do you meet? Is it once a week? Is it once every 2 weeks? How frequently do you meet? So that's what I would love to know in the chat. And again, if your admin's like, how do I know you participated? They can always look and see the chat and be like, oh, okay, there you go. So Jennifer, they do weekly PLCs with the English department. Amber does PLCs with subject department every other day. That is a lot of meetings. Grade level PLC weekly. Okay. Christy's doing that. So that's great. Greekly. Y'all wear like togas because we're Greek. That was weird. Weekly PLC meetings, and it's once a week. That's what we used to do. We used to meet once a week for math. department. So I'm not sure how you like track those and then like build on it. Do you kind of walk in and be like, okay, what are we doing next week or what are we doing this week? What I recommend is if you don't write it down, it's hard to go from there. And so here is a link to a team meeting agenda. So you can click on this. It's going to ask you to make a copy, which I'll toss this in the chat as well if you want it. So I'm sorry, it's loading up. Loading up. My life. Loading is my life. That's what it is. Okay. Sorry, it's still waiting. I'm just spinning now. So while it's spinning, I'm going to read some of the stuff you guys are talking about. Tamara said, I'm the para for the 6th grade and they include me in the PLC since I'm about to graduate. Oh, that's awesome. That's cool. What are you wanting to teach? I would love to know. Sorry, my computer's loading. That's why I'm waiting. Every other day. That's a lot of meetings. That's a lot of meetings. Okay. Sorry, it's still loading up. Okay. There's only one art teacher on campus with Debbie. So they plan to meet every morning to prep. Materials are planned, especially on Friday. On Friday, we celebrate our Fried Dough Friday. I like that. Oh, that means y'all probably eat donuts. Isn't that what fried donuts are? Fried dough? Okay. Sorry, my computer's still loading up. It's taking its sweet time. That's great. That's what you want. Okay. Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to paste this. It's working now. So I'll paste a link to that in there. Yeah, congratulations, Tamara, on graduating. That's awesome. It is the best profession. You literally are joining, you're already in it, but you're in a profession that trains every other profession, which is pretty cool. Okay, so I'm not sure, in the chat, tell me, what do you use to track what you're doing in those meetings? If you already have something, great. If not, here's a template for a team meeting agenda. Okay, and so the idea here is that your team shares this Google slide and that you all work in this same Google slide. All right, this is just like an intro slide where I talk about like, hey, what's up? My name's Tyler. I made this resource. Okay. Now, here's what I'm going to show you a couple tips. I'm going to show you how to attach it to a calendar invite, because one of the things that I find is very annoying is whenever you are, one thing that I find that's very annoying is whenever you are trying to, you're trying to go into a meeting and you can't find something in your Google Drive that you need to use for that meeting. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So here's the template. It's team meeting agendas. Oh, I didn't mean, Katrina, I did not mean to tag, like, I didn't mean to pin, like, oh, you're following me on Instagram. That sounds super braggy. I did not mean to tag that. I apologize. I must have missed it. Trying to move that. Let's go here. So if you need this, this is linked in the presentation. Okay. I'm just going to do this. There we go. Okay. So team meeting agendas, you would put your school year and semester at the top. You would put your team name there. I put these two slides in about like important links. So you can have important links for your team. If there's stuff you use, you can Google help stuff. Again, I put these in every presentation, everything that I do. So it's just kind of par for the course. Then we're going to roll here. Then here's another thing. I think PLCs, they call them norms. They call them norms. You can call them standards. You can call them whatever you want. These are like the rules for the meeting. And I've put some stuff at the top. It's like a checklist. But you can go in here and you can put like, here's our team meeting. Like, you know, what is it? No one talks. All right. No, here's a good meeting rule that I like. No one presents a problem unless they have two potential solutions. Okay. You can make your different rules for in here. In the chat, what is one of your favorite team meeting rules that you have with your team? Okay. So you can do these notes in here just to remind people this is what, and you can review those before every meeting. Hey, reminder is no one speaks over anyone else. Okay. Everyone talks at least once. Whatever your rules are, toss them in there. Okay. Then here's the idea. I think I did enough slides for every week for an entire semester. So if you meet once a week, cool. If you meet more than that, every other day, some people, you can copy and like make duplicates. Okay. So you would go in, you would put the date, you'd say, oh, it's, I don't know, June the 7th, 2021. And then you can go in 3 main goals for today. That I got from this like Michael Hyatt. They call it the big 3. What are 3 things if we walk out of this meeting and we've done 1, 2, 3, okay, 3 doesn't sound like a lot, but if I walk out of this meeting having done these 3 things, then it will have been successful. So like we would plan for next week. We would, let's see, plan for next week, review. I don't know, what they used to call them? Those tests we used to get. Let's just say ACT Aspire. What were the things? Oh my goodness. You gotta give a test like once a month. I don't remember what it's called. A review. And here's the deal. This is a digital notebook. Okay. You can actually link to anything you want. So if it's like, oh, we're trying to review whatever, a PDF of standards, we can link to the PDF for standards so we can always go back and find it. Use it almost like a hub for your everything you're doing. Okay. Now, here's the thing. I also made it a checklist. So whenever you get done, like, oh, we planned for next week. You click on this invisible box. It wasn't map testing. What was it? Oh my goodness, that is bugging me now. No, my acronyms are coming together. What was that test? Was it MAP? Not STAR. It wasn't like an official test. We paid this company. I don't think they exist anymore. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll think of it. If you guys think of it, throw it in there. Not Benchmark. What was it? It was something like not every district did it. It wasn't like a standardized test. It was like this thing that our district paid for. Not Global Scholar. I'm sorry. It's really bugging me in my brain. I'm going to stop thinking about it. Maybe it'll come to me. So in here, the way it's set up, there are invisible boxes on top of all of these quadrilaterals. You can click it and then go to the paint filler. And when you complete something, it's like you're checklisting it off of your list. Okay. And then here's one of my favorite things. You can do notes over here. TLI. That was it. It was TLI. Thank you, Russell. I appreciate it. It was TLI. That's what it was. Oh, okay. Sorry it took me so long to get that. That's what it was called. Okay. Anyways, so we put notes in here. And then before next meeting, I think this is the most important part of this whole thing. Before next meeting, we need to review, chapter 8 of, Baller Teacher Playbook, because your team's working through the playbook. Let's say you're using my book. Okay, there you go. Cool. And that's what you would do. And then you would go to the next day. Boom. Next meeting. There you go. And you've got your meeting agenda and you're rolling through it. Now, that's how you do the agenda. Okay. What I recommend whenever you are making let's go to our calendar. So we're going to go to Google Calendar, Google Calendar. Google Calendar. We're going to take a break here in a few minutes. So don't worry. Now, I promise I'm busier than this. This is my burner account. So don't judge me. Don't judge me. Okay. So let's say you meet every Thursday at noon, and that's when your team meets. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to select it to create a new one. And then I'm going to go to more options. Okay. Because I'm going to go to where I have the bigger options to create this. So I'm going to call this PLC team meeting. Now, first thing I want to do is I want to create and make this a recurring meeting. So it doesn't repeat. I'm going to turn that into weekly on Thursday. So now it's generating this. I don't have to go in and make this calendar invite every week. Okay. I can add guests. So I can add everybody that's like, I can add Leanne in here. She's not going to like that. Whatever. I can add all of them in there. Now I can even, I can fill it out as much as I want, but here's where you make people's life easier whenever you are making like a team agenda. I'm going to go in here and I'm going to go to add attachment, and it's going to pull up stuff from my drive. I can go to recent, or I can go to my drive, which is where the thing I just created is. I think it's called copy of team meeting agenda, something like that. It didn't come up to recent because it's too recent. So copy, let's pretend it was, oh my goodness. It hasn't even popped up in here. It's in there, I promise. So if not, I could get the link, but let's pretend this was it. Hit select. Now that is attached to this. I can send the information, invite external guests. Yes. Yes, I'm going to share. Okay. Got it. Thank you. Google's just verifying right here that I'm sharing this with the people that I wanted to share it with. Okay. Now, whenever we're going to our meeting, instead of me going to my drive and searching for that team meeting agenda, I can just click on this. I can click on this. Boom. It's going to bring it up. Okay. I didn't attach the right thing, but that's how it would do it. That's how it works. That's how it does it. That's it. Okay. All right. We're about to take a quick break because I'm going to get some water and come right back. And so we're going to be back in like 5 minutes. So I'm going to see if this video import is going to work or if this is not going to work. So we're going to find out very quickly. I'm going to remove this and we're going to try to see if we can do this. So we'll take a 5-minute break. I'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Welcome back. Hey, it's Tyler here. I'm just going to give you a little break. So if you need to go do something, you need to go use the restroom, get a snack, get something to eat, whatever, you can go do that. I was going to chat with you about some stuff, give you some time to do that and check in, maybe say hi. If you want in the chat, let's do a little check-in. In the chat, how you feeling? Toss in your emoji of how you're feeling right now. Let's do a little emoji checkup, if you will. So while you're doing that, I do want to give, you know what? I spent a lot of time writing this book, and I genuinely think this book is going to help you in your classroom. It's gonna inspire you more than anything. It's a read with me, and one of the things that I feel like I've never been the smartest dude in the room. I've never been, the most talented, but I'll say this: I was always been pretty approachable. I think I've been approachable, and I think what this is, I've tried to be as relatable as possible. I'm talking about my experiences, things I've run into in the classroom, what I've learned as a teacher and as an administrator and as a student, what I learned. And so this is the Baller Teacher Playbook. If you're interested in checking this out, I recommend. Of course, I recommend. It's my book. It's not the best book on education, but I think it's good enough to help you in some way. It's got a lot of practical experience in it. I've got quotes. That's a do you boo boo. I could have picked a better chapter. Here's one thing. I want to show you one thing that I did at the end of each chapter because I know teachers. Okay, I put in practical application. I put in reflection because we know reflection is important, even though we never have time to do it. But it's got spots for you to write that in. So this is something you can work on by yourself or with your team. But here's the part that I did, and this is legit just for teachers. I don't know if you can see that. I put in, at the end of each chapter, I have a section called TLDR. That's internet talk for too long, didn't read. So what that means is, let's say you've got a team meeting, okay? Because there's 18 chapters in here. That means you and your team, or you and your building, you can go through a chapter once a week. You meet on your planning period, spend 10 minutes talking about what you did, what you tried, what worked, what didn't work. Stuff to help improve your class and improve your students. Every week you can do that. Have you ever done this? In the chat, be honest, you ready? Have you ever had a team meeting where you're supposed to read something and you're walking over to the meeting and you're like, oh no, I forgot to read the thing I was supposed to read that we're gonna discuss for like 15 minutes. So you just try to chill and hopefully don't get called on or get called out for not reading it. At the end of each chapter, I have a section called TLDR where in 2 to 5 bullet points, I summarize the chapter. So you could be walking to the meeting, you could read these 3 or 4 bullet points and be able to have a conversation about the entire chapter. There's stories in here, there's practical experience, there's ways that I messed up, ways that I failed, and then ways that I feel like I succeeded, and I'm just talking through what I learned from both of those. And I would love for you to learn and grow with me. So if you want to check out that book, it's on Amazon. Be back at it in. What's up? Welcome back. Okay, so I'm assuming that was glitched out for you guys as well. It's okay. That actually is a new feature that StreamYard just added. So they added this feature where you can import a video and then play it in there. And obviously it's got some issues. So that's totally cool. That's totally fine. It's totally fine. We're cool with it. We're excited. We're going to keep rolling. So awesome. Okay, so I'm going to keep rolling on our presentation. I'm going to add that back in here. There we go. Okay, so we've gone through our summer notes template. We've got our team meeting agenda. One of the big things that I try to do whenever I am doing any type of training is I like for you to walk out of it not only with hey, I've showed you this, this, and this. I want you to walk out of this with an actual, here's a template. Here's something I can make a copy of. Here's something that I can duplicate as I go along. Okay. So sweet. Okay. Diane asked a question. Said, question, does the calendar do the share settings if I hadn't done it? So you're referring to earlier whenever we hit the calendar and we shared. So what it did was Google owns the calendar and they own like all of the presentation I'm trying to share. So whenever I went and I added my friend Leanne to that calendar invite, it's essentially thinking, okay, is that presentation that I linked in there, is that shared with Leanne? And it wasn't. And so Google's asking, hey, this person, one, they're not in your organization. Are you okay with that? I was like, yes. It's two, this isn't shared with them. Is it okay if we share this with them? And I go, yes, that's okay. And then the last one, it says, okay, what permissions do you want her to have? View, edit, or like comment. What permissions do you want? I just gave her like the general one, I think, which is a view, I think is the default. So whenever you're doing that, anytime you share something, even within another program, and it's not shared with someone else, then Google is going to ask your permission for all of that. Okay, great. Awesome. Cool. Okay, let's hide that. All right, so let's roll into this. So before we get into a bunch of like the resources and the tips and all that stuff, I did want to talk through some kind of thoughts about this. In the chat, let me know, is your district one-to-one? What does your student device situation look like? What does that look like for your students? So throw that into the chat. Okay, cool. So we were one-to-one. I've worked in buildings when I was a principal. We had every student had an iPad mini and they had a MacBook. I've done it where students all had Chromebooks. I've done it where 6th through 12th grade at our school, we got it to where they could take their devices home. And everybody had their own device that they used all year. Okay. Now, here's the thing that a lot of times we as teachers, we assume just because they're getting a device because they love computers, they love their phones, they think just because of that it's going to be like, oh, they're going to love this. Then it's going to be something that they're big fans of. Now, here's the deal: just because you give a student a device does not mean they're going to automatically love it. It's what they do with the device. The reason they're sneaking their phone out in your class, as opposed to actually enjoying what they're doing on their computer, is because they like what they're doing. They like the interaction on their phone. They like the Snapchat. They like TikTok. They like Instagram. They like texting. They like that social interaction, that Web 2.0 interaction that they have on their phone. So it's our job as teachers. You're like, a lot of times, traditionally it was like, well, it's my job to present the information. It's their job to learn it. If the job was about presenting the information, then we don't matter. Because the information's on the internet. The information's on YouTube. You can watch Harvard professors teaching the information. That's not what it's about. What it's about is us as educators guiding the social process of learning. That's our job. It's finding out how these students learn, connecting with them, figuring out what they know, what they don't know, and then bridging that divide. That's our job as educators. If our job was just to present the information, we don't matter. What matters about us is that we can do that, we can present it, we can guide them to good information, that we can steer them in the right direction to find the right information, because we've all found out in the past year and a half, it's super important to teach students how to discern what valid information is on the internet. And two, we need to guide that social process of learning. And I think that is more important than anything we ever did with just talking about our curriculum. Okay. So our job as educators is even more important. Technology, the internet, YouTube, it has not replaced us as educators. It has made us more vital than ever. We just have to transform what we think about our role in the classroom, especially when it comes to technology. Okay. Next thing, I wanted to tell you guys about one of the things that I got the chance to be a part of. So Google has like a few different things. They've got Google Level 1, Level 2, they've got Trainer, and they've got Innovator. And so with the Google stuff that you get to do, Innovator is the one where it's like you propose a project and they pick 42 people across the United States, and they go and meet in a location, and they sit in these tables, and everybody gets to work throughout the week at this Innovator Academy. They get to work on their project. They're trying to develop something that makes a difference in education using Google. Okay. So I got the chance to go and be a part of, get to hang out with some incredible, just some incredible educators through that. And I'm sitting at the table, and Google came in, and they're talking to us about this concept they have. And the concept is called the fail bell. And they put these bells, these little, remember dinner bell, ding, 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 not the dinner bell with the triangle, but a bell, ring for service bell. They put that in the middle of every table in there. And so during the week, while we're working on our project that we submitted to get into this academy, they said, if at any point you realize that this project is not what you should be pursuing, either it already exists, or you found something better, or it's just not going to work. It's not feasible to do what you propose that you want to do, and you have to pivot. By the way, I can't say pivot without thinking of Ross from Friends. Pivot. What's your favorite Friends quote? Tell me in the chat. So you have to pivot off of your project. Anytime you do that and you realize your project is going to fail, what they want you to do is they want you to get a bell, and they want you to ring that bell. They want you to ring the bell, and that means that you have failed. They call it the fail bell. Anytime we ever heard someone fail, from we heard that bell go off, we all started cheering. We clapped and we cheered because we wanted to celebrate that failure. And I think for us as educators, it becomes really hard for us to celebrate failure because we think of it in the connotation of A, B, C, D, F, and that's failure. You have to retake the class. I'm thinking on the micro level where we try something or we propose something and we want to do something in our class, and maybe it's a project. Maybe it is a I don't know. Maybe it's an assignment, or maybe you just try a new teaching method and it doesn't work. It doesn't connect with your students. That is okay. And whenever we model that to our students, they can feel like it's okay not to be perfect. I think for too long, we as educators, we have put ourselves in the front of that classroom. We made ourselves the experts to where we are perfect and unattainable by these students. And where these students connect online and what they connect with and what they do in their free time and through technology is authenticity and the ability that it's approachable. The reason they love TikTok over Instagram now is because TikTok is real. It's authentic. It's people with terrible angles and terrible lighting talking about real experiences. It's not a fake influencer pretending to be something that they're not. And so that's what I recommend. The mindset you take as you grow with Google or whatever technology you're learning, it's okay to fail. It's okay to try something. It's okay when a student asks, how do I do that with my Chromebook? To say, you know what? I don't know. Let's figure it out together. Change our mindset in what we do when we're learning. So that's just something I want to throw at you and a way to think about all of this. Okay. So kind of my order of operations for how I handle different things whenever it comes to teaching, especially with technology, is I like to find out, is it efficient? And what am I doing? How can I be as most efficient as possible? And everything I'm going to show you, so far we've shown it today already, but then other things I want to show you today, how can I be the most efficient version of everything I'm doing? Because that's going to save me more time to do other stuff, whether it's get to know my students, build rapport, or grade so I can leave at 3:30 or 4. How can I be more efficient? How can I have clear communication, which if you have clear communication, that is efficient because you're not, cleaning up the messes from things you weren't a clear communicator on. And then 3 is community. How do you build community with your students? This is the filter I run everything I do through. If it doesn't serve one of these 3, efficiency, communication, or community, honestly, I don't think it's as important as the rest of the things I'm doing. Okay. It is super important to do all of these things when you're utilizing technology and different resources. Okay. So this is one of my favorite quotes. We used to ask this quote whenever we would do interviews for teachers, and we would want to know, we'd say, hey, thank you for applying. James Comer had a quote that said, "No significant learning occurs without a significant relationship." What does this mean to you? In the chat, tell me, what does this quote mean to you? No significant learning occurs without a significant relationship. I'll give you a second to answer that. So the answer we got most often was they felt, teachers and educators that are applying for jobs felt like they are going to have the deepest impact with their students whenever they're going to have the deepest impact with their students whenever they have a significant relationship with them. Okay. They are going to move the needle forward more whenever those students know they care about them and that those students actually care about the teacher and they don't want to let the teacher down. Not only do they not want to let themselves down, they don't want to let the teacher down. And they're willing to ask questions. They're willing to ask questions. How many times in your class have you had a student that you knew had a question, but they wouldn't ask it because you didn't have the relationship. You didn't have that there. That's how we make a significant impact with our students. Tiffany said, it reminds me of I hit the wrong one. Sorry. It reminds me of the quote, students don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. That's absolutely true. I completely agree. Terry said it, capture the heart and the mind will follow. These are all excellent. When the kids realize how much you care about them, then they work harder. Absolutely true. That's been everything I've seen and everything I've done. Trust and relationship is the foundation of true learning. Bingo. So whenever we are teaching, whenever we're doing this, we have to know, hey, I need to build a significant relationship. It's going to be more than just assigning things. And one of the hardest parts of teaching remotely, if you taught remotely over the break, let me know in the chat. Did you teach remotely? If you did, how long did you teach virtually? We ended up teaching virtually the entire year this past year. And it was hard because we took out that community piece. Okay. Our natural instinct, whenever we make stuff like remote or we put it on Google Classroom or Canvas or whatever, it's more like, here's how to handle business. Boom, 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 boom. We lose that interaction we get in person with students where it's like, hey, how are you? How was the game? Or how was the band concert? Or, student council week's coming up, like your homecoming week's coming up. How's it going planning with student council? Those moments are kind of taken away because we're like, do this, do this, do this. And that's how it becomes, that's what makes it so much harder to teach virtually. And it looks like a lot of you guys did teach virtually. And that's what becomes hard about it is you take out, it's hard to build that relationship piece. So we have to be intentional. So a lot of the resources I want to give you today, they are focusing on not only gaining understanding, but also making students think and then allowing you to connect and see how they think so that you can help them grow as you go forward. Okay. So to talk through, I already mentioned this earlier, certifications offered by Google. They've got Google Certified Educator Level 1. They've got a Level 2. They've got a trainer, and then they've got Innovator. Okay. You cannot apply. And they also just added one recently. It's called a Certified Coach, which I don't have it on here, but that's another one. In the chat, are you a Level 1 educator? Are you a Level 2 educator? Are you a trainer? Are you an innovator? What levels of Google do you have in your tool belt? What levels do you have in your tool belt? Okay. Now, I highly recommend you get these. The Level 1 test, I think it takes Anna's preparing for the test. I think that this is one of the best things you can put on your resume, whether you want to move up at your current organization, whether you want to get a job somewhere else. I've interviewed a couple hundred teachers, maybe 5 or less had the Level 1 certification. It costs, I think, $5 or $10, takes 3 hours. After this training today, I would hope if you remember all this, you should be able to do well. If not, I've got a resource for you. I'm going to give you this resource. I don't think I put it on here. Actually, I'm going to put it right here. Okay, hold on. Let me add this resource in. I'm going to put it on slide 13. Okay, so I'm going to put it right here. bit.ly/gtarver. Okay, this is a resource I think you will like. If you want to be a Level 1 educator, this resource is super helpful. Okay, let me make it a link. But if you want, you can go in there and get that. I'll put it on the screen as well. There's a couple of you guys that are training for this. There's a couple of you guys that already have this. So I think this is going to be super helpful for you. And I'm going to put it on the banner so that people can see it if they bounce in while we're there. I'm going to try to give you guys direct links to all these resources so that you don't have to search for them. Okay, let me edit this. So bit.ly/gtarver. It's going to take you to a Google Sheet. Save that. I'm going to show that. Okay, so let's go here. So if you click on this link, it's going to take you to a Google Doc. I say sheet, I meant doc, sorry. So this, for the level 1 educator exam, okay, for that, my friend, I say my friend, I like him. He likes me. I call us friends. He lives in Ohio. He's a Google trainer. Fantastic dude. His name's Eric Kurtz. He made a checklist of all the skills you need to know to be a Google level 1 certified educator. Now, what I did was I went into his checklist and I made a video, tutorial videos, try to make them 2 minutes or less. What I was shooting for as quick as possible. Most of them are like a minute, minute and a half. So I tried to make a tutorial video for every single skill you need to know to be a Google level 1 educator. So if you want to be a level 1 educator, again, I don't work for Google. I don't make any money off this. So I'm just telling you because I think it's helpful for you. And plus, I would love for you to come out of this and actually take the test and pass it. Okay. So this right here, Tara's doing it for her, not for her. I'm good. I think you should do it. It's a great certification to have, and I'm excited you're getting it. So right here, you can go in. If you can do all these on this checklist, you will ace the test. Okay. You don't have to know all of them. Don't be like, I don't know, like 20 of them. That's fine. You could probably still do pretty well, probably pass. But it's a great review for the exam. Right here, if you want, like say you don't have like a trainer or something, you can use my trainer ID. Again, I don't get any money for it. It's just like Google knows that I'm helping people pass the exam. So there you go. I'm going to answer a couple questions. If you have any questions about any of these, the skills checklist, level 1, level 2, trainer, innovator, ask it now. And then I'll move on after I'm done answering all the questions. So who is it? Okay. Sydney asked, do you have this for level 2? Yes, but it's not done. It's the same thing, except for it's like, it's bit.ly. Sorry, let me see. I got to click on this link. If you want the level 2, it's bit.ly/gtarver2. So just add a 2 to the end of it. I'm not even close to done with it. I haven't even I've done several of these. I just haven't copied them over as links. I kind of paused on this because I was getting ready for all this summer PD. And so here's the checklist. If you need the checklist, you can do the same thing, bit.ly/gtarver2, and you can get the checklist. And then I've got links to the ones that I have done already. So there's the checklist if you need it for level 2 educator. So thank you for asking that question, Sydney. Lindsay asked, is it difficult to become a certified trainer or coach? It is easier to get into the trainer program than, actually, no, I think coaching program's easier too. So they're probably similar. Innovator's the hardest to get into. Innovator's the hardest one. Trainer and coach, again, I'm not a coach yet. Again, I paused that for the summer PD I was doing. I was trying to get all this done. Honestly, you have to be a level 1 and then you have to be level 2 to be a trainer and a coach, or a coach, either one. Then after that, I think you have to have some actual, you have to have done some trainings at your district or with other people to do it. So you got to go in and do a couple trainings. They're going to ask you for that as you apply to be a trainer. They're going to want to know that you've got a couple reps in at doing the thing they want to give you the certification to do. And then every year you have to do, I think you have to do up to 12 trainings a year just to keep it. And again, they don't have to be it's a 6-hour trainings. You can do a 1-hour training like I'm doing right now on YouTube, and you can count that as a training. So you have that option. Coach, I'm not certain exactly all the qualifications for it, but I know you have to have level 1 and level 2. So those are one of the things you have to do. Okay. And I apologize to say, is it Andrea? I hope I don't say it. Andra, I'm sorry. I messed up the other day. I pronounced it Andrea, and I don't want to get it wrong. Sorry. Yes, it does expire. You do have to keep that up every year. You have to keep, like, I think the training, like certification expires every 3 years, I want to say. So there it is. I'm going to swap out my battery, and we're going to jump back into the presentation. It's only going to take me like 10 seconds to change this out. So I'm going to get myself off the screen. There we go. And I'm back in. Hey, welcome back. I'm using my camera to do this. And so there you go. All right. If you need any of the resources, I've got them linked, tarveracademy.com/resources. You can get those. Okay. So let me do something real quick. So here is a remote learning activity. I think this applies for remote learning, but also can apply for in-person learning as well. One of the things, whenever you have students that you want to be successful academically, there is a research study. It started in the 60s by a guy named Tinto, Tinto. It's called the student retention theory, or I think it's what's called student retention theory. And so what he did was he did research on what's the difference between students that complete college versus students that don't complete college. And he said there are two key factors that keep students to where they actually finish school. Okay. And so what I did was I took what I learned from his study and I made it into a video that teachers could use and give their students as like a practice. One, it'd be a fun video, hopefully, that students enjoy, to where they can like learn something about how to be successful in the classroom. And the two things he said are, one, they need academic goals. So you need to set weekly, 9 weeks, semester, and then like high school or college academic goals, clear academic goals. And then also you need to have a social connection. So I've been at part of districts where teachers are like, well, why do we do this sport here? Why did we add soccer? Or why did we add, this band, this thing for band? Or why did we add student council? Or why did we add this club? Because social connection is one of the key factors to students doing well and completing school. So in the video, it's kind of like Bill Nye, just like a lot lower production value and then less good on-screen talent. And so it's a video here. If you want this resource, you can play this video for your students. And then I've got an interactive PDF you can use, and then a fillable Google Doc. So there you go. This is part of the video. Isn't that super annoying? Okay, we're not going to watch the whole thing. But there it is right there. If you want it, you have the video, you have a PDF, and then you also have a Google Doc if you want that. In the chat, let me know what was something you saw that helped students be successful in your classroom, whether it's remote or in person. What is something that you've seen that allows them to be successful? It's a good accountability or just something that makes them do well. Okay. Let me know in the chat. Okay. Next resource. So as you're doing all this and your students are doing all this, it's going to be, you're going to hit snags in Google of things you don't know how to do. So what I did was I made a couple cheat sheets that you can use. Here's one for teachers. So if you click on this right here and you click this link, it's going to take you to a Google Doc that it's going to make a copy so you can have your own copy, so you can delete certain things and add things, whatever you want to do. But you could go in and like, say I'm using Google Meet and I have like an issue with something. I'm like, I don't know how to do this, or what do I do here? I made a cheat sheet for teachers so that you can go in and you can like, oh, it's probably on this list, or I need to add this or do this. Like whatever it is, you can go in and you can see a quick tutorial on how to do it. These are the main things I found that teachers struggle with using Google. And so there's a Google teacher cheat sheet. It's got stuff for classroom. You've got docs, sheets, slides, forms, and then Google Meet. Then I've got some stuff with YouTube. And then here are some YouTube channels that I recommend for educators. And then here are some resources that, might make your life easier. Okay. So if you want that cheat sheet for yourself or for your class, you can go ahead and have it. Now, I'm going to show you this real quick. So I'm going to show you this Google tip. You ready? So let's say I want to save this Google Doc. I want to save it to where I can have access to it anytime, and I don't have to go search my Google Drive for it. I want to go up here. This right here, this is called the Omnibox. That's a fun little fact, called the Omnibox. And I'm going to go over here to the right where there's a star. This is going to allow me to bookmark this page. Okay, so I can add this bookmark. Now I can go in and title this. So I can call it, I'm going to call it cheat sheet. Okay, I want to put it on my bar, and I'm going to hit done. Now I've run out of room, so I'm going to drag it over here so I can show this. Okay, so now I've got my cheat sheet. So I can X out of this. And at any time, I can just go here and I can just say cheat sheet, and it's going to open up my cheat sheet so I can have a quick access to it. Now, here's where the tips come in. Do you ever save stuff in the chat? Have you ever saved stuff to your bookmarks bar? In the chat, have you ever saved anything to your bookmarks bar? I'm gonna go back and look at all the things that you guys said as suggestions for getting students engaged and be successful. I just want to finish this part, and then I want to jump back in though. So keep going, keep adding stuff. Those are really good things. So I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna click there, and it's gonna go there. Now here's the deal. Whenever I add stuff to my bookmarks bar, here's the problem. Too often, I can only add like 6 or 7 things, and then it fills up. What you can do, let's say I go to, let's say tarveracademy.com/Google. So I want all the Google resources or whatever, Google videos that I have on my website. Okay. Now, if I go and bookmark this page, it's going to take up a chunk of my real estate up here in the bar. Watch what I can do. I can delete the name of this and save it with no name. What that does is it saves it as an icon. Now I have saved room on my bookmarks bar and just put these icons instead of actually putting like all those words. So a quick way to save all that room in your bar is to just save it as the icon. Now, here's the issue with that. If I do that here for this cheat sheet, if I rename it and I delete it like, oh, Tyler told me just delete the name. The problem is that it's just a Google Doc. And if I have 4 or 5 Google Docs that I've saved, I don't know which one is which. So what you can do, I'm going to rename it, edit the name, I'm going to call it cheat sheet again. And what I can do is I can actually go in and create a folder and call it cheat sheets. Hit enter. I can say create a new folder. I'm going to say teacher cheat sheet. Hit save. Now it's going to create a folder for me called cheat sheets to where I can click and I can do this. Everything that I use frequently in my Google Drive, I have sorted into folders in my bookmarks bar. Okay. And that allows me to quickly go through, because I hate going to my drive. I hate to wait on it to load. I hate to go through it. It just takes up a ton of time. So I like to go in and I like to just save them here. So like I can save all of my different lesson plan options, check-in, check-out certificates. I'm doing that for this summer PD. Discipline stuff, I can do that here. All this can be saved underneath these. And if you're like, well, what if I want to add it later? Watch what you can do. You can click it, drag it over the top of it. Sorry, click, drag, hold it over and drop, and it'll drop it directly into one of these folders. So that is a quick way to go in and sort and adjust these. Okay. So before we move on, I want to read some of the things that you guys did to get students connected to the learning over the past year or two. Okay. So Sonia did gamifying. I actually did on my my YouTube channel, I did an interview with a guy at a school I was speaking at, and he had started doing this and he saw huge results. And I think he was middle school, English or history. Gamifying, kids love games. So if you can add that in, that's great. Shelly said they had virtual office hours where kids could drop in and talk about whatever. That builds that community piece. That's super smart. That allows them to feel that connection because you are doing it. I think it's pronounced Luann. Morning meetings, restorative circle. Ooh, I like that. That's cool. That sounds like a pretty good thing. Calling or emailing them personally to check in with how they're doing. Okay, so I'm working on my dissertation right now, and my focus of my dissertation is how to engage learners with online educational videos. What's up? And there's a couple of research studies, and there was one that was done where they took a group of students, and one group they did asynchronous, like they did a Zoom class and taught them in real time. And the other group of students, they pre-recorded it and they just gave them the video and said, watch this video in your own time. There was no significant difference in what students learned, whether they heard you say it in person or in real time, or they watched a recorded video of it. There was no difference. Where the study saw a significant difference was whenever that teacher followed up individually with those students. So what you're saying right here, research is actually showing that is effective in getting to know students and building rapport and bringing up their grades. Calling them and following up personally helps them learn better. That is actually researchable, okay? So Tara had flex time in the afternoons where students could log in for tutoring or one-on-one time to talk to you. Open office hours, fantastic idea. Fantastic idea. I highly encourage you guys do this if you get a chance. I would even create parent office hours during your prep. Always be available. I can pop in and talk to you because we all love talking to parents. Making activities interactive rather than just filling out a worksheet. Fantastic. I love that. I think that is a fantastic idea. Looks like we got checklist to completion. So organization. So students were successful and they knew exactly what to do. My oldest, he's 10 years old. He just finished 4th grade and he is very smart and he wants to do a good job. He wants to make his teacher, please his teachers, but he also wants to do good because he wants to make good grades. Whenever I saw him not be successful, honestly, it's because there was a lack of organization in what he was supposed to do. He didn't understand, or he thought he knew what they were asking, but they were asking something else. That happened to me. I'm a doctorate candidate and I got confused in how I was supposed to complete an assignment. And I didn't do as well as I thought I should have. It happened to me like last week. Okay. So organization and what your expectations are allows your students to be more successful. Lindsay had at the start of the class, let the students talk about what they wanted, share how they're doing, giving them the chance to build that community and be a part of it. That is a fantastic way to connect and have students feel connected to your class. Okay. Great job. All right. We're going to keep moving. If you need any of these, I've got like on those cheat sheets, I've got some of the tips, but here's where I have more of them. So I've got a ton of videos here, tarveracademy.com/Google. Honor roll. That'd be cool if y'all join the honor roll, but we'll talk about that later. Okay, sweet. So we're going to X out of this. Awesome. All right, we're rolling in. We're rolling right along. Man, 6 hours. That's a long time to talk. I'm live streaming for 6 hours. That's a long time. And none of my break videos are working, so I'm not going to get the chance to take a break with that. So that's fun. Okay, so here's a cheat sheet for students as well. What I would recommend is I would take this link and I would go into Google Classroom. Okay. Lisa said organization is the key to everything. If you're not organized, I can feel myself sinking. I'm the same exact way. I have to do like a to-do list. I've got to do it in order. If not, it's like you get this feeling that there's something you should have been doing, but you don't know. Like it's like what is the thing I was supposed to be? It's like you feel like you're missing something. So what we're on now, I went in and I copied this cheat sheet for students because you should not be their personal secretary for using Google. So what you do is you give them a place to go to get help. And this cheat sheet for students is helpful for them to know where to go to see these little tutorials on doing all these things with Google. So I'm going to go in, I'm going to create a material because I don't want to make an assignment. And you're like, well, why didn't you put it in the announcement section? Announcements are suggestions. Okay. If you put it in the classwork, it matters to them. There you go. All right. So title is Google cheat sheet for students. If you're having trouble with, oh, that's not spelled correctly at all. If you're having trouble with Google, do this. Step 1, I do everything in Classroom. I do number it. I want to be organized for them, because if I'm not clear and organized in the process, then they're going to come ask me and it's going to cause me more work. 1, ask a friend. 2, because that teaches the friend, because they now have to teach you. Use this cheat sheet. 3, Google it. 4, ask me. I want to be the 4th line of defense for whenever they're trying to do something, okay? I'm going to be the 4th person they ask, or the 4th place they go to learn this. And then I'm going to add that link so that they don't have to even search the internet. They can literally just go in and click this and find all this stuff. I'm going to go to topic. This goes under class resources, and then I'm going to hit post. Oh, BJ started using the cheat sheet. Oh my goodness. This is a testament of what I just talked about. Started using the cheat sheet this year, and it has been a lifesaver. You say ask 3 before me. Smart idea. It rhymes, so it has to be true. And then started saying, did you check the cheat sheet? They will stop asking you as much, and it'll start filtering that out, because if not, it's going to add more work for you, and you've got plenty to do. Let the students learn how to do it and apply. You're not being lazy. It applies to real life skills of going and reading and watching a video and then walking. How many times have you, as an adult, had to go search a YouTube video and go step by step to do something or figure something out? Like legit, I did that too. We bought a new grill. I had to do that 2 days ago to put a grill together. I had to watch a video and do that. It's modern day instructions. People, whenever they're like IKEA, they're going to give you a QR code. Then when you scan it, it's a video of someone putting together that shelf so you know how to do it. Anna asked, will we have access to this video after today? So Anna, the way my summer PD is set up, this is one of the free sessions that I'm doing. This is one of the free sessions that I'm doing this summer for educators. And so anybody can jump in and join this. I'm also, there's 2 more times that we're going to have this premiere. It'll either be me live doing it again, or I'll run this as a premiere. So there's like going to be a live chat where people can be in it. I'll be in the chat as well, but maybe I didn't pre-record, like I'll use this video. So that's one of the 2 options. So it'll play 2 more times this summer. That's for premium people. If you want access to this video at any time throughout the year, or if you want to join in on any of the other 2 sessions and access to like literally, I think it's an extra like 68 sessions that we're doing this summer, plus access to all the sessions anytime, plus weekly resources throughout the school year, templates and resources as I make new ones. I actually send that out to my honor roll. It's like this membership group that I have on my website. So if you want to go there and join the honor roll, you get access to this, every presentation I do this summer, weekly resources and tips throughout the year. And so pretty much you get access to everything. I offer so much free stuff. This is like the only thing I do that people like sign up for. So great question. Thank you for asking. And if anybody wants to join it, that would be dope. Okay. So Tara asked, do I create a Google form? How would I use this if I do not have Google Classroom? Okay. So if you don't have Classroom, what you could do is you could still get that link, and then whatever LMS you're using, you can put it into that LMS under class resources. So you can go in there. Michael, are you, I think Michael's talking about my honor roll. Thanks for the shout out, bro. I appreciate that. If you aren't, I'm sorry. I just use you for my honor roll, but I appreciate you being a part of it. What's up? Okay. Sorry. I got distracted. I get excited when people brag about the honor roll because I take a lot of pride in it, because it's kind of where I put like a ton of effort and energy. So Tara, sorry, back to your question. Tyler, stay focused. What you could do is you could take that link and then you could put it under your class resources in Canvas or Blackboard or whatever you're using as an LMS. Or what you can do is if you have a teacher website, which hopefully we have time today, I'm going to show you, we can actually create a teacher like a super simple teacher website that is really good for you, for students and for parents. You can link it in there as well. Just have wherever your students are going frequently for class, that's where I would recommend putting it. You don't want it to be in a random place. So there you go. There you go. All right, sweet. as LMS Canvas, so I can do the same thing in here. Yes, you can do the same thing and toss that link in there. And then you can also link it in Schoology as well. So, oh, all right. So if somebody could somebody toss in the link to the level 1 checklist for Shelly? If not, I can toss it on the screen. Actually, I can do that. So, I mean, my job is to answer your questions. So I'm going to answer y'all's questions. And if you don't have questions, I'm going to talk about the next thing. So here's the link to the checklist. I think Shelly was asking for it. If you need it, that's the Google Level 1 Certified Educator Checklist. Okay, sweet. We're going to keep moving along. And you'll have access to this presentation after this. So if you need it, if you need any of these links, or if we don't get to it, you can go in and check it. Okay. And then there's some of this stuff that I'm going to go deeper into this summer. So like this week, I've got a 3-hour session where I'm deep diving into Google Drive, Docs, and Sheets. So we're not going to spend 3 hours talking about just those 3, but later this week, I'm actually going to do that. So if you really want to get in on that, go for it. Go for it. Okay. Every program you do in your class, everything you do, I recommend you ask yourself, is it necessary? Is it making us better? And then also, how can it be more efficient? If it's not necessary, if it's necessary, like your boss or the Department of Ed is like, you have to do this, then you got to do it. Doesn't matter what you think. You got to do it. It's your job. Okay. Now, if it is necessary to make things better, either someone requires it or it's good, how is it making you better? Okay. Think about, how is this making us better? How's it making me better, or how's it making my students better? Okay. And remember, when you get better, your students get better. Okay. Keep that in mind. Then how can we make it more efficient? So a lot of what we're talking about today is being efficient. And I talked about earlier, guys, research studies show that if you give the video beforehand and they watch it, then you can use your class time to actually like almost do the homework. They call it flipped classroom. I do this all the time whenever I teach. I make the students watch the YouTube videos, and then they build the presentation slide. And then whenever we start class, I'm like, okay, guys, let's go down the slide. Who had the first slide? Boom, they present. I fill in the gaps. I answer questions. I ask questions. We go through the presentation, and I make the students do the work. One of my favorite quotes is, whoever is doing the work is doing the learning. So I like to make the students do the work. Okay? So now we're jumping into some of our programs. We're going to get more program specific here instead of me just showing you different tips. First one is Chrome, Google Chrome. Now, what is Google Chrome? Chrome is a browser. It is your browser. It's like Safari, Firefox, Internet Explorer. What is the oldest browser you remember using? Throw that in the chat. What is the oldest browser that you remember choosing? I think mine had to be, was it Netscape? No, was it Netscape? What was it? I'm trying to remember what it was. I don't know. So that's the oldest one I can remember. I'd love to know the oldest you can remember. It is a browser. The cool thing is, it's like the godfather of all the Google apps, because if you sign in once with your account there, then what it does is it remembers all your stuff for everything else. It becomes your guide for everything else that you are doing. Okay. So I actually have to go to the restroom. So is it okay if we take like a few minute break real quick? Is that cool with you guys? Is anybody gonna be upset by that? If so, sorry, we got to do it, because if not, it's gonna be a bad idea. It's not gonna let me upload that video. So I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna do like a 30-minute break, not 30-minute break. We're gonna do a 30-minute break. We'll do like a 2-minute break, and then we're gonna come right back. So go get you something to drink. I'm gonna just do 2-minute break. I'm gonna add that in here. Add to that banner. I'm gonna add that on here. I'll be right back in 2 minutes. So sorry, but I will be Thank you guys so much for your patience. Sorry about that. You know what? I'm trying to stay hydrated. 6 hours is a long time to talk, so I got to stay hydrated. But with that comes consequences. Okay, so I'm going to take off the 2-minute break. We're about to get started again. I appreciate y'all. It's a little easier for you guys to take breaks. We don't notice as easily. So, okay. So we're back at it. We're talking about Google Chrome. There's not a ton of stuff you're going to do with your class using Google Chrome, but I do want to show you a couple little features that might come in handy as you're moving along throughout the year. Do you ever, and I don't know how much of this I'm going to be able to show you on the screen because it only shows like a certain tab and it doesn't show certain things on there, but I could talk you through it. And I think the main thing is that you know it exists. So on slide 23, if you look at slide 23, this is a super convenient thing that you can do with your class. Have you ever had like a student that was going to present something and they come up and they use your computer and they sign into their account and then your computer tries to sign you in as that student for like the next 3 months? Has anybody ever had that happen? What you can do is instead of you letting them sign in under your Google Chrome, you can go up here in the upper right-hand corner. Do you guys see that? It looks like a slender snowman. If you click on that, okay, it's not going to show the pop-up, but the pop-up is, I've taken a picture and a screenshot of the pop-up. You can see it on the screen, and I've circled with the yellow. You go to New Incognito Window, okay? So watch what happens. Oh, it's not even showing the incognito window. It's in a different tab. So what it does is it's going to essentially create a new window called an incognito window where someone else can log in. They can go to different websites. They can do all this stuff. And then whenever they X out of that window, it forgets all their stuff. So like I go present at school. So say I'm doing a keynote at a school and I'll sign into my Google account to pull up my presentation. What I do is I create an incognito window. I sign into there with my account. And then when I'm done presenting for the day, I'll hit the X on that window. It disappears. And now nobody that uses that computer can sign into my stuff. It's like a ghost account that stays there. And then when I'm done, it's gone. It disappears. It's clear and ready to go. Okay. So it is a super helpful thing if you need students to sign in or anybody to sign in to your computer and you don't want to remember all their stuff. Okay. Now, I will tell you this, a lot of schools block this, okay? They'll block this feature. And the reason is for obvious reasons. Students will sometimes click on incognito mode and go to websites that they shouldn't go into. Or they'll go in there and they'll be cheating on one website, searching the answers, and then putting the answers into another one. So a lot of schools will block incognito mode. I've seen it I think about half the schools I visit have this blocked. So that is one of the negatives of it. As somebody who's been a tech director, I feel the pain of that. Ms. Miller, I completely agree. It is a game changer. It is so nice because like literally I had a student sign into my account to like pull up something on my computer like 3 years ago. Every now and then it still shows me her name as an option to select it. And I was like, I don't want that. Okay. All right. So Tamara, I don't want to pronounce it wrong. I'm sorry. Yours blocks it. Again, I don't blame them for blocking. There's some things that like I'm like pretty judgmental on schools. Like if they are a Google school but they use Outlook as their email, that's ridiculous. Don't do that. If they block YouTube, I think that's uncalled for. I think that it's the greatest learning tool in the history of mankind. Why are we blocking it? With incognito mode, I understand. So I don't judge schools for that. And then who am I? Who cares what I think, right? Okay. Now, next thing. It's popping up. This one's super convenient too. BJ said, I wonder if GoGuardian would pick up the incognito window. You know, I'm not sure. We looked at GoGuardian at our school. We ended up going with something that was called Synchronize because they used eyes, like you could see their screen. And what we did, we had live view of the students' screens. I'm not sure about GoGuardian. If anybody knows, you can throw that in the chat. I don't know. But that's a great question. Oh, wouldn't it be convenient if like I worked for GoGuardian? I'd be like, fun fact, GoGuardian blocks this and this for a small phenomenal fee of $200 a month. I'm just kidding. But no. All right, sweet. So we've learned that one. Let's move on to the next one. Have you ever, never have I ever, and I want to know in the chat, answer me in the chat. Have you ever been signed in on your work account and then you go over to check something and it tells you in Drive that like, sorry, you don't have access because it's like switched your account over to your personal account? Okay. Have you ever had a restricted access or sorry, you don't have access pop up on your screen? And then you have to go in and, I'm sorry, I'm reading the chat and it's like, I keep wanting to answer with questions immediately, but I'm trying to finish this train of thought and then I'll jump in. Keep asking questions. I want you to keep asking questions. If you are ever having, sorry, you don't have access because it keeps swapping in and out of your accounts, I'm about to tell you how to fix that. I had this happen to me for years. And then I did a co-presentation with my friend, Joe McClung. I think it just became assistant superintendent. Congrats, Dr. McClung. And so I was watching, he showed this and I was like, I had no idea. Okay, watch this. Here is what you should do, because I have not had that happen in years because I did this. Right here, see this little circle right here of my face? That is where you are switching between your accounts, okay? You're switching right here. That is the issue, is that you're switching there. You are changing your user profile. You're changing it in Drive or Gmail. You don't need to change it there. You need to change your profile in Google Chrome, okay? Now, you're not going to be able to see my whole screen, but I'm going to show you this. So let me X out of this. Where you need to change your accounts when you swap from your personal account to your work account is you need to go right here. You see the circle above? Like here is, see, I'm actually signed into my Tyler Tarver at Gmail account. I need to be signed in here. So I'm going to click on this. And that is where I switch accounts. So now when I swap around to different accounts, it's going to change it in Chrome. So if you want to try that, you can try it right now. If you're on a Chromebook, it's not going to work, okay? Because Chromebooks are only signed in to one user at a time. If you're on a PC or a Mac, then it will work, okay? So that's just a little heads up. So whenever you sign out of accounts, sign out up here, and that's where you need to switch accounts, okay? So honestly, this is how I do it. So I have, for each of my main accounts, so I've got my Tyler, my personal account, I've got my work account, and then I've got this one, which is my my training account. I have it to where each of those Chrome accounts they look different. And so like right here, do you see this? It's like yellow. You might be like, my window is not yellow, Tyler. That's not what mine looks like. I changed the theme color of each of my accounts so I know which one I'm logged into before I go look for it. So like, I don't even have to know, like I know I'm in my burner account. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go to Google Chrome themes. And I can go to the web store and I can change the theme color of each of my domains so that I know which one I can do. So I could go here. Oh, this one's pretty cool. Well, let's see. I have navy. I've got like a rose gold. So I need something that sticks out. I mean, I could do this. We could switch here. I could add to Chrome. And it should change this theme. There it is. So I just changed my theme. Do y'all like the yellow or the black one? Which one should I do? Y'all tell me and I'll either keep it or I'll switch off of it. Okay. So what I do is on my Mac, I actually have multiple windows up. I've got my personal account. I've got my other one, and I can have tabs within each of those windows. And that's kind of like my workflow that I work out of. So I'm going to take a drink of coffee while you tell me if I should be the yellow one or the black one. Thank you, Danad. I appreciate that. That's very cool of you to say. Okay. Okay. It looks like we've got 2 versus 3 right now. I'll give it a few more seconds. Black and yellow, black and yellow. That's a song. You ever heard that song? I was one time at Heber Springs Junior High Dance, they asked me to be a DJ. And so I DJ'd it. This was several years ago. I'll never do it again. and I DJ'd that dance. I had right around 80 kids come up to me at some point and ask me to play the song Black and Yellow. Black and Yellow, Black and Yellow. Apparently it was like their class song. And I was like, okay. Oh, you guys are pretty split on this. Okay. We're just going to keep it up. We're going to keep it rolling. You know what? I'm going to play with this for a while. I can always switch it back. Oh, man. Okay. So that's what I recommend. Change the theme color of each of your domains. So like your personal account, make it a certain theme color. Change your work account to a certain theme color so you know which one you're logged into, so you're not logging in and trying to access stuff from the wrong account. That's what I recommend to you. Okay? That's how you don't get that no access. Cool. Next, here, this is a fun one, and I think this is super helpful. In the chat, tell me the name of a website that you go to multiple times in one day. What is a website you go to multiple times in a day? Tell me that in the chat. I'm going to give you a few seconds while I drink more water so that we can take more 2-minute breaks. Harvey, love your texts and posts. Thank you, Harvey, for saying that. Yeah, he's on my text thread. So, Schoology. Okay. So somebody said they're blocked. Okay, you're in the chat. You're saying name a website you go to multiple times a day. And while you're doing that, I'll show you access to. So Harvey mentioned that I have a text thing. So if you text teacher to this number, every week I can tell you, like during the summer, every week I'll be like, hey, this is what we got coming up this week. And it's going to list the different free trainings that we have. You obviously, if you're on the honor roll, tarveracademy.com/honor roll, you get access to all the premium trainings as well. But, or if your district signed up with a co-op to where you get the premium trainings, you get that as well. So the end. But if you text teacher to that number, you can get it. So everybody's tossing in their websites they go to multiple times a day. Okay, so let's do this one. So let's go to YouTube. Let's go. Let's say, you know what? Let's just be a little selfish here. Let's say you go to the Tarver Academy YouTube channel. What is this? What's this little guy doing here? Oops. Oh, that's weird. That's going to be like Inception. I didn't mean to click on this training. Okay. So let's say you're sitting here and you're like, oh, I'm this Tarver YouTube channel. By the way, if you're on the channel, what's this little guy doing here? Whoa. Oops. Oh, that's weird. That's going to be like Inception. I didn't mean to click on this training. Okay. Oh, my goodness. So I'm trying. I can hear myself. Could y'all hear me as well? That was a mistake. I clicked on the video, so now it's like me talking in the video and then talking back on the video. Okay. Thank you, Harvey, for using this stuff. I really appreciate it. Hey, and Harvey is not a paid advertisement. I appreciate you, Harvey. If you want, bro, take this presentation. You can make a copy, change my name, and you can use this whole presentation. Anybody can do that, not just Harvey. Okay. Sweet. So let's say that you want to use this YouTube channel. Okay. By the way, don't forget to hit the red subscribe button right now underneath this video. Hit subscribe. And you're like, I go to this YouTube channel multiple times a day. What you need to do is you need to do what is called pin that tab. It's like move that bus, pin that tab. You're going to go up to this tab. You're going to right click on the tab. Okay. If you're using like a Chromebook or device, it could be, you want to double, like 2-finger click on it. And then you want to pin. You can't see my pop-up. It's going to pop up. Try it right now with this presentation or with this video. Go to the tab, right click on the tab, and then select pin. Watch what happens to my tab whenever I select this. It shrinks it down to just the icon, which is actually called a favicon, and it shifts it all the way to the left. This gives you more room for all the tabs that you open throughout the day. So a lot of you guys said you use Google Classroom, you use Canvas, you use eSchool. You're using all of these websites multiple times a day. You need to pin those tabs. I'll be honest. I have probably 6 tabs pinned at all times on my Google Chrome. I've got Gmail, I've got Drive, I've got Calendar. Those are always pinned. I usually have like whatever project I'm working on. This summer, I've got my summer PD calendar pinned on there. All of that is pinned. Catherine pins her email, her Drive, and her time clock pages. BJ said that they snagged my quote of the day and used it the whole second semester. Kids loved it. Man, that's super cool. Thank you. We're actually going to talk about that resource today. But if you don't want to wait all day today, tarveracademy.com/resources. It's the quote of the day. Did you use, on the quote of the day, did you use like my daily videos and you pasted them into Classroom, or did you use like the digital interactive notebook that I made? I'd love to know. Just curious. Okay. So I'm going to unpin this. Remember, don't forget to subscribe. What's up? Okay. So we're back on this. We're rolling through Google Chrome. Honestly, that's the gist of what you'd use. We already talked about the bookmarks bar. We also, okay, here's one. All right, so open a new tab. Y'all ready? Open up a new tab. Harvey's got the 9th graders in Philly doing it. That's what's up. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that quote of the day thing, honestly, I think it's a pretty good bell ringer. And it's built for you. You don't have to do any extra work. So I'll show you. Man, you guys are super encouraging. I really like y'all. Okay, so watch this. You ready? So let's say I open up a tab. So I want you to open up a tab that you're about to close. And I'm going to show you how to recover that tab immediately. Have you ever clicked the tab and you exit out of it and then you're like, oh no, I need that. Bring it back. Bring it back. So what you can do, I'm going to X out of this tab. Okay, so watch. I'm going to hit the X and I'm going to clear out the tab. Now, if you're on a Mac, it's Command-Shift-T. If you're on a Chromebook or you're on a PC, it's Control-Shift-T. Command-Shift-T. It brings back your most recent tab. You're bringing it back into the world, okay? So that is an easy way to bring back something if you accidentally close it out. If you accidentally close it out. All right? Sweet. So there's that tip on how to recover that tab. Let's see. Okay. Now we're moving into some Gmail tips. Okay. All right. Sonia, one of your 10-year-olds taught you that last year? Yeah. Here's the deal. Students know a ton of stuff. Like I love asking students for something like, hey, what am I doing that can be making my life easier? So it's super helpful. All right. So let's go into a couple things that I think can help you out with Gmail. Okay. So the first one, in the chat, have you ever sent an email and then immediately regretted it? You send it and then you're like, oh no, I need to check that, or I need to bring that back, or I didn't add somebody, or I think I may have accidentally sent that email to the person that I'm making fun of in the email, okay? Which none of us would ever make fun of anybody. We're all super nice, okay? Now, sorry. What you can do is you can go up here. We're going to go to the little gear in our email. So if you want to pull up another tab in your Gmail, you can do this with me. So we're going to click on the little settings. Sorry. We're going to go to, I'm sorry, you can't see because of this. I'm going to click on settings, and then I'm going to go to see all settings. Now, from here, you want to go down to the fourth one down under general. Here comes a general. It's from a show. Okay. There you go. You can go to undo send. Undo send. You can choose an amount of time you have to review an email after you hit send. Okay. So pick whichever time amount you want and then go down here and hit save. Okay. This is like the only place that you have to save something in Google is whenever you're messing with your Gmail. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my email. Now, here's the email we were doing earlier where I was going to send my friend Leanne. Okay, after I hit send, oh, you're not going to be able to see it because I've got that pop-up. Let me move that banner real quick. The Bruce banner, if you will. Okay. I'm going to hit send. Watch what happens when I hit send. Look in the lower left-hand corner of my screen. I hit send. Sending. Messages sent. But look down there next to message sent. I have the option to undo it or view the message. So I can hit undo. It's going to bring my message back. It didn't send it. It's like it gives you this like purgatory for your emails for you to take it back if you need to, okay? So it's super convenient for you if you need to, like, I don't know, review it or make sure that you, because here's the deal. You know this. Have you ever emailed a group of people and you accidentally left somebody off the email and then you like, oh, I'll forward it to you. And then they think that like they're a second-class citizen because you didn't add them originally, or like, oh, you weren't thinking of me, or I'm less important. it's good to review who you sent it to and what you sent, okay? So that undo send is super helpful. Now, I will give you this disclaimer. If you hit send, see, I'm still in my 30-second window, but let's say I go here and I click on this, it's going to send it. If you navigate away from that page, Google's going to go ahead and send it. So it stays there as an option to undo while you're still on that page. If you click off of that page and come back, it's going to go send it. Okay, it's done. The moment has passed. All right. All right, cool. Sweet. So that's one option. Now, here's the other option. And I apologize if I have any emails in here. This is my burner account, but my Autocrat that runs y'all's certificates, remember, at the end of this session, later today, I think it'll be 3 o'clock, that's whenever there's going to be a QR, or actually I can't do the QR code. I'll give you a link on the screen for you to go in and fill out a certificate to get this, okay? Harvey said, I need more stuff on the shelves behind me. The problem is I got super into cards. And so like these are all Michael Jordan cards. These are like Steph, LeBron. These are all cards. And then I've started putting cards up here. It's an issue. I've super started collecting cards. Again, if you want to sell your cards, hit me up, email me, tylertarver@gmail.com. I'll probably buy them. Okay. So I want to show you my favorite way to set up my Gmail accounts. Sorry. So I have it set up this way. Hold on, let me clear my throat. Let me clear my throat. So up here, I've got it as unread, and I've got it as everything else, okay? Default is your email comes in and it's chronological. It's like, this is when I got it in. If I've checked it, it's like that faded look like this. If I haven't checked it, it's like this more full look that hasn't been. So like, watch, I click here. There's somebody that typed in their email. Boom. See how it's shaded? Here's the cool thing. Watch as I refresh this. It disappears. It goes away. Now, what that does is the way I have my email set up is like a to-do list. As I get a new email, that is now added to my to-do list. If you're teaching now in 2021, email is no longer a suggestion. You cannot be the teacher who has 18,000 unread emails because you got behind, you didn't want to catch up. It's legitimately a problem if you're not checking your emails from your students. Here's the reason why. It's not Tyler's opinion. This is just the facts. Whenever a student emails you asking for help and you don't respond or you don't help them, that is equivalent to that student walking up to you in class saying, hey, I'm having trouble with this assignment. Can you help me? You would look them in the eyes and then you would walk off and ignore them. That's what you're doing whenever you do not reply to an email. I'm not telling you have to reply in 20 minutes or even in 24 hours, but you have to reply to every email. If I don't reply to an email, that means it is unusual. I messed up. Either I checked it when I couldn't and I forgot to mark it as unread. That's what happened. So you use it as a to-do list. And so whenever you check it, so I'm trying to find something that doesn't show somebody's email. Here you go. Boom. Here was one I did because I'm doing a podcast training this summer. And I made I did a walkthrough of how to create a podcast. So if you want to create a podcast, check me out on that training. So when I go in here, I can go in, I can hit reply, and I can reply to it. Now, when I go back into my email, it is going to be marked as read, and it's going to go down here into my everything else. It is completed. Now, here's the issue that most teachers have, okay? Whenever you're teaching, and you go in and, okay, I don't use MailChimp anymore, so I can do this. I go in and check this email. Let's say that you check an email and then you have students coming in asking something, okay? And they're asking you something about your class. And BJ just alluded to this in their comment. A student is coming into class and you're like, okay, I need to get out of this email to go to somewhere else, but I have to handle this email. I can't leave it because I know if I just get out of here, it's going to mark into my completed, like my read emails. I need to keep it as unread because it's in my to-do list. Go over here to the Slender Snowman. You're going to click on it, and you're going to go to Mark as Unread. That will keep it here in your unread folder, okay? Now I'm going to show you how to turn this on. Please try your email like this for 2 weeks. 2 weeks is all I ask. Try it for 2 weeks. and let me know what you think. Okay. Go up here to the gear in the upper right-hand corner, and you're going to click on that. You're going to go down to inbox type, and you want to select unread first. Okay. Unread first. And now you don't have to save this part. Like they don't do it to where you have to save it, but you're good to go. You can even choose like splitting your inbox. You can do all that. Like you can try a couple of these. Don't go crazy. Try it as unread first for a couple weeks to get it in the habit of marking it as like a to-do list. Okay. So now once you've read it or you've replied to it, it'll go out of your to-do list. Okay. You can still mark it as unread, so it saves it up there with the unread. Remember, I'm going to show you that again. If say you check it and you're like, I need to see this later, you can go here, you can click on it, you can go here, and you can go to mark as unread. That keeps it in your email. Okay. So I'm reminding you of doing that. There you go. So that's what I recommend. Okay. So I'm going to show you another thing that you can do with your Gmail. Okay. This right here in the chat, have you ever set up templates in your Gmail? Yes or no? Yes, I've made templates, or no, I haven't. And if you have made a template, tell me what you made a template of. Was it discipline issue? Was it truancy? Was it absent from a Zoom class? What was it? Let me know in the chat. Okay. Oh, so Harvey said that, okay, I'm going to pop this on the screen. So Harvey said that he keeps a standard group of responses on screen sticky notes for test responses, other notes for handy reference. That's a fantastic idea. Okay. Okay, good. So a couple of people of you use them, a couple of you don't. Okay, great. I'm going to give you these templates to use, and I'm going to show you how to set them up. All right, you ready? So, oh, thanks, Ashley. Ashley used some of my templates. I appreciate that. So you're going to click on templates. You're going to click on this right here, and it's going to go to a place where I actually made, I made a video. So if you need to refer to this later, I've got a video explaining how to do this, or if you want to show it to other people you work with, I've got it all here so you can use it later, but we're just going to use it for the templates. We're just using it for the templates. So here it is right here. So this is the template. So there's student discipline issue to parents. There is student absence, Google Assistance, Google Classroom Assistance, password issues. Those are some main ones. Is in the chat. Have you ever had to reply to a student for any of these? So let's do discipline issue to parent, okay? So what you would do is you would go in here and you would just highlight what I wrote, and you're going to copy it, okay? Now you're going to go to your email. Oh, no, there it is. You're going to go to your email, and you're going to write an email. Say I need to, you say discipline issue. And I'm keeping it generic in the title as well, okay? Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste that template, okay? Now, it's kind of like this light gray. I would honestly go in, and you can just select it. You can go to the three little dots, the ant with no legs, go over here, and you can turn off the text formatting so it looks regular. So it looks like a normal text, okay? I'll do that again. You go to the A with the underline, go up here to this drop down, and you're going to select the T with the slash through it. That is taking away the formatting. So it looks like a normal email. Now, I kept it as blanks so that you could just go in, and anytime you have a student discipline issue, you just fill in the blanks, okay? But let's make sure that I don't need to adjust anything for me as a teacher before I make this a template, okay? I'm saying a lot of stuff. If I say it wrong, just tell me to say it again, okay? So I wanted to inform you that blank has acted out of line with regards to our classroom discipline guidelines. So this is where you put the student's name in. I need it to be blank for the template. The issue occurred blank. During this time, your child chose to blank. I'm going to need to keep that. Sincerely, I can put Tyler Tarver. Okay, so that's the only thing you really got to change on here is put your name in there. Now, from here, this is where I'm going to create the template. Okay, so stay with me. If you have any questions, you want me to repeat it, just let me know. I'm going to go to the three dots. I'm going to click on this slender snowman, and I'm going to go up to templates. Okay, I'm going to scroll down to save draft as a template. So I'm going to go to the three dots, templates, save draft as a template, and I'm going to save it as a new template. Discipline issue, that's a good title. Let's say discipline issue to parent. So we know exactly who we're sending this to. Hit save. Boom. Now I can send this to Leanne, inform you that, what is her son's name? Oh, he's great. I really like her son. What is his name? Oh, I know his name. Oh my goodness. Not Austin Spencer. What is his name? Oh my God. This is not important, but now it's important to me. Okay. Yeah, Sonia, that's what I titled a previous tutorial I did at a school. Oh my goodness. Let's just say his name is Spencer. It's not Spencer. Okay. Issue occurred today. Blah, blah, blah. I could send this email, fill it out, hit send. Now, what I want to do is, let's say that little Johnny was an issue. I'm going to hit compose. It's a blank email. I'm going to pick who I want to send it to. Let's say I want to send it to my friend Matt. I go to the 3 dots, the CrossFit Snowman. I go to templates. I go to discipline issue to parent. Boom. It fills in the entire template of everything that I use frequently. So now I'm going to inform you that Beckett, the issue occurred today. Your child chose to be awesome. I wouldn't send it for that, but maybe I'll tell you that. I've got a positive student discipline form template that I'm going to give you guys. You need to record when students do stuff well. Parents want to hear that too. Okay. And then I can hit send. It is a quick and easy way to generate these emails. So let's say a student hits me with like, oh, let's say this was a student asking, how do I attach blah, blah, blah? I can hit reply. I can go here to the 3 dots. I can go to, I don't think I have one for Google. Yeah, student Google issues. I click this. Please refer to the tutorials below for assistance. Please reach back out if you have any questions. It's some of the main stuff they struggle with. I hit send. Those things that you get asked all the time, create templates for it so you can save yourself time in replying to people on all this stuff. Okay? So that is mine. In the chat, was this helpful? Are you going to use templates? And if you are, what are you going to use it for? Okay. Brooke is saying that you don't have the option for templates. Are you Gmail or are you Outlook? Is your district Gmail or Outlook? I'm assuming Gmail if you said that. Let me see if you have to turn it on. If you have to turn it on, let me look. Okay. I'm going to look with you. I'm going to go to settings, see all settings. Let's go to, I think it's under advanced. Oh, yeah. Okay. So you have to turn it on. Okay, Brooke, this is what you got to do. You ready? Go to the gear. Go to see all settings. And then you're going to go to advanced. And then you need to turn it on. Go to enable. It's right here under templates. Enable. Okay. So if you're using Gmail and you don't see this option, go to settings, go to advanced, and then go to enable. And then you just make sure you hit save changes. Okay. So there you go. Luann, you said that you guys use Gmail. You don't use Gmail to use Outlook. Quick question. Is your district, do they use Google for everything else, like Docs, Sheets, Drive, and all that? Or are they using a lot of Microsoft stuff for everything else? Like they're using Teams and all that? Let me know because I have a message to somebody depending on your answer. Okay. Sonia, I actually have a template that you can use for that. I'll give it to you here in a little bit. Okay. Sweet. Amber, y'all use Outlook? Do you guys use Google for everything else or do you only use Outlook for the email portion? Let me know in the chat because I have a message. I'm going to move on, but I really want to know because I have an important message. If you guys use Google for everything, but you use Outlook as your email, I have a message for them. Okay. Link on slide 29. This is where you can get, I've got some example templates in a video. So if you need that, go for it. So if you need those, I put it here as well on slide 29. Cool. Okay. If you want, I'm not going to go through applying labels. Honestly, I think it's kind of a waste of time, but if you want to learn that, I've got a video here to break that down for you. We're rolling into Google Drive. We're rolling, guys. We're learning. We're almost halfway there. We're going to do like here in a little bit, we're going to do a 10-minute break so I can grab a snack and you can grab a snack. But right now we're going to roll in for a little bit longer. Okay. So Amber, so you guys use Microsoft for everything. You're a student teacher this coming year. Okay. Well, first off, okay, I don't know what school you guys go to, but I have a message. You can get your phone out and record this with video. This is a message to superintendents. Hi, how are you? My name's Tyler. I am licensed to be a superintendent. I've been the role of an assistant superintendent. Didn't have the title, but I had all the responsibilities. This is a message to you. It has come to my understanding that your district uses Google for everything except for your email. You use Outlook. I'm going to tell you something. That's a bad decision. Outlook is not as good as Gmail. Gmail integrates with everything else they're using. There is no benefit to the teachers to use Outlook over Gmail. It is a detriment to them, and it makes their life harder. Switch to Gmail. It'll take you about a week to 2 weeks to get used to it. You will not regret it. It will be one of the best leadership decisions you make this year if you switch from Outlook to Gmail. Trust me, I want you to be successful. My name's Tyler, and this has been a public service announcement. Thank you. Okay, so there you go, guys. That's my message to any school who uses Outlook and then uses Google for everything else. Okay? I'll be honest. If you're doing that, people are judging your leadership decisions. Okay? You're the kind of leader that people are like, oh, they probably don't know how to open a PDF. All right? Just so you know. Change it. All right. Moving on. We're talking about Google Drive. Google Drive, if I could sum it up in like a sentence, Google Drive, it is a Google Drive is like a flash drive or a hard drive. It is where you store things. You store things on a flash drive. You store things on a hard drive. And then what you do in Google Drive is that's where you store things as well. You store it in the cloud. You can access it on phones, on computers, anywhere with the internet, you can access it, or you can download it offline and use it there if you download it offline. And then when you hit the internet, it updates it, okay? So Google Drive is great. However, it is not really a tool you use to like create. You can organize things in Google Drive, but that's not where you are going to actually like do activities with students. Like it's an organization, it's a folder, it's a glorified folder, okay? However, there are things we can do to be more organized with our Google Drive, okay? So as my Google Drive is loading up, I want to answer a question from Harvey. Let me see. So yeah, thanks guys. I've actually spoken at schools. I'd never heard of it till last summer. I was speaking at a school and that I was showing them some Gmail tips and they're like, oh, we don't use Gmail. I was like, I'm doing a 6-hour Google training at your school. Why would you not use Gmail? And they were like, well, we don't know. Nobody here knows. And I was like, here's the deal, guys. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. That's like saying, hey, we're going to go out and we're going to have car races. We've got a Lamborghini in the garage, but we're going to take out this Toyota Prius for the car races. Okay. That's what you're doing. I'm sorry. I get hype. There's like 4 things in this world that I get hype about. And that is one of them apparently. Okay. Harvey said, could you describe your YouTube streaming setup in an email or we can connect later? I would love to start producing courses like this for my staff. What apps or gear do you prefer? Harvey, email me and I'll shoot you the links, but I can summarize it in case you guys want to know. I'm using StreamYard, StreamYard, StreamYard to stream my screen and this video. It's fantastic. They have a free version. I think I pay like 20 or 25 bucks a month. And that allows me to stream to Facebook and YouTube, and I can use my own like branding. Like if not, they put StreamYard branding. Not a bad thing, just what they do, okay? So StreamYard is what I use to put it on the internet, and it connects to my YouTube. As far as the setup goes, this is, I have a camera. This is a Canon A6400, and I've got it ran into my computer, and that's running this. And then I'm trying to think what else. I've got a Yeti microphone. So this is my mic. So this is what I'm running my microphone out of. And then I have 2 lights set up so you guys can see me more clearly. So that's my full setup on here. And then I've got my computer ran into a monitor. Harvey, email me. If anybody else is interested in knowing my setup, just email me, tylertarver@gmail.com. I'll hit you with that whole setup if you want. Okay, Russell said, can I run my videos directly from Google Drive to Google Classroom, or do I need to continue to upload them to YouTube? Russell, no, you don't, okay? You do not have to do it to YouTube. I recommend YouTube and just make it unlisted, because that is going to play back better for students. Unlisted YouTube video, YouTube just works better for video, okay? But if you want, you can upload it directly into Google Drive and then just share that video from Google Drive into Google Classroom. If I don't, my phone's actually running a TikTok live right now, so I can't show you, but on your phone, if you go to the Google Classroom app and you hit, it's like a paper airplane, or it's either a paper airplane or a paper clip. If you click that, you can actually record a video directly into Google Classroom, and it'll actually upload it as a Drive file. That's the default, is that it goes as a Drive file, a video file. Now, here's what I would recommend. If you're doing that, if you're recording a video on your phone, I would not recommend recording it like a 30 or 45-minute video. I've recorded those videos, and when you do it with your phone and you're recording it just like straight up, there's a good chance something messes up and you lose 30 minutes worth of work. I don't recommend that, okay? I recommend, if you're going to go 30 to 45 minutes, use StreamYard or Screencastify or Loom or Canva. Use something to where you can stream it. That way it records everything as you go. So good questions. I don't mind stopping what I'm doing to answer questions. I want to answer your questions. From RT, our district only has the Google Suite, which does not include Google Classroom or Gmail. Okay, get it. Get Google Enterprise. You spend a lot of money on other stuff, get it. Just do it. Tell your IT, say do it. It's the best decision they'll ever make. I promise. Also for management, easier for them to manage as well. That's good. See, the Classroom, a lot of people don't want to use Classroom as their LMS. Somebody like I consult with schools on different stuff, because I've used Blackboard, I've used OdysseywAre, I've used Canvas, I've kind of used Schoology a little bit, not enough to be an expert. I've used, what else? Apex, Epic. We've used Google Classroom. I'll be honest with you guys. I've used all those. The best one is Google Classroom because it's integrated with everything else. Now, other ones have random little features that matter, but you're sacrificing stuff when you do that. And also, they cost money. Google Classroom is built into whatever you're doing with all your other Google stuff. Just use Google Classroom. If you want to spend money, if you're like, no, we just want to spend money on an LMS to feel important, Canvas or Blackboard, okay? But there you go. Google Suite has all of it. They just not. Oh, there you go. Google Suite has all of it. So if you guys, which they changed it to Google Workplace for Education, I think is what they're calling it now. But there you go. That's an option. So yeah, they need to turn it on. The end. That's all I got. Okay, so we're in Google Drive. Sorry, guys. I will always stop to answer questions because I want to make this applicable for you. The best way to do that is to answer your questions. So if you have any questions at any time, throw them in there. It doesn't matter if we're talking about it or not. You know I like to get off subject. Okay, so here we go. We are going to go into, we're going to our Google Drive. One of the things that bothers me with Google Drive is one of the things that, sorry, I just read Pamela said our school is using Microsoft Teams for elementary students. And we were like, nah, absolutely not. Yuck. I'm sorry. I don't work for Google, but no, stop. Like, quit using Microsoft. It's ridiculous. Okay, so let's roll in here. And but if Microsoft wants to sponsor me, let's do it. But I will not lie to people. I will say your stuff is not as good as Google, but you can pay me. Then I won't be mean. All right, so here's the deal. When you go in and you start organizing your Google Drive, what you're going to do is you're going to have a ton of folders, but you're only going to use like 5 or 6 of them. One of the little hacks that I do to organize my folders, if I have a folder and let's say I use this folder frequently and I don't want to scroll down to find it, I'm going to right click on it and I'm going to go to rename. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put something in front of that name. I'm either going to put underscore, an asterisk, or I can go grab like smiley face emoji. And go here. And then I can select copy. And I can actually put an emoji at the beginning of the title of this folder. Load up. Taking a sweet time. Hit OK. Now, the reason we put an underscore or an asterisk or a number or an emoji Well, the reason we did that is because that now moves it to the top alphabetically in our Google Drive. Okay. If you're looking at your Google Drive right now and you're like, hey, mine looks like this. Okay. I'm just going to tell you this. This one's Tyler's opinion. I don't feel as strongly about this. But I will say this. This is tablet view. This is what you look like. It's easy to scroll and use if you're using a tablet. This is desktop view. This does it alphabetically. You know, I'm not your boss. You do whatever you want, but that is the view that you have there. So we're rolling in here. These are emojis. This is how I organize mine. The 5 or 6 folders that I use most frequently, I'm going to use an emoji. That's how I'm going to do it. That's how I'm going to live my life. Okay. So I'm going to go in there and that's going to allow that to pop to the top. Other than that, on a scale in the chat. Okay. Y'all ready? Shelby said, okay, I've never used this. Emoji add-on for Google is super fast. I have not used that, but I will be trying it in the near future. I'm actually doing a Google add-on session this week. I'll probably add that to it. I'll write it. No, I'll just remember it. Okay. Sweet. So there you go. So whenever you are in the process of organizing your drive, in the chat, tell me 1 to 10, how organized is your Google Drive? 10 is like everything is in perfect locations with the proper titles. It's great. 1 is like, Tyler, I have 0 folders. Everything says untitled document. It's an absolute mess. So rank how organized your Google Drive is in the chat. 10 is absolutely perfect. 1 is absolute dumpster fire. Okay, so tell me in the chat. I'd love to see it. Awesome. Okay, we got some people. We got it kind of all over. Here's the deal. This is my burner account, so my Google Drive's not great. My other Google Drive, I have a few hundred folders. Everything's organized. I've got my main folders at the top. I've got folders within folders. It's like Inception, folderception. Okay, somebody said -3. Harvey, I like you. I like you. We need to start a podcast together. Okay, so I'm going to show you the best way to organize your Google Drive, and you never have to go in Google Drive. Okay. So my Google Drive is pretty organized and I never organize it directly from there. Okay. I'm trying to find something that won't show somebody's name. Oh, this is not what we want. I mean, we could do this. Nope. I don't want to move that. Trying to find something. Here we go. Okay. So here's a file. So I'm clicking on an email that has a file. Okay. Now, here's my attachment. This is what it looks like when you are sent something, whether it is a Google Doc or a sheet or a slide or a PDF or even a Microsoft Word file. Whenever you get those, hover over it. And then what you do is, if it's already in a folder, it'll have the folder like this. If it's not in a folder, it'll be like a triangle with a plus sign. That's the Add to Drive feature. I organize my Google Drive. Okay, sorry, I'm reading the questions. I'll answer that. That's a good question. I organize my Google Drive directly from my emails I get. So as I receive emails, that's when I'm organizing it. So I can click on this folder or the triangle with the plus sign. I can move the item and I can choose what folder to put it in. I can put it here. I can go Clear Eyes. I can put it in here and you're like, oh, I want to put it in Full Hearts. I bet that I knew it was going to say Can't Lose. And then I can actually create another folder inside of here. I can say, Tim Riggins. And it's a document or a PDF or something I got related to a student. I can create a folder in my Gmail. I can create folders within folders and sort it directly from my Gmail. My drive is organized because I do it as I get the emails. Do not spend 3 hours going back and organizing your Google Drive, okay? Just go in and sort it as you get it. Or if you go back and you're like, oh, I need to go back and find a presentation, okay? Go here, up here in the top part, you see this? Or if you have a triangle with the plus sign, you can click this. Y'all can do it right now to this presentation. Click on it, and you can sort it into whatever folder you want directly from the file. So you're sorting it either directly from the file or sort it as you receive it in Gmail. So those are the two options I would recommend. Okay. So I think we had a good question here. So Brooke said, show me all the copies of students in the past. Okay. So, it looks like Anna and Brooke had the same thing. So Anna said, I get frustrated because whenever I search my drive for an assignment, it will show me all the copies that students in the past have done. And Brooke, I think, said the same thing. I still show work from students in the past I don't need to see, but don't know how to clean that up. Okay, I'll show you. All right. So whenever you are in Classroom, whenever you're creating something in Google Classroom, anytime you create a class, Google is automatically going to create a folder for that class. And then anytime you create an assignment inside of that class, it's going to create a folder specific to that assignment. Okay. Now, I will show the emoji thing again, Shelly. Let me do this. Don't let me forget it. Now, when you go over to your list of Google classes, you see this in the bottom right-hand corner of each class. That is your folder. This is a direct link to the folder that Google created when you created this class. Okay. Now, see this? These are all assignments that I made. And inside of there, I'm assuming if I created an assignment, it's going to be assigned. It's going to have the copies of every student who's ever done it. Okay. Let me see one that has it. Doesn't matter. You get the point. Now, let's say that you want to go in and clear out all of the stuff from a previous year that students submitted. Okay. Personally, I would not do that. And the reason is because it is a good way for you to find if a student made a copy of their stuff, shared it with their buddy who is taking your class the next year, and they're just copy pasting everything. It's like a plagiarism checker where you can search your drive for previously submitted assignments. So if you were like reading some students' assignments and you're like, this feels really familiar, you can copy it, search in your drive, and see if somebody else had already said that and they're cheating. Okay. So let's say you go here. What you could do is when you're done with that class, so like I'm closing out and I'm done with History of Magic for the year. I could go here. I could go to History of Magic. I can right click and I can remove this entire folder and delete the entire thing. That is how you can clear out previous year's classes. So if that's what you want to do, that's how you would do it. And then so that you can still reuse posts, I would go in after you do that and I would click the 3, CrossFit Snowman, and then I would archive the class. So that's how you would do that. Okay. All right. All right. I'm going to show. Shelly asked, how to add an emoji? Yes, absolutely. I'll show you how to do that. I'll show you how I do it. It looks like Sonia has a better way. It says emoji equals Windows plus period. I don't know what that is. I don't have a PC, so I don't have the Windows button, if that's what you're talking about. But maybe there's a way to do it, and I just don't know it. That's fine. There's a lot of things I don't know. There's a lot of things I do not know in this world. So let's say I want to make this archive. I'm going to right click. I'm going to go to rename. And then I just search like a book emoji. Actually, on my regular account, I have this bookmarked. Emojipedia is incredible. I think Harvey said that earlier. It's pretty incredible. And I have it bookmarked so I can just click it and then I can go search emojis. And I can go here and then I would just hit copy. It copies it to my keyboard. And then I can roll over to archive and then I can paste it. I want to try what Sonia is saying. Sonia said command plus period. So command period. Maybe that's not it. Maybe so it's not doing anything whenever I do it. I don't know. Maybe I'm probably doing something wrong here. But what I do is I go to Emojipedia, I grab the emoji I want, and I paste it in there. Okay. So there you go. So I need to figure out, Sonia, you need to connect. I need to connect with you. I need to figure out how to do what you're saying. Maybe I can do it here. Let's see. I'll try it up here. Maybe I was doing the wrong spot. So command period. No, I don't know what I did wrong. Okay, sweet. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Ooh, there's one more thing that you need to do. Okay. So let's say you have a ton of Microsoft Word files, and you have a ton of Word files, you have a ton of PowerPoints, you have a ton of Excel files, and you're like, okay, Tyler, I'm ready to convert that stuff over into slides, docs, and sheets. Now, here's the issue with that. Whenever you're doing that, whenever you're converting them over, you're like uploading them and then you're hitting right click and you're saying convert to. That's a lot of work. There's an easier way to do it. You ready? Go up here to the gear in the upper right-hand corner. We're going to go to settings. Second thing down, used to be fourth, but they were like, this is important. Let's move it to second. Go to convert uploads, and you're going to select this box, convert uploaded files to Google Docs editor format. When you have that selected, now let's say I want to go in and I want to import something. I wrote a paper last night for my class. So let's say I want to import a Word file. I'm going to hit File Upload. And then I'm going to go and I'm going to select this. This is a Word file. What it's going to do, when I import that Word file, it's going to automatically convert it. You could do this for every file that you have on your computer. So let's say you have 500 presentation, PowerPoints, Word files, all this stuff that you've created over the years, and you want to convert it. You could go over here, you could hit new, and you could do folder upload and upload all of those at one time. It'll have the folders, it'll have the doc, it'll convert everything. And I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty good. Sometimes with like pictures or like images, it gets a little rough. But for the most part, it does a pretty great job of converting everything over. So I highly recommend doing that. Okay, sorry, I'm going to try this. So Tara said, Lisa, I think if my screen is blurry, it means that YouTube is throttling your, it's toning down the resolution because of the internet speed. So if you're like somewhere and the internet's like, maybe there's a lot of people on the internet where you are, then it's going to lower the resolution automatically so that it loads faster. YouTube does that automatically. So that's why it might be blurry. Okay, so I'm going to try this now. So you said hit Control plus Command plus Spacebar. Oh my goodness. Can you guys, you can't see it. It popped up. It did it. Oh my goodness, that is a game changer. Oh my goodness. So if you're on a Mac, Control, Command, Spacebar, it pops up all the emojis. Oh my goodness. That is incredible. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that, Tara. You have you've changed my world. I appreciate you. So I got to remember. Let me put this in memory. Control, Command, Space. Okay. Whew. Okay. This is incredible. Thank you so much. That was incredible. That's why we're teachers. That aha moment. I appreciate you. 10 points to Gryffindor. Thank you so much. Okay. Sorry. That was a world changer. So here we go. What it did was it took my Word document and it converted it over into a a Google Doc, and it converted. Let's see if it did. It was a bunch of tables. Let's see if it worked. So I think it did it. We're going to do a lunch break here in about 10 minutes. So we're going to do a quick break. So we're almost there. If you want to grab something, it'll be a 10-minute lunch break in 10 minutes. Okay. So look, it did. It did a perfect convert of it. I did my specialist degree at the University of Arkansas, and U of A is like super old school when it comes to like how they teach people how to be teachers. I'm like 98% of teachers use Google for everything, and you guys are making us use Microsoft. Anyways, so for that, my professors were big time sticklers for the formatting, like APA formatting, the margins, all this stuff. I have not had Microsoft on my computer for 9 years. I have not had the Office suite on my computer for 9 years. Okay. So what I did was I got the correct formatting in a Google Doc, and I labeled it like APA format template. So every time I wrote a paper for them, I just made a copy of that doc, filled in whatever I needed to do to write the paper. I would go in here and I would download it as a Microsoft Word file, okay? Download it as a Word file. Let me wait for it. I'm going to show you how to download it as a Word file. So I'm going to go to File, Download as Word. So when I was at U of A, I would go in, I would do it in Docs, I would download it as a Word file, and then I would email it to my professor. That's how they wanted to do it. I would email it to my professor. I never got in trouble for formatting issues because what Google Docs does is Google Docs does their best to match all the stuff you need for Word because they want to eventually outpace Word, which they're getting pretty close. Even with businesses use Word. Yeah, the ones that don't know that Google Docs is better. Okay. And so what they'll do is they go out and they adapt to what has been like the industry standard. And then eventually they're going to keep making theirs better and they're going to stop using Word and we're all going to use Docs. And that's just a fact because you know where all these kids are that are using Google every day? They're going to be in the workforce in 15 years and they're going to be telling their bosses, stop using Word and Excel and do this. Okay. Last thing I want to show you in Google Drive. Let's say you have a PDF. Let me find a PDF. Okay. Let's find a PDF and okay, I think I have one. Okay, so there's not it. There we go. So here was my check-in I did for the Baller Teacher Conference. Okay, so here's a PDF. It looks like a document, but it was a PDF. If you guys signed in for this, if you haven't, somebody can toss the link in. But the check-in sent you a PDF. Let's say that you want to take that PDF and you want to open it as a Google Doc. Watch what you can do. I've got this PDF. I'm going to right-click on the PDF. I'm going to go to Open with Google Docs. What Google does is they're reading your PDF, and then what they're going to do is they're going to convert it into a doc for you. Look at that. I mean, it's not perfect, but it did pretty close. It's reading a hard copy and it's making it into it. Okay. So there you go. We did it, guys. It's okay. Shelly, I got you. I'm going to send the link in the chat if you need to check in. Also, I use Bitly for all my short links. There's the link. If you did not get the check-in link at the beginning, I just tossed it in the chat so you can click that and check in. Okay. So there you go. That's how you convert a PDF into Google Docs. In the chat, did you know about that converter? It's okay if you didn't. How would you know unless somebody told you? So that's what I'm here for. I'm here to tell you these things. I'm here to help you any way I can. Okay. Let's see. We got a couple more minutes. I'm trying to think if we want to roll into anything else. I've got a couple more Google Drive tips here if you want to use them. You know what? Okay, let me see. So Tracy said, would this be a fix? I'm going to answer a couple questions, then we're going to take a break in 2 minutes. So throw any questions you have in there. Said, would this be a fix for adding a PDF to slides? I'll be honest, maybe. I don't know how you would do it. Yes, it would, because you can convert it to docs, and then you can import it from docs into slides. What I would probably do, though, what I always do is I just do a screenshot of the PDF, and then I import that photo into Google Slides. Okay? Pamela said, I love PDF is also amazing. That's cool. I have not used it, but I will check it out. I'm guessing that's an add-on, right, Pamela? Okay, sweet. So hopefully we're learning some stuff. Okay, so I'm going to, in case somebody rolls in, I'm going to, real quick, I'm going to add a slide that tells them what we are doing. We are going to take a 10-minute break. And so we can go grab, I know that you're not going to be able to eat in 10 minutes, but you can go grab your food, come back to your desk. And that way, because I want to maximize our time together, we're taking a 10-minute break. That's not how you spell minute. M-I-N-U-T. Take a 10-minute break. Be back soon. Okay. So I'm going to put that slide on there. And we're going to just take, like I said, 10-minute break, grab some food. I'm going to grab something to eat so I don't pass out around 2:30. And then we'll be right back. So if anybody pops in, let them know. And I'm going to pause myself, and I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. You guys are incredible. See you soon. What up? Welcome back. Lost a few of you guys, but hopefully you can get on here. Okay. So I'm gonna answer a couple questions. If you have any questions, throw them in right here. And as we're coming back, thank you for the break. I was like, you know what? I'm getting a little lightheaded. I need to probably eat something, and so I appreciate you guys being willing to take that short break. Okay, so Amber, I'm going to answer a couple questions. Do you have any? Throw them in here. Random question. Any advice for a student teacher? Yes, I have a lot of advice for student teachers. So I don't know if you're going into student teaching or you just got out of it, but student teaching is extremely important, because that is essentially a 4 to 5 month interview at the place you are teaching. We have had student teachers that have taught at our school, and we know by the end of it, we're like, we have to hire this person. Like, we want to hire them. We know before they ever step in the interview. Okay, interviews are tough because you're trying to evaluate in 45 minutes if this person fits the work ethic, the skill sets, and the personality of somebody that you want to keep around for potentially 20 or 30 years at your district. And so whenever you're doing your student teaching, it is like a 4-month interview. You need to constantly be putting out like above and beyond, get to know people, ask questions, build relationships. That James Comer quote we talked about earlier, no significant learning occurs without a significant relationship. That does not just apply to teachers and students. It also applies to educators and administrators. If you have a significant relationship with your administrator, then you're going to have like genuine success, because you know that when they critique you or they give you an evaluation, they want to make you better, because they're not only pointing out your flaws. And so I highly recommend you treat every day like it is an interview as your student teaching. The other thing is, when you start applying, I don't know if you've started applying for jobs yet. Whenever you start applying for jobs, you go above and beyond. Okay. Everybody has got a bachelor's degree that's applying for a teaching position. Everybody's got a teaching certificate. That's just to get in the door. That's not going to get you the job. You need to put in some little things that make you stand out. I call these your subtitles. And so when you apply for it, just put in there like, hey, for me, it was like, I've been on Tosh.0. It was a TV show that was popular like 8 years ago. I was on Tosh.0. That's a tagline. In every interview session, everybody has subtitles. Oh, that was the person that, sneezed like 3 times, or that's the person that, went to, some unusual school. You have to make up these taglines for people so you remember them. Choose your tagline. I was the guy on YouTube. That was probably my tagline, because not a lot of people have a ton of YouTube videos out there. Okay. So that's my tagline. So that's my advice. Now, that's short-term advice. Getting a job, starting out teaching. As you get your job, I recommend you stay organized. This doesn't matter if you're a starting teacher or 30 years in. Stay organized with your resources. I cannot tell you how much time I've wasted trying to find resources or losing resources that I've made for myself year after year. So every year, save and organize your resources, which we're going to get into some templates I have for you for that. Save and organize those so that every year you can keep improving and building that library. Collaborate. Don't be afraid to collaborate with other teachers. Build a network. Whether your network in your community is across the hall, at another building in the district, at another district, maybe it is a TikTok teacher community, whatever it is, you need to find the community of people that encourage you, that empathize with you, because it's tough. Being a teacher is tough. So I recommend just go out and remember why you do it. I would even put my why somewhere important. Why am I doing this? Like, I want to educate the next generation. I want to empower young people so that they feel like they can accomplish their goals and their dreams. And then do that. Remind yourself of your why constantly. Because I remember a couple years into teaching, I wanted to get out of it. I wanted to go do something else, because it was a grind. It was a grind every day, teaching the same thing 5 or 6 times. Boom, next day, new thing. It's like this constant grind. And it's just like, if we don't remember why we're doing it, I think we can lose that spark. And so I just keep reminding yourself of the why. And that's what honestly, it's helped me a lot, because I love helping students. And I found that I genuinely love helping teachers save time and just, I don't know, make things in their classroom better. Because I think when you make the teacher better, you make the students better. And so I'm helping both. And that's why I love helping teachers. So remember your why. Ms. Gomes said, stick with it. And remember that a bad semester a year doesn't mean a bad career. That's very good. And it rhymes. So it's even better. I had the highest highs and lowest lows my first couple of years. I'm glad I stuck with it. A lot of people say your first year is your worst year. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if is that teaching or is that marriage? I can't remember. But either way, I think that it's important to remember why you do it. And I think it looks like BJ said the same thing. Their new school is all about their why. And I think you remind yourself of that. And I actually had a session this summer where I was going to help teachers create their mission statement. And I was using the StoryBrand model, but then I contacted StoryBrand and they were like, no, you can't do that. They were like, you can't, even though I know how to do it and I have all the tools, they're like, you can't do that because people have to pay us like $5,000 a year to do that. So, oh well. But maybe if I come work with your school, I can do it in person. So holler at me. I'd love to come help them build their mission statement. All right, cool. Y'all feel good? We did it. We're back in the game. Back in the game. Google Docs. There's a couple things I want to show you, but not a lot. But there's a couple things I think that would help you save some time and be organized in your class. Oh, I noticed we dropped about 12 or 13 people, but all of you came back. Welcome back. Should I talk as well? I probably will. Doing it right now. We're going live. I'm going live. Where you at? Where you at, little buddy? Boom. Okay. In the chat, what would be your advice to first-year teachers? Put that in the chat right now. I would love to hear it. Okay. Awesome. Okay. So as we go on, we're going to go to Google Docs. I'm going to go back to my drive. All right. Now I'm in my drive and I want to create a new doc. Okay. I'm assuming most of you guys know how to do this. And then we're going to go in. Oh, I didn't see a couple other people answered it. I'm sorry. Sydney said, just finished their first year for student teaching. Best advice is to try any and everything when you get an opportunity. Also build relationships with everyone around you. Could not. You and Ms. Gomes said it way better than I ever said it. So excellent. Okay. That's such good advice. Such good advice in the chat. Some great teachers here. And here's the other one. Debbie said, don't recreate the wheel. Absolutely true. So when I give you templates, use it to not have to start from scratch. Take it, duplicate it, change it, do whatever you need to do. Okay? Sweet. So here we go. So we're going to create a new doc. I want to go in, create a Google Doc. Come on, little buddy. Come on, little buddy. Okay. So most of us know Google Docs. We know the gist of it. Man, this is really good stuff. You guys should copy paste all this advice and put it in your notes that you're taking for today. This is fantastic. Somebody said invest in comfy shoes. Absolutely. I started out teaching and I wore tennis shoes. And then when I was a principal, I wore some like boots for a while. And I was like, what am I doing? So I just wear tennis shoes all the time. I love it. And guess what? Students still respect me. What do you know? Okay. So quick tip on Google Docs. Let me make this a little bigger. I can go in here and I can say, slope formula lesson. Okay. Now, first thing you need to do is you need to title every document you make. Here, the reason I wrote that header inside the document is because I want to show you a shortcut. If you write a header in your document and then you go up here where it says untitled document, all you have to do is click on it. And guess what? It moves that up in there. You can change it, but it can fill it in for you. It does the same with Google Forms, does the same thing. It's a really quick way to title your document and save you some time because we've all been there. We all have like 8,000 untitled documents in our Google Drive. So this is a great way to bypass that. Okay. There's only two other things I want to show you in Docs. Here's one. And I would love to know in the chat if you've ever used this. This is a great resource, not only for teachers, but also a great resource for students who might need to write a lot for, an assignment, but they don't, like, maybe they're not fast typers, or maybe they're young, maybe they're like first graders and they're like got them little hands. They can't put their little hands on the keyboard. Okay. This is a great way for them to get some information onto a Google Doc. You ready? We're going to go to Tools. Oh, Toodles. We're going to go to Tools. We're going to go to Voice Typing. Voice Typing. You ready? I'm going to click this microphone. Hello, everyone. How are you today? I hope you have a great day. And this is me talking about all of the wonderful things that we need to learn today in my class. I hope that we all learn a lot today. And Tara, I'm not talking about your unnamed documents. We are all you. We all have those documents untitled throughout the entire document. At some point, you're going to say to yourself, Tyler, this is a very long sentence. You need to end this sentence. How can I do that if I'm using voice typing? All you have to do is hit period. I'm just kidding. You don't hit it, you say it, period. That's it, exclamation point. How cool is that? Comma, you get the chance to do this, exclamation point. This is a great tool to expedite what you are writing or what your students are writing. It saves so much time. And I agree that it is a game changer. Game changer. Thank you, Michael. Period. Next paragraph. Oh, that didn't work. Maybe new line. Maybe that will work. New paragraph. Is that the way it works? Oh, that is how it works. New paragraph. Start over and go to a new paragraph. There we go. Say new paragraph and it goes to new paragraph. And that's what you do. And Martha asked, how do you make voice typing work for a foreign language? That's a great question. I'll show you. Up here on you see where I've got my recorder thing? I'm going to go here and I'm going to, instead of English, I want to go down and I want to select whatever language I want. Oh my goodness, this is going to be bad. I do not speak any Spanish. Hola, muy bien, gracias, y usted? Hey, that kind of worked. Oh, no, I talked in English. Okay. But that's what you can do. You can change it. Martha asked, how do you change it to go to a different language? And that's how you do it. You would go in here, you select this, and then you choose whatever language it is you want to speak. I need Ireland. Is that a good island? I don't know. That's not a good island. Where's the regular? Not the regular. There's no regular. Sorry. United States English. That's what I speak. I need to change that. Okay. So that's a great time saver. Honestly, one time for my class, when I was at U of A, I wrote a 42-page paper on facilities in like an hour because I did voice typing. I did it while I was driving, which I was watching the road, but I held up my phone and I just talked into it. Wrote 42 pages. Now, it took me about 6 hours to correct the grammar, but I got all the information out there. Super good time saver. You just have to talk kind of like a robot, especially if you have an accent like I do, which I do. Okay. Last thing I want to show you in Google Docs. Okay. Let's do that. Remember the checklist we talked about earlier? We're going to look at it. I want to show you something. This is a really cool feature. So whenever you are teaching, if you've ever wanted to see, let's say you create a document, create a lesson plan. And let's say, are there any Tammys in here? If it is, I'm so sorry. But let's say Tammy is like, hey, will you share that lesson plan with me? I want to do that lesson. Okay, cool, Tammy. You share it with her. 6 months later, you go in to look for your lesson plan that you shared, and Tammy deleted half your lesson plan, changed like 18 different things, messed up something, and you're like, oh my goodness, Tammy, what have you done? It's like, I don't know. I didn't mean to. I just clicked in there, click, and all that stuff happened. Guess what? All is not lost. Watch this. Whenever you are in a Google Doc, a sheet, or a slide, up in the top middle, you can see when the last edit was made. Do you see that with the underline? When you click on that, you can go into what is called version history. This will show you every change that was made at any point in the life of that document, change was made, who made it, and when they made it. Look at all these. See these timestamps? This is whenever I was like, this is what the document looks like right now. If we go back to, 2018, if you click on it, I can see what it looked like in 2018. Look at this. I didn't have my logo up there. It was still the checklist I got from Eric. I had a few of these videos done and I hadn't finished it out. You have so much control over this document. And you can even look, I could go even title it. I could say, pre-logo. I can title it whatever I want. Now, let's say you're like, okay, look, I've got this battlefield that Tammy has created, which is my lesson plan. Let's say you want to take your lesson plan when it was pre-Tammy, and you want to make that your copy, and you don't want to give Tammy access to it. What you can do is whenever you find that version that you like, hit the 3 dots. And instead of, if you restore, it's going to turn the document back into that. If you hit make a copy, it's going to take that version and it's going to create it and put it as a new document. So you'll have the Tammy document, sitting there like crumbling in the rubble that Tammy has created. And then you'll have your doc outside of that is like what it was at that moment in time. And now you can go in and start editing and changing that new document. You can separate them. It's fantastic. Michael, you said it best. I did this for a couple things. It is so good for group projects to see which students have done what. Absolutely. How many of y'all been a part of a group project where you or whoever has done all the work? The Hermione in the group did all the work and all the Rons just sitting there chilling. Every group has one kid who does all the work, 2 kids that talk about whatever, Snapchat or whatever the whole time, and 1 kid that never showed up to school, and they all get the same grade. Now you can go in and see who's doing the work at what time and who's actually contributing to it. It is fantastic. There used to be an add-on called Backdraft where I could get a document from a student. I could hit the Backdraft and it would show me in real time them working on the assignment. You could do it where it speed up or it just did it. So if a student like copy pasted and then they changed words, you could tell that they copy pasted it from Google, put it in, and then just change the words so they didn't get caught for cheating. Okay. This happened with me when I was a principal. I had 2 young ladies collaborating on a slideshow presentation. One of them wrote something inappropriate. And I was like, hey, who wrote this? And they were both like, she did, and blamed each other. I went in here. I saw exactly who did it, what time they did it. And I was like, looks like you did it. And she was like, yeah, no, she got on my computer. No, she didn't. We have cameras. Boom. Gotcha. Okay. So let's see. They did the assignment on time, but forgot to turn it in. You can check and see. This is fantastic, Debbie. Version history can also be good when a student says that they were trying to tell you they did the assignment on time. They just forgot to turn it in. You can check and see if they actually did. It's great, great tool for that. I love version history. It is super, super helpful. Okay. Not restoring that version. I like the version it is now. So I'm going back to my skill checklist. Okay. That's pretty much it for Docs. Docs is, it's a tool and you can build tables. There's a bunch of stuff and I've got more tutorials and stuff on there. Main thing is that talk to text, I think is incredible. I've already showed you how to make a copy. If you need some tutorials, I've got those. Donnie said, will you become a principal again and then hire me to work for you? You know what? I never count anything out. Being a principal, I'll be honest with you guys, being a principal, it is draft back. Sorry, Martha said, I call back draft. It's draft back. But it's not supported anymore, but it still works. Sorry, I got distracted. Being a principal, I loved it, and I love the interactions, and I love the chance to get to help the students that need the most help. Like, as a principal, you only see like the 5 to 10% of students who are always in trouble. And I like that because those are the students that you can make like the biggest improvements on if you work on it, build relationships, and help them. Because the good students, I love them. They're great. And I taught them in Honors Algebra 2 all the time. And I dealt with them some, as a principal, but honestly, they don't need me. You know what I mean? They're going to be successful if you give them like a PDF. Be like, hey, do your work for the year. They're like, okay, and they'll do it. But I love making a difference with kids that you can make a real difference with. The only thing was, it's like, as a principal, it's like being a fireman. Like you're constantly putting out fires all the time. You can't plan your day. Like I used to think my principal just like chilled in the hallway between classes and then went and waited for emails. Like I was way wrong. You're constantly handling situations from central office, from the department, from teachers, from parents, from students. Like you're handling every problem. And I love it because it helped me, one, build the skill set and the desire for efficiency that I have. Because I was like, I don't have the time, so I have to be efficient or else I'll be wasting my time and not handling what I need to handle or staying up here till 8 o'clock every day. So I love it. Honestly, my next move would probably be superintendent or assistant soup if I get back into public ed. I work at a college right now and I love it, but I'd probably go super assistant soup or just like have a district like, let me come in part-time and work with teachers and help them build some resources. That'd be cool. I don't know, the end. Or we can do what we're doing right now. Hey, what's up? What up? So let's talk about Google Slides. Loki. Are y'all gonna watch Loki? I think that comes out this week. Google Slides. I undervalued Google Slides for a really long time. Okay. It is such an incredibly useful tool. Google Forms is probably the best thing for educators. I would say Google Classroom, Google Forms, Classroom, and Slides are the three best things that make educators' lives easier. And I undervalued Slides up until last summer. I was making a bunch of resources. For teachers and putting it out on my honor roll and different locations. And I was just like, hey, what resources do you want? What do you want me to make? And they said digital interactive notebooks. And I was like, oh, cool. I know what those words mean individually. I don't know what they mean all together. So I did some research and then I started making them. And I was like, this is so cool. With Slides, you can essentially make like packets. Like, did y'all ever give packets out in class where you like staple it and it would be like 10 pages? Like, all right, we're going to work through this packet during this week and we're going to turn it in on Friday. Have you ever done that? I used to do that sometimes and it was super cool. I liked the organization of it and it kept it all in that one singular location. You can now do that with Google Slides. You can collaborate. You can have students build slides. I love the tools you can use in Slides. So, okay, first one. This is a resource I want to give you guys. And this will be good for back to school. So you might want to mark this or save this resource. But this is a getting to know you icebreaker. We used to do this at our buildings where we'd have teachers come in and teachers would go in and they would all collaborate on one slide and they would insert a photo, their name, a quote they like, and then what they teach. It was a great way for them to go in and interact or get to know other teachers in the building. But then we took that presentation and then we made it like a slideshow on the TVs in the hallway during open house. So it was a way for parents and students to see pictures and get to know a little bit about their teachers in their building. So you could do this with your teachers in back to school week, or you can use this. So you can use this and you can do it with your class the first day of school, and it serves a bunch of purposes. So here's the process if you want, or if you want, here is an about us. You could have them go in. I've got a couple of these resources on here. I'm thinking about making like a back to school starter pack, and I'm gonna probably put it in my honor roll. So Michael, you're in the honor roll. What's up, bro? So I'm gonna throw it in there. I might toss it out to everybody. But anyways, what the idea is that, wait, that's the whole group. I don't want that. I want the other one. So sorry. That's where everybody started putting their information. This is what I want. This profile slide card. So what you would do is you would share, you'd make a copy. So it's for you and I don't have access to it. And then you're going to be able to toss that into your Google Classroom where everybody can collaborate. Okay, I got two questions over here. First one is, what slide number is this? I am on slide 39. And then BJ asked about the certificate. At the end of the sessions today, I think it'll be like 2.5 hours. I'm going to have a link on the screen. And when you click that and fill out the evaluation, you'll be able to, it'll email you a certificate. Okay. So I'm going to send in 2.5 hours. That's whenever we're going to do that. Okay. So good questions. If you have any more questions, throw them in there. Tara said digital interactive notebooks are goals for you. I got you a template. I got a couple templates and I want you to use whichever one you like. So we'll get to those. It's coming up. Some of my favorite resources I have are in Slides. So it has a special place in my heart. Is there a shortcut to turning the mic on in settings? I mean, I don't think so. I think it's just tools. And then whenever you do voice typing, it'll ask up here if you'll allow the mic, and then you say yes. BJ said, these links will be in the presentation, correct? Yes, they are in the presentation, but they're also on my website. So all my resources are on my website, unless it's like an honor roll specific resource, but most all my resources are on there. So all my resources are on tarveracademy.com/resources, or they're in the presentation. These are all links in the presentation, okay? So whenever you make a copy of that, what you're going to do is you're going to put this in Google Classroom, and you're going to give edit access. You're not going to make a copy for everybody. You're going to give edit access to your class, because what you want is you want them to all jump into the presentation, and you want them to build their slides. This is a getting to know you icebreaker, but also it serves the dual purpose of getting them used to going in and using Google Slides. Like, here's the deal. Most of the time, whenever we like, hey, create this presentation in Google Slides, if they've never used slides before, or they've never done that, not only do they have to learn and process the information, now they have to go in and figure out how to use this program, this technology, and put it into slides. What you can do with this is you can go in and just be like, okay, I'm going to, you know about yourself. You've been with yourself most of your life. What I want you to do is I want you to go in and I want you to add this slide about you and then put it in, okay? So let's see. Okay, so what I do is, yes, kids could edit each other's slides, but guess what? When we go to reversion history, we can see who's editing. And also talk to them. Be like, hey, ask them questions. Why do we not want to mess with somebody's slides? Make them have that conversation. Try to build that concept in them, because, Anna, that does happen. Kids are going to bounce in doing it. But once you do that and you go create those slides, they start understanding, like, I'm impacting someone else's grade, okay? It's going to impact me as well. Like, you just call it out and you can see who made those edits once you go to version history. So here's what it is with this icebreaker. The idea is that they're going to go in and they're going to add a new slide to this presentation. They're going to put their name, a title to the slide, their favorite social media, a picture of themselves. Like, they're going to go through a lot of skills required to run Google Slides. And all these links inside this resource go to how-to videos on how to do all the stuff I'm asking them to do. So it's like you give them a little bit of time, they can go through, even if they have to watch a video for a minute, they can go in and watch the video and then do the thing that it's showing them how to do. So it's showing them a bunch of skills in the introductory part of your class. So, and I try to build it all in there so you don't have to be the expert. You don't have to say, like, you don't have 30 kids be, how do I make a transition? Like, say, click the link. It'll show you this. It's like at your own pace learning. And so you can have this resource if you want. I think it's a great back to school activity for your students. Okay, cool. Here's another way to do that. What I do, this is how I teach pretty much all. Oh, did I freeze? Am I back? Tamara, am I back? If I'm not back, y'all let me know. Sorry. If I froze, I blame whoever we don't like right now. So here's how I teach pretty much all my classes. Tara said, if the students are blocked from YouTube, how will they watch the video? Don't tell your person to stop blocking YouTube. Like, it's the greatest educational tool in the history of mankind. Let people learn on it. Okay. So go in and tell them to unblock it. Or you could download the YouTube video, or tell them to Google, because there's probably a website that does it text-wise, like they list out in text. I think you can download the transcript from a YouTube video. You might download the transcript and attach that. That's more work for you. I don't like that. But honestly, your district should have a policy. Like, even if your district blocks YouTube for students, they should have an option where you can go in and whitelist, which means you're approving certain videos, and you could go in and just approve those videos. That way students can go look at it. SafeTube is another option. I know a lot of districts use that. That's a great option as well. So this is how I pretty much teach every lesson I teach nowadays in current life, okay? So what I do is I go in and for like an upcoming lesson, I'm like, okay, we're going to learn about slope, okay? Go, Harrison Ford. It's supposed to be a link. I don't know why it's not popping up. There it is. Okay, so I will share a blank Google slide presentation with my students. And then as it loads up, loading up, everybody, here we go, here we go, here we go. Okay, so it's blank. And I'll tell them, I'll go, okay, here's a playlist of 7 videos. You're going to go in and you're going to take something from this and you're going to fill in a slide. Okay, I might split them into groups. I might make each slide per specific person. And they'll go in and they choose a slide and they add the content for that slide. Remember, whoever is doing the work is doing the learning. Okay, whoever is doing the work is doing the learning. Now, whenever they get done, when they come into class, I ask, do you have any questions? Nope. All right, let's start the presentation. I don't give them a lot of time to do this. The expectations are you have it done when you come to class and you're ready to present. And they start presenting. They take turns presenting. You guys know if you're presenting to a group, if you're presenting to people, it is hard to look like you know what you're talking about if you have no idea what you're talking about. It comes off really quickly that you have no clue. And what I do as the teacher is I guide the social process of learning. I ask questions. I fill in the gaps. I ask if they don't know the answer. I'm like, hey, what is this, this, or this? They go, I don't know. When they're presenting, I go, does anybody else in the class know? I'm trying to guide that conversation. Okay. So what I do is I give them this and they go in and they present. Whoever's doing the work is doing the learning. And then this now becomes our class presentation where all the students have access to all the resources, all the things the students are creating. Okay. And then while I'm teaching, if I want them to add a slide, I'll just say, hey, somebody add a slide to #baller video. I want to give you another video and I want you to use it. Okay. Oh, so yeah, Digital Sandbox. I've heard a lot about that. I don't know if it's good or not. I just know that I'd rather just click to YouTube, but that's just me. And here's the deal. I was a principal. If a student's on a video, they're not supposed to be on YouTube. That's why you have a student handbook and you get it and you follow whatever the procedures are. That's what I did. But what do I know? Just a YouTube math teacher. Okay. So autoplay. This is fantastic. Somebody said it a second ago. Where is it? Melissa said it. Boom. I put the video in Google Slides and it lets them watch it. Okay. Oh, you do? Okay. So again, I've only heard about Sandbox from my mom. And my mom does not know how to do anything on technology. So it may be a lot better than she's describing. So there you go. I just luckily get to use YouTube. So I don't have to learn. I love learning new things, but that one I don't have to. So I want to show you something. When you're presenting, watch this. You can select the video, go to format options. Now you have a lot of control over this video. When you're presenting to a group, you can choose as you're presenting, do I want it to play when I click it? Do I want it to play automatically or do I want to manually play it? Let's say I want it to pop up automatically. Let's say I want it to start around 1 minute and 19 seconds. I can go here and say, use the current time. And let's say I don't really want it to go the whole time. I just want it to play for like 15 seconds to show like a small clip out of the video. I can have it go to that time. And I could even mute the audio to where I can talk and maybe it's just showing me a map and I wanted to talk over like a map that's moving. Okay. So after doing that, watch this. Let me go back. Let me go to present mode. Let's see. Remember how to present mode? Do y'all remember how to do that? You go to where it says edit and I type in present. Enter. Well, I didn't mean to go this far back. It's back at the beginning. Let me see. I think we were on like 30 something. Let me see. Where was it? I think, oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. Here it is. Let's say we're on slides, collaborative. There it is. Okay. So I'm on this and I'm presenting to my class. Okay. And I'm keeping it where it's full screen. Okay. Now I can click right here. Oh, thank you, Kira. I click on this. It should start playing automatically. No audio, so it's muted. It started playing at 1 minute, 19 seconds. It's rolling through the video. And it should stop at like, what did we have? Like 1 minute, 20 something seconds, something like that. Okay. And boom, we're good. And it'll stop exactly when I set it to stop. So I need to exit. I always forget how to exit this. I don't want to go full screen. There's probably a shortcut. I'm just getting it back. Okay. So, So that's a way you can autoplay those videos for your students. You're very welcome. Thank you for saying thank you. Okay, we're waiting on this to load. While that's loading up, how many, this is what I would love to know. Is this your first virtual PD you've done with me this summer? Or have you been a part of any of these sessions we did last week? Baller Teacher Conference, any of the Google sessions? And if you did, I'd love to know which ones you went to. So let me know in the chat as I swap out the battery for my camera. So let me know, have you been to any of my virtual sessions this summer? And if you have, which ones did you go to? Throw it in the chat. There it is. Peekaboo. Okay. So, all right. A lot of you guys is the first one. That's totally cool. I know a lot of people were in school last week, and that's why I'm offering all the sessions to be like live premieres 3 different times a summer. Everything will play once in June, once in July, and once in August. So there you go. So a lot of you guys for the first time this summer signed up for more. All right, let's go. Ebony did the Baller Conference. Okay, sweet. BJ did one with the novice. That's what's up. Okay, so a lot of y'all, this is your first one. Totally cool. 4th one. Oh yeah, Samantha. I've seen you in a couple of them. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate that. First one with me this summer. Mini schedule for the rest. Did the Baller. Shelby did the Baller Conference. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of love the Baller Conference that we did. I thought it was really good. That the communication, the interaction was really good. I love it. Because one of the things I love about like virtual presentations is that you guys can be more active because of the chat. And think of this when you teach your students, when you're teaching students. Like if you're teaching a group of students or I'm teaching a group of teachers, or I'm doing a conference and I'm standing on stage talking, the only feedback I get from the audience is like smiles and laughter or clapping. Like that's pretty much all they can do, or they can do like, oh no, like they can do that. But like one of the cool things is, with this, you can be an active participant in this. So when we did the Baller Teacher Conference last week, I had a bunch of my friends that were speaking. And what I did was I pop up questions on the screen every like 2 or 3 minutes. And people are jumping in the chat. It's just like earlier. We were talking and somebody asked, what's your advice for like new teachers? I gave my advice on here, but then you guys gave even better advice in the chat. I think it's just extremely, extremely helpful for educators that want to be like an active participant in the chat. And I know a lot of people bash like virtual or online or blah, blah, blah. You know when people are tuned in and when they're not. Somebody could be sitting right in front of you. And how many times have you had a student sit in front of you face-to-face in your class and they ignored every word you said the entire class period? It happens. We choose our own level of involvement. It doesn't matter if it's virtual or if it's in person. We choose that. And I love that. And Shelby said it too. We can get these conferences in rural America. So that's incredible. Incredible. Ooh, Michael, dude, coming in clutch. This is a great tip. Quick tip. If you're wanting to present starting at a certain slide, you just type in present number slide equals 39. That is that's incredible. Let's see if I can go back to, let's try it. We're going to try out this tip from Michael. Thank you so much. We're going to do this. I'm learning stuff. See, I wouldn't get this. If I was presenting to you guys, Michael would have just sat there and he'd been like, oh, cool, I know this. But here's the deal. Now I get the chance to share this with you in real time with something just from a chat. It's incredible. So let's do, what did you say? Present. Let's see, present number slide equals, and let's do 36. Let's see if it jumps back to the Google Docs. Hit enter. It's like Mr. Bean approved. Seriously, I love it. Oh goodness, Tyler, don't start talking. Get out of here. Never, that's rule number 1 of presenting. Never watch a video of yourself, okay? Oh my goodness. Tamara, your district got it. I'm thankful. Yeah, there were a couple co-ops in Arkansas that signed up for it, and they got it for every district in their co-op. And so if you get a chance, send a thank you email to your principal or your district for doing this. I really appreciate it. And if you like it, it'd be cool for them to hear feedback. That's another thing too. As you know, this is teachers. Like when you talk to parents, it's usually they're calling you because they're upset about something. Very seldom you have a parent call me, let me tell you something. You're an incredible teacher. My student loves you. Like, you don't get that. You might see it at open house, but nobody calls for that. Nobody sends an email for that. As a principal, send your principal an email or a text, or your superintendent a text or an email just saying, hey, thank you for this, or I appreciate this, or this was helpful for me. It's super, super cool whenever you get that as an administrator, somebody who's worked as a principal and at central office. It's good to know when you make a decision and it helps them. So tell them thank you if you appreciate it. Okay? Sweet. So we're rolling into Google Sheets. I don't want to spend a lot of time on Google Sheets because I feel like we can do more, even more with Google Slides and with, I think I've got some template. Where are my templates? My templates are after Classroom. And I don't want to spend, again, I just want to kind of hit the high points of Google Sheets. So I'm going to go in here. If you want to jump in, you guys can jump into this document right now. If you're watching this later, if you say you're watching this video on the honor roll and you're going through this, then don't worry. Like, you don't have to do this. It's just kind of watch. But if you guys are in here, I'm going to give you editing access so you can go in and fill out this document. Let me reset it, and then I'm going to let you, give you like a minute or two. You can jump in and roll with it. Okay. Let's do this. I haven't given you editing access, I don't think. I think I need to restore it to a previous version, and then I'm going to give you access. So hold on one second. While you're waiting, in the chat, what is one thing you want to learn this summer? What is one thing you want to do this summer and learn from? That's what I'd love to hear. Okay, I'm going to go to version history. As you're saying that, one thing you want to learn or grow or develop over the summer. Okay, I'm going to go in. I'm going to try to reset it. There we go. Restore this version. Okay, I've restored it so you guys can go in. And then I'm about to give you editing access. So you might have to refresh if you're already on this page. All right. Okay, so if somebody wants to toss in the chat what slide number this is, or if you wanted to grab the link and toss it in the chat, that would be fine too, if you want to make that easier. Tara wants to be a tech Jedi master. Well, you can. You can. Just grow out the Padawan braid, and you're good to go. Okay? Excellent. Okay, so let me go in. Right now, everybody has view access. So I want to change it to where anybody who has this link can edit it. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go anyone with the link selected, and I don't want you to be viewers. I want you to be editors. Okay? This is something you might do for your class. You might drop it in. It's on slide 43. Thank you so much, Kira. Okay? All right, cool. Now you have access. Hit refresh. I want you to put your name in there. I want you to put the subject you teach. If you don't want to put your first and last name because people could see this, you can just put your first name. That's fine. Subject you teach, favorite social media, and then how many years experience you have. So I'm going to give you about a minute to go in there. And here's the deal. You're going to type over each other. So figure out how you would handle it. And then you can use that learning to instruct your students. So I'm going to stop talking so you guys can do this. Okay, look at this. You guys are doing a good job. Yeah, BJ, if you're driving, do not interact, okay? You stay focused on the road. Stay focused on the road. Okay, organizing things for the same topic. Great. We're about to get into that into Google Classroom. All right. Okay, I'm about to take away access. If you're traveling, don't. It's fine. It's okay not to participate if you're traveling or if your computer's not loading. The main thing is I need information in here to be able to show you some stuff with Google Sheets. Okay. So I'm about to take away your access. So you got a few more seconds. Here we go. I'm going to share. And then I am going to change this, and I'm going to copy the link, but I'm going to make it to where everybody is just a viewer. Viewer. Done. Okay, I'm tossing the link in the chat as well. You won't be able to edit it now, but you can go in and view it, okay? Okay, so that's going to post here in a second. I think there's like a little bit of a delay between the comments and me. And so if I see it like 10 seconds later, I think it's because there is that delay. So you should get that back here in a second. Okay, so we've got our document here. I'm going to refresh it. Look at all those boxes where you guys are. I love it. I love collaborating. Luann said, I'm going to tell you guys this tip too. Luann said that they try to get on and it's just spinning, okay? Now, that could be a couple different reasons, okay? One, it could be internet connection for you. That could be it. Or, and probably more likely, is because there were so many people in there editing at the same time, it made the document lag, okay? So luckily, most of the time with your students, you've got like 30 or less, which is convenient, that are in a document. I believe last time I checked, the max amount of people that can edit a document at one time is 100 people, okay? And even then, it gets pretty laggy. The max amount of people that can view a document at the same time is 250. So those are important numbers to keep in mind. If you have, like, say you're in front of like 500 kids at your school and you're like, everybody jump into this document, put this in here. They can't do that. You need to make it a Google form that fills into the document, okay? So that's how you would do that. So great point. Okay, so here's what I do. So I'm just gonna kind of show you the basics of Google Sheets. This is what I do every single time you share a Google Sheet with me. I don't care. Yeah, I just switched it back to view only, so you guys won't be able to edit it right now, okay? So here we go. And also, this is a Premiere, but if like for any reason, like you, maybe it jumped off or it was loading, you might be like 20 to 30 seconds or maybe even a couple minutes behind what the live is. I think if you want to see the live, you can just refresh your YouTube page and you should be with me live, okay? So here's what I'm going to do. Every time I get a Google Sheet, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go up here to this top header. Now, this header says name, subject to teach, social media, and years experience. Now, here's the issue. When I scroll down, I can't see that. I don't know what Amber, what is middle school math? Why did she say TikTok and 0? What does all that mean? I need the header to stay visible as I scroll down. So what you can do, there's two ways to do this. I'm going to show you both ways. I can click on that row. I can go up to view, freeze, and I can freeze that row right there at the top. So I'm going to freeze that row. Now when I scroll down, look, the header stays where it is. It sticks it. Now, there's actually, I found this out on TikTok. I was showing this tip on TikTok, and then another educator came in and they were like, hey, there's an easier way to do this. Watch this. You can see this like right here. It's hard. I can't zoom in, but do you see where it's like a thicker line right here? I call this little blank spot the A1 spot because it's between A and 1. But see this like thicker line? You can just move it to where you have a hand and you can click and you can drag that out. That will freeze the row or the column. Look at this. Now I've frozen the row because you ever like made an assignment and you've got a bunch of questions and you scroll over and you can't see which student is attached to it. Now you'll be able to see the student's name and everything else. Lydia said, can you say the numbers again? 100 people or less can edit at the same time. 250 people or less can view it at the same time. Okay, so those are your numbers. Now, if you need more than 250 people to view it at one time, you need to publish it to the web. And I'll show you how to do that here in a second. You can do that with slides, docs, or sheets. I'll show you that. There's no limit to publish to the web. That's essentially like taking your doc sheet or slide and turning it into a website. That's what you're doing, okay? Let me move. I need to take this. This is taking up my screen. I don't like that. Okay, so we've done that. We've locked in our header. We've locked in our column, okay? I don't know who was Geostats. We're going to say it's Bill. I don't know who Bill is, but he's now Geostats. Okay. I'm also going to take that first row. I'm going to hit the fill color and I'm going to make it a color because I want my header to stick out. See that? It sticks out. I can see things. Here's the next thing. Do you ever accidentally scroll over and you get lost? You're like, where did all my stuff go? Why am I out here in the abyss with all these blank cells? Well, what you can do is first thing, I've got to look, somebody did this. Sean did this. Sean didn't want his stuff typed over by somebody else. So he went down here in no man's land and he wrote the information. Very smart. Watch, I noticed other people doing that as well. I can go up here to this column and then you can click this drop down and I can sort it A to Z. Boom. That's going to bring Sean back up with everybody else. Okay. And then this one's going to be Zara. Sorry, I needed a name. Okay. And then Samantha, let's say you did 15 years. Okay. There you go. I'm going to go 2 years and 5 years. Okay. Cool. So that is, we've got all this extra space. Okay. I want to tighten this up. I'm going to select E. That's my blank column that I want to get rid of. I'm going to scroll over to the end. I'm going to hold the shift button. I'm going to hold that. And now I'm going to click the other end. So it's like I click the beginning, hold shift, click the end. Selects everything. Okay. Now I'm going to right click on those letters and I'm going to delete those columns. That is going to allow it to tighten up my entire document. I don't have to worry about that. So there it is. You've got it. You tighten it up. You can do the same here with like rows. Say you're like, by the way, why do they do 1,000 rows? That's a bit excessive. It's like Google, stop showing off. Do the same thing. Hold shift, select the bottom one, right click, and then I can delete those rows. Boom. Look at this. Done. I've tightened up this entire document where I don't scroll off into the middle of nowhere. Okay. Now, next thing I want to show you, let's say we want to look at our year's experience. So let's say we want to know total year's experience. Okay. So let's do a little math. Oh, first let's do this. So look, y'all see here where Lindsay wrote high school math, business, ES, tech. Okay. It rolled over. So whenever you have those, whenever you have you're filling in your cells, this little feature right here is super cool. It's called text wrapping. I don't know if you guys can see it, but we're going to go text wrapping. I'm going to click this. I can make it to where it disappears at the next cell. I can make it to where it overlaps. Actually, no, that disappears. Sorry. That disappears. This overlaps. And then this one wraps it around and creates it here. There you go. So now I can read everything on there. Now I can still adjust stuff. So it's like I can do this. That could give me some more room and tighten stuff up a little bit. But that would allow everything to be visible in there. Okay, so we've got total years experience. So let's do a quick math one, and then we're going to be done with sheets. Okay, so total years experience. What I want to do is I want to put the amount of years we have, and I want to put all of our years combined. When your years combine, I'm going to select the top cell. I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to hold shift and select that one. When you're using a computer, if you click something, then you let go, and then you hold shift and select something else, it selects everything in between. Okay, that goes for files. It goes for stuff in Google, all of it. I've selected all my numbers. I'm going to go up here to the slender snowman taking a nap, and I'm going to click on this. I believe, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, isn't this the Sigma? Is this a Sigma? I think it is. You're going to click on it, and then I just want to add them together. So I'm going to hit sum. Look at it. It's got my formula for me. I just hit enter. Enter a number between zero. Where do we not have a number between 0 and 100? Maybe it's this? I don't know. Did somebody put in an O instead of a 0? Okay, sorry. It was trying to add it up, and apparently there's like something that's not a number. Figure it out. If you guys see it, tell me in the chat. Sigma sum. Let's see if this works. Okay, it worked. Nope. Did it? What? No. What is wrong? Enter a number between 0 and 100. Is there something in here I missed? I don't see anybody that did it different. Oh my goodness. Why? Hold on a second. I'm trying to figure it out. Am I missing something? Okay, let's try it if I remove validation. Maybe it'll work now. So I'm going to select all those. You have 2 rows without a number. Do I really? I don't see them. Okay, so I'm going to try it again. Let me try without that data validation. Okay, I've messed something up. Where is it? Sorry. Do I have like a hidden row or something? Everybody put a number. Sorry. If you guys see what I'm doing wrong, let me know. There's nobody that had over 100, nobody less than 0. Is there an extra space? Maybe there's like a space in the beginning. I don't know. Is it pulling the top row? No, because I'm not selecting the top row. I'm starting here. It's good thought though. That was good. You know what? We're just gonna have to do this. I'm gonna make up numbers for you guys. All right, I'm lying about all y'all's years experience. How many of y'all have more years experience? Oh, maybe that cell. You're right. Maybe it's the answer is over 100 and it's kicking it out. That's good. That's good. Okay, let's see if that data validation's here. Let me see, because I deleted the data validation. See, but it's still saying it. Remove validation. Okay, let's try it now. Let's try it now. That might have been it. But then I selected the whole column earlier. Okay, let's do this. We're going to hit sigma, sum, hit enter. It did it. Okay, thank you guys. Thank y'all very much. Thank you. Y'all helped. Thank you very much. So our total years experience are 246 years. Man, we're really smart. We're a really smart group of people. We got a lot of years experience. That's how you would do addition. Now, here's the other way to do that. You ready? Average years experience. Okay. So let's say I want to do this. Now, here's the issue. If I'm going to make this red so we can see it a little better. So here would be the issue. Let's say I wanted to go here. Now, I can't do what I did earlier. I can't just select it, go here and hit enter. Why? Because it would include that 246. That's going to throw it off. That's an outlier, okay? Because it's not supposed to be included in our average year's experience, okay? So what we're going to do is I'm going to start from where I want the answer to go, and then I'm going to work backwards. You can do this. So I can do it the way I just did it, where I select all of my numbers, and then I find my answer. Or I can Jeopardy this mug, select where I want the answer to go. I go up here to my sigma. I'm going to go to average. Okay, so I've selected where I want it to go. Now I'm going to go choose my cells that I want to be included. I go up here. I select this one. Hold shift. Select the bottom one. Hit enter. We have an average of 9.1 repeating years experience. I know I skewed the numbers because I changed a bunch at the beginning when I couldn't figure it out. Now, here's the quick way to change those decimals. Up here, you've got your decimal, your money, all that stuff. So you can move all of this stuff over. And I could say we have 0.11 or 9.1 years experience. I think that looks better. And you're good to go. That's it. We did it. Look at us. We're so smart. We're so smart. Smart. And that's it. That's the gist of Google Sales, or Google Sales. That's not what we call it. Google Sheets in Sales. Why did I do that? I've done that a couple times lately. Okay, cool. So we're moving on. We're about to get into Classroom, and then I'm going to start throwing you a lot more resources because I know I've been kind of reviewing more the past couple hours, and I'm going to throw you into that. And we'll start with the curriculum map and come back. I have to take my dog out to the restroom so she doesn't use the restroom in my house. So we're going to take like a 5-minute break. And then we're going to come back and we'll probably rock out, maybe even to the end. We might take one more break, depending on how much coffee I drank. Just kidding. Or if my dog tries to get out. So I'm just going to write in here, 5-minute break. Be back soon. All right, so go take a quick break, grab something to drink, take a quick nap. Just kidding. And we'll roll with it. See you guys in a sec. All right. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Apologize. My dog's name is Queso, and every now and then she got to do the business. So appreciate it. Also nice to take breaks every now and then so you don't have to hear my voice for that long. So we're doing well. We got about a little over an hour and a half left. And so I want to make sure I hit some high points, but I really want to give you some resources and show you how you can use those, because it looks like a lot of you guys are wanting to expand some of the digital resources you're using in your class. And I think these resources could save you a lot of time. Okay. So I do want to answer a couple questions. So I think I missed a couple in here. Off topic. Here we go. Anna said, off topic, did you say some co-ops have bought the honor roll access for all their schools? So what they did was there were a couple co-ops that bought the premium access. There's like 3 levels, essentially. There's the free one, and I offer like every session at least once for free, because I'm like, we're teachers. I get it. So if you're willing to work your schedule around it, there's one session that's playing of everything I'm offering this summer. And I can show you the screen. So like right here. Using this because it's giving time for people to get back that took the break. So here is my summer schedule of all the trainings we're doing. Everything in green is free. Like this is the month of June. So I've got a lot of trainings for free in June. I've got 3 conferences: Baller Teacher, Digital Educator, and then TikTok Teacher. And then July, there's more stuff that like yellow is for premium if they signed up for premium. So essentially what premium does, it gives you 2 more time slots to watch the video play live. Okay. So it's like, it'll be either a live video like this, or it'll be like a premiere where it's like pre-recorded. I put it together, edit it, and then it runs where there's still a chat and it's like a premiere. So there were a couple co-ops that literally bought every session. Like all these are green. Like you can go to any of these sessions in June, July, or August that you want at any time, which was super cool of them to do for their districts, because it's like somebody said it earlier about rural schools. Like you might not have the chance to bring in like a Google trainer, or that's the thing. You might, even if they do, that's one day. What if you have to miss because you're on vacation or you've got another training you have to go to? Here, it's like they have options to go all around. So that was the premium. And then, they bought those for a lot of them. Some of you may have gotten them, or your schools, a couple of schools, actually a few schools bought those for their entire district or for their building. They could go at any time. And now the honor roll is like different. That's like kind of like, that's like my main, that's the group I'm trying to build of people that they get access to like everything. So like I do a ton of resources and things for free because, again, teachers, so templates are free and all that. But there's like a lot of templates, resources, walkthroughs, a ton of like where I package this stuff together, and I'll give those to teachers and put that on my honor roll. And it's kind of like this membership group thing on my website. So if you want it, it's tarveracademy.com/honor roll. If you would like, let me see. I think I can find it. I've got a link if you want it. Probably talk about it at the end too and show it to you. I'll show it to you. But with the honor roll, they not only get access to all of these anytime they run live. At the end of the week, I'm putting them into my honor roll, like that page on my website, and so people can watch them anytime they want. And then also the honor roll gets access to like mailbag. And then during the school year, every week I send either a template or a resource or a training every week throughout the year, school year, just to make teachers' lives easier. So just kind of hand it to them like, hey, here's some stuff. Here's some quick tips. Here's some, podcasts you might like, things like that. So it's kind of like my weekly email where I give them stuff. So it's a great group, and I think it's pretty cool. And I just started it, and so I'm really excited about it. And I've got several teachers that have jumped on board. I would not recommend teachers pay for it because, I know teachers, I get it. It's not very expensive, but I still wouldn't recommend teachers pay for it. What I recommend is that you would go to, if you get it, go to your district and have them reimburse it. And they're going to be like, well, what is this? You're like, it's like hundreds of hours of professional development, trainings, and weekly resources and templates. Get your district to reimburse you. It is the most valuable thing I think they could purchase for you through the year. So that's my pitch for my honor roll. I hope you like it. And I can show it to you here. I'll show it to you at the end, but let's get out of here. If you're in the honor roll, if you go here and you sign in, if you can get in, you're on the honor roll. If not, you may just have access to all of like the premium sessions, which means you can watch them live. You just can't view them anytime you want throughout the year. That makes sense? Okay, if you have any questions, hit me up. I don't want to use up everybody's time. I want to train, and I think everybody's back in this, so we're going to jump into it. Melissa asked, how do I have time to make all of these? I'll be honest, you guys, like, so I make resources, like usually I make them at night. So like 8 p.m. to midnight is when I'm making like a ton of resources or TikToks or trainings or tutorials and all this stuff that I'm making. Cause I have a day job and I make it all there, and I've made it all for free for 12 years. I've been making videos and trainings and all this stuff. And, it's just up until like recent, like I started doing this stuff, and it's like now people have the option to kind of upgrade what they get. It's like I still want to give a ton for free, enough for free for anybody that wants it, but I started to upgrade some of the stuff. And the reason is because I have put so much time into all this stuff, and I'm like, is my time worth anything? That's what I gotta say to myself, or my wife says it to me, one or the other. And I'm like, okay, so I gotta figure out how I can help make more resources. And the only way to do that, where I don't have to like shoot weddings, video weddings, then I have to go in and instead of doing that, I can make more resources. Cause like I had to stop making resources for a while because I needed, make side money for birthday parties and trips and vacations. And so I'm like shooting a bunch of like weddings, and I wasn't able to make resources. So this way I can make resources with that time. So there you go. Thank you for asking. And this summer stuff, like all these summer PDs, I'll be honest, it is a lot of work. This is a lot of, like right now I'm going live. So it's like I'm just doing what I've got. But the ones that I'm like premiering, that's a ton of work, and it's taking a lot of time. Justin asked, how's it different than my Patreon Tarver Academy? So I started Patreon first. Patreon, it's almost like you have the premium version for Patreon. So it's like they'll still get like, hey, here's a walkthrough on this template. So they still get that extra access, but the honor roll gets access to like everything at all times. So it's like the full package access. But Patreon still gets a lot more. I started that because it's a lot of creators do. And then I was like, oh, cool, I can just house it in here. And it's like almost like I can build the home for everything. And I kind of like owning it in my own thing. But I still love that the Patreon community has been incredible. And thank you, Ebony. I appreciate you saying that. That's cool. I appreciate it. I do get paid for some of the stuff I do, but I still like to do a lot of this free. Somebody asked if I could go live on TikTok. I would. My phone died. My phone was dying, so I had to turn it off, and my charger doesn't reach to the other side. You know what I might do? I might go live on TikTok from this angle. It just won't be as good, but we can do it. Okay. Sorry, guys. That was all that talk. I appreciate you asking those questions because I'm really proud of the honor roll, and I'll show it to you at the end if you want, but I want us to get some more training stuff done. Okay. So in the chat, this is what I would love to know. I would love to know in the chat, what do you do for lesson planning? Okay. What do you do for lesson planning? So tell me in the chat, what is your, and is it required? Do you do it on your own? What is, I'm going to delete this because we're not on break anymore. What do you do for lesson planning? I'm going to give you guys a second to do that. And I'm going to see if I can go live on TikTok. So, all right. Okay. So Tamara asked, is TikTok safe? Yeah, I love TikTok. I've been using TikTok. I started getting on it like last summer, and I absolutely love it. It has an amazing, there's an amazing teacher community there, and it's been one of the most supportive communities I've ever been on, and I absolutely love it. Okay. So a lot of people use Planbook. I've heard of Planbook. Do you guys like Planbook? Is it something you enjoy? Okay, so some people, Pamela has to publish hers to the whole school so they can see. Somebody said, what's the lesson planning? That's touche. Oh, BJ said they hate Planbook. Okay, well, Melissa, you said you got my semester map last week and you've been revamping it, shared it with the principal so she can see updates. Told her to put a link on her desktop. That's so genius. Thank you, Melissa. I'm popping that on there. That's exactly what I would want. Keisha, you guys did unit documents, laid out everything you're doing for the unit rather than doing it by week. Okay, so I'm going to give you a couple resources. If you've already got something you have to use or you got something you like, you can use that. But if not, I'm going to give you a couple of these resources. Okay, so the first one is curriculum maps. I think that this one is like, picture one Google Sheet. Like we just talked about Google Sheets. One Google Sheet that that you can go in And you can essentially make it a map for everything you are doing throughout the whole year. So you can make it to where you are like not plan. It's almost, whenever we shifted, when I became director of curriculum instruction, we shifted to this at my district. I was like, stop doing lesson plans, do this instead. And the idea was that we could actually build something we can go look at in one place. We don't have like 36 different documents for every single class, for every single teacher that we're emailing. What this is you go in, I said at 3:15 till 3:30, what I want you to do is I want you to record what you have already done, okay? And so the idea would be on Monday, after you get done, you link to the objectives, you go into, you put the standards right here, then you put any links to a presentation, a document, a PDF, a video, anything you used for your class, you link to it. And then under the reflection, you just give me like one sentence, okay? We know reflection is important, but often we don't have the time to actually reflect. So I'll tell them, this, lesson was good, ran a little long. Okay, cool. Like, I want you to tell me what it is. And you know why? Because next year, when you're about to do this week, I want you to sit here and be like, oh, cool. Bam, 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 bam. You don't have to search for anything. Somebody in there said, I think it was Pamela, said that she has to post all of her stuff for anybody to see. I could take this link. I could give this to my principal. I could give it to students. I could give it to parents. I could give it to anybody, and they would have a very clear visual of what I'm doing in my class every day. One time when I was teaching, I had a parent that was mad because her kid was making like a 97 instead of a 99. And so she said that all I did was play trash ball and we didn't do any class every day. And I was like, well, first off, no, not correct. You can ask any kid in class. We do not pass a day without doing work. Sometimes as a reward in the last like 5 to 10 minutes of class, we'll do like a review game where we'll play something, but it is not the majority. I could lay everything out here and they could see that at any time. Okay. So you could go in and you could create that resource and share it with anybody. Now, let me explain the color coding system. I love a simple color coding system. If it is red, if I make it red, that means it's not good. And I know next year when I get to that lesson, I need to replace that. Okay. I need to fix that. I didn't like that. It wasn't good. Yellow is okay. If you can find something better, swap it out. If it is green, then I know it's good and I'm good to go. I can keep using it and building on that extra or more often. Okay. So that's what I recommend. And then at the bottom, I've got different links to, different weeks. You can do weeks 1 through 18 or 1 through 36, however many weeks you are teaching. And again, this is just a template. You can make a copy of this right here. You can make a copy of it. And then you can edit it. You can adjust it. You can make it applicable, and then just share it with, like, I think Melissa said she shared this with her principal, and then you just show your principal how to make it either a bookmark or they can put it on their desktop. I can show you the quick way to put it on your desktop. If you select the link in the address bar, and then you just click and you drag that to your desktop. So you click the whole link, click it and drag it to your desktop. It will make an icon that you can click on. It'll go straight to your lesson plans. So it's a great shortcut for having access to all of it. Oh, Melissa, you changed 6 weeks ago. It wasn't this week. I'm sorry. I thought you said last week. Okay. So that's the gist of it. And that's one resource. We're going to roll into some more. Let's talk a little bit of Google Classroom. I need to know this so I have context and I don't waste your time. In the chat, what LMS do you use at your district? What LMS are you using? Learning management system. Are you using Classroom, Canvas, Blackboard, Moodle? Ugh, Moodle. Yuck. Tell me in the chat, what are you using? I know a lot of people use Schoology. Do y'all like Schoology? Schoology? Why did I say that weird? Schoology? Okay, Classroom, Schoology. Okay, so a lot of Google Classrooms. Okay, so a couple of you guys are using Canvas. A couple of you guys are using some other LMS, Schoology, things like that. I know I'm going to talk about Google Classroom right here, but don't think that you're cut out. Like, don't be like, oh, I'm going to go on break. Okay. All right. Don't think this is still going to help, because what Google Classroom is a hub to run your class out of. That's all an LMS is. They all have little different features, but for the most part, it's where you put your resources. It's not where you make resources. Yeah, you can do like a quiz question, or I can do this, like survey, but most of your stuff, your videos, your links, your Google Forms, all that stuff. That's all going to be like created somewhere else and then imported into this LMS. So don't think I'm counting you out. I'm still going to go through a bunch of resources I think can help you guys. Okay. So why do I like Classroom? Specifically, it's easy to use, it's integrated, and and the communication is pretty clear. I like it because it's not complicated and you have the ability to do that. Tara asked, can I link my Google Classroom to Canvas? You might be able to put links to the different assignments, but I probably wouldn't, unless you're just saying like your Canvas is literally just says, hey, here's a link to go to Google Classroom, and that's where we're going to do class. I wouldn't do both because it feels like you'd be doing the work twice. I would probably just use Canvas if that's what they're requiring you to do. But good question, and thank you for asking me that. Okay, it's easy to use, and I think it's simple. Okay. If you haven't ever created a class, I think most of you guys have. You hit the plus sign. You can join a class or you can create a class. If you do not have the option to create a class, it means you accidentally signed up as a student. You would need to reach out to your IT and you would need to reach out to IT and say, hey, put me in the Google, make me a Google teacher or a teacher. Sorry, put me in the teacher group, not the student group. Okay, that's pretty basic. I showed you the template for that curriculum app. This is the way that I actually organized when I was teaching one of my college classes. We didn't meet 5 days a week. We met 2 days a week. And so what I did was I organized it in a Google Sheet and I just listed it down. And I labeled all of everything I posted in Google Classroom, I labeled very clearly. If I could give anybody one piece of advice for any LMS, Classroom, Canvas, Moodle, Blue, I guess I'm saying Moodle. If you're using Moodle, just fire whoever's in charge. So I'm kidding. You probably can't unless you're on the board. So whenever if I'm giving one piece of advice to anybody using an LMS, make everything you put in there, every post you make it organized in how you label it. Okay. Some people just like to be like, oh, it's the first thing I posted. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3. Some people do it by chapter, chapter 8 - Monday chapter 8.2. So chapter 8, lesson 2, 8.2. You could do, some people like to do it by the day they post it. So it's like week 3, Tuesday. You could do that. I mean, we just showed a curriculum map where that would be perfect because you would know exactly what day you posted those things. So, week 4, Monday, you could go in and post that. Okay. The way I did it for my class, whenever I was teaching the college algebra class or intermediate algebra, sorry, Ms. Gomes, I would never lie. Intermediate algebra class, I did it this way. I did it by the day we had class. So class day 1, it would start with a 1 dot. And then the next number would indicate what I'm posting. So if it's 1.1, it was a review. If it was 1.2, it was a classwork. 1.3 was homework. And 1.4 was a resource. So it's like, that's how, and I could have done I think 1.5 was evaluation or test or something like that. I think it's a little too complicated. I probably wouldn't do it the same way now. But whatever you do, you need to make an organization system. You know why? You know who's going to appreciate that? You are. 1 year from now, when you're going in and you go to Classroom, let me go to Classroom, and you're like, hey, I want to do an assignment that is similar to the one I did last year. And you go in and you hit create and this is week 5 and you're trying to assign something and you go to assignment. You don't have to start from scratch. You don't want to have to do this. You don't want to have to do this when you already did it the year before. You want to be able to go to create, reuse the post. Now I can go into my old classes, even if they're archived. You can go into old archived classes and I can click on it and I can say, I want to do the president test. Hit reuse. I've got this box checked where it says create new copies of all attachments. That's good. If it's a Google form, you don't want it to fill into with everybody else from last year. Hit reuse. It's going to create that. Now, if I'm organized in how I do this, it makes it super easy for you to find those old things. Then I'm doing all this. I'm going to import the grades automatically from my Google form directly into Google, they don't call it thing, like the grades of Google Classroom. Boom. There you go. And then I can assign it just like that. If you are organized in how you label everything, it is going to make your life so much easier next year when you're having to do this. Okay. So one piece of advice for Google Classroom, be organized. You guys hopefully know about this feature if you use Classroom. It is one of the greatest features on the planet for an LMS. I can go in, and when I'm assigning something, whether it's a doc or a slide or whatever, I can choose that all the students can view it, all the students can edit it. That'd be like collaborative editing for the whole thing, or that every student gets their own copy. I love that last one because I can create a template for the assignment in a Google Doc, hit this, it can make a copy for every single student. A couple of the resources I'm about to show you, this feature helps you a ton. Now, there's workarounds if you don't have Classroom, but there you go. Also, Google Meet is integrated in the chat. What did you use over the past year and a half for video classrooms? What did you use for like asynchronous learning or synchronous learning? What did you use? So throw it in the chat. Did you use Zoom? Did you use Meet? Did you use Skype? Anybody use Skype? Did you Teams? Microsoft Teams? Anybody like Teams? Tell me in the chat. What did you use? Zoom, Meet, Zoom, Meet, GoGuardian. I didn't know they did video. That's awesome. Zoom to begin, then we had to move to Teams. Gross. Just kidding. But seriously, Meet, I feel like Zoom had better quality. Yeah, I think Hangouts, then Google was switching to Hangouts. It's just the whole pandemic expedited that. Okay, so here's the deal. Zoom, I think, is probably the best, has the most features. Zoom, I think it has the most features. However, in 5 years, we're only going to be using Google Meet. You know why? It's going to keep getting better, and it's integrated into everything else. Security, we control so much more of it. We are Zoom bombs over the break or over the past year and a half. So we're all going to be using Google Meet. So honestly, if you have the choice at your district, just start using Google Meet. It's going to keep getting better. They're going to keep improving it. They've already got a ton of stuff like planned to come out in the fall. I can't talk about it because of the NDA, but they've got a lot of great features for that and Classroom coming out. And Google's just always on top of it. And so that's what I recommend. Use Google Meet. There's a link built into every single class if you have it turned on, and you're good to go. Let me show you this in Google Meet. Or not Meet, Classroom. A lot of people, did anybody get sick of, did anybody else get sick of all the notifications from Classroom? Anybody get tired of that? Well, if you click up here in the cheap Adidas symbol, click on this, scroll down to settings, you can actually choose how much you get notified. So you can get, I don't want any emails, turn that off. But say you only want emails for specific things. You can choose what emails you get and for which classes you get notified. So if you're like a co-teacher on a class, you can go take off the notifications for that if you don't want it, okay? So this is a way for you to turn on or off specific things that you don't or do or don't want to get notified about with Google Classroom. Oh, Lisa. Lisa said she was in Indiana with her husband whenever he's working and interviewed for her new job in Arkansas over Google Meet. That's awesome. I hope you got it. That's great. Yeah, Amanda said that Google Meet is tough. Yeah, because when you started Google, I'm going to put this on the screen. This is good. We ran into this. My wife was trying to do one of these with somebody, and it was a bunch of people that aren't in the organization. If you are within an organization and you create a Google Meet, it's harder to get random people that aren't signing in through your organization's email to join that. So what you would do is you would have to start it with like a personal account, and then they would join through there. So Google Meet was harder with that. Again, they're going to keep getting better. I agree. If we're talking about right now, Zoom's better. If we're talking about 5 years from now, they're going to be the exact same, or Meet will be better. Because here's the deal. It's just like every social media platform. If one of them comes out with something cool, everybody else is going to develop the same thing. Stories. Who was it? Snapchat started stories. And guess what? Boom. Everybody else, they're going to jump on there, and they're going to, and YouTube has stories now. TikTok was created. Like everybody's doing TikTok's thing now. It's YouTube stories. Then you've got, YouTube Shorts is what it's called. Then you've got everybody else is creating the same thing. So, all right, let's get into some resources. You ready? You ready for some resources? I kind of bypassed that one because I want to show you this resource anyways. You could do, I've got a full thing on this and I can show you that later. If you want to do bell ringers, we're going to show you a bell ringer template right now, like a notebook. if you would rather attach individual videos and make it like each one its own individual Google Classroom post, you can. And if you want me up, and I'll show you how to do that. Or you can just use the resource and I can show you where it is. So here is the first one. In the chat, do you do bell ringers? And if you do, what does that look like? What does that look like? In the chat, do you do bell ringers? And if you do, what does that look like? Yeah, there's Kiara. You're talking about the workaround for the younger grades. We had to do that too at my district. We had to work out how to make that work so students could have access during the week instead of just printing off like 8,000 packets. Okay, so I'm going to give you this template. I'll give you my recommendation. And here's the deal. You can use what I have, but if you don't like it, you can edit this to make it something you actually want to do. So when I taught in the classroom, like I said, I didn't use technology until like the last year. I would just write a question. I would pull out the old like ACT released items, and I would write one of the math questions on the board, and it was a bell ringer. And as soon as the bell rang, students would start working on that problem. It would take them, 5 minutes or less, and they'd work the problem. And what that did was it freed me up to take roll. I could take roll. I could email that to, the admin at the front and let them know who was absent. Then I could go in and I could, if there was a student absent the previous day, I could hand them their work. It was like essentially I needed like 2 to 5 minutes, 2 to 5 minutes of admin time where I'm the administrator of my class. I'm taking roll. I'm handing out stuff. I'm speaking to specific students. I'm handling stuff in that first 5 minutes. And I need my students, I need learning to happen during that time. The best way that learning happens, in my opinion, is whenever you are, whenever it creates discussion and thought with students. And this is one of the best ways I've found to do that. Now, I created, if you teach high school math, I have I think 130 math bell ringer videos you can use. Okay. Email me and I will send you the link to it, or it's like tarveracademy.com/bell ringers or something like that. And you can get to them. Now here's one that I think you can apply to almost any grade level. I've seen 11th to 12th graders use this resource. I just had a teacher last week email me. She teaches 7th grade language arts. And she was talking about how I'm pitching my own stuff. It's free. Okay. This is all free. But I think it's great how this has sparked so much discussion and meaningful conversation with her students. And it's not me. I'm just the conduit to bring in these quotes. So I did this with bell ringers. It's a bell ringer notebook, like a weekly notebook for quote of the day. So I've got a full semester one. You can go here. Honestly, I wouldn't recommend a full semester. I don't want to grade these and check them week by week. And so I've got weeks 1 through 18. So like the first semester's on here. Second semester I'm almost done. I just got to put it into it. But when you click that, it creates a copy for you. And this, keep in your mind, this one is going to be, you are going to be able to take this, you're going to edit it, and then you're going to assign it to your students, and you're going to make a copy for each student. Okay, so that's the mindset. I'm taking it, I'm going to transition it, and then I'm going to assign it to every student to fill out. It's like you're making packets. You're running off packets in the copy room. And that's what you're doing with this, except for you have video and digital ways to do this. Okay, so, and I love quote journals. Like this, that's essentially what this is. This is a video quote journal. All right, and I'm going to walk you through it. So that's just like an intro. This right here, this is a video, and the video is geared towards students, and it's an instructional video on how they fill this out. I'll walk them through it, so you don't even have to explain how to fill this out. So that video explains to students how to do it. They would put their name there. They would write the subject and their favorite quote. This, I've told you guys, I put these in here in every slide I do. Important links. You can put some important links before you hand it out to your students. And again, those are going to keep developing and growing each week. And that's why I like the weekly idea. Okay. This would be week 1. You can put in any information here. Hey guys, don't forget to write in complete sentences. Don't write like you text, blah, blah, blah. Then your students have the notebook. So this is what it would look like. Students come in, they sit down. You've already assigned this. It's in their classroom. And they're going to, as soon as the bell starts ringing, they come in, and I've given instructions right here, step by step. they go in and they start watching the video. Okay. So they would click on it and they would watch the video of me reading a quote of the day. And when I'm doing it, I do it.
Get started. And here, that's not the quote for this one block.
Okay. Every single one is like 2 minutes, give or take 30 seconds. Okay. And so what I do, and I explained it to him in the video. I was like, this is quote of the day. I call it Rock the Quote. I was like, I'm going to read a famous quote. I'm going to tell you my thoughts on it. And then I want to know your thoughts on it. And I emphasize that I care about their thoughts. It's not just like, here's the right answer. I'm like, this is my opinion as Tyler. Here's my opinion. And what I'm doing is I'm asking them to join the conversation, to create discussion about this. So in this Google slide, they're going to go in and they're going to rewrite the quote. They're going to put any notes they have over here. They can put notes on the right. Then they would give their thoughts. They're putting their thoughts right here in this box. And then after that, I love this little piece. And this, you can add this into any assignment you give with Google Slides. Over here, I've got 2 scales, okay? It says, how much do you agree with Tyler's interpretation? Rated on this line. And so they can do thumbs up or thumbs down. And then they can drag it on this line depending on how much they agree or disagree with me. Then right here, drag an emoji from the above to the bottom line to rate the quote. So they're judging how much they agree or disagree with me. Okay. And then you can take this and you can drag it if they think, oh, that's a fire quote. They can put it right here. Okay. Great. I'm going to look at okay. So that's what a student would do for the day. It takes, 5 minutes or less is the most I think it should take to do this entire thing. I need a few minutes to get class to get set up. So several of you guys have quote journals. Yeah, Luann, use this. Like I've got weeks 1 through 18. So the first semester's on here and all I have to do is just put them in there. And again, if you're like, hey, I like the notebook, but I don't want to use your videos, guess what you could do? Click on this video, delete it. You could literally just write the quote in. If you'd rather just write it in, just write the quote. You could go in and change it to math or science or whatever and put those videos in. Just insert, and then you insert the video, and then you choose whatever video it is you want to put in there. So say you want to put like slope. Sorry, I keep using math, but that's what I taught. Okay, so I want to put slope in there. Where are you at? Am I on here? Am I in the top searches for slope? Doesn't look like. Oh, there I am. Bam. Got it. Okay. So you could put the video in. You could add whatever video you want as the main video for that notebook. Okay. So it's super customizable. BJ said, my students would tell me they never thought about quotes like they do with the quote of the week. Stretches the real world thoughts. Yeah, I'm a big fan of quotes as well. I think quotes are a great way to get people thinking. And if you really want to take it to the next level with your students, have them do a quick like Google search of whoever said the quote. Because there's things we think when we hear quotes, but then if you know who said it and the context and the time frame, that's a really cool way to add in that empathy feature for your students. Let's see. Lindsay said, what age group would you recommend using this with? I don't get too crazy, and most of the quotes are pretty simple, and they're not like anything controversial, and I don't cuss. So honestly, I think you could do, I want to say third grade and up, maybe. If you try and it's not working, you're like, this is too much. I think it's fine, but I don't think there's like a minimum or maximum. I think it's good to have the conversation. Like I said, the teacher said 7th grade worked really well. I know several 3rd and 4th grade classes that use them, but they'll a lot of times play the video on the screen so everybody watches it together, and then they all fill out their notebooks. Okay. Melissa said, I think 5th grade would be totally fine with this, Pamela. Melissa said, how did you put the scale in? Thank you for asking. So I'm going to go I went more in depth with this, my Google Slides training. I think I talked about it or Sarah did, but we talked about editing the master slide. No, Meg did. So we talked about editing a master slide. We did that training last week, but it's happening again in July and August. If you want to join it, or if you're on honor roll, you can watch it right now. But I'll show you the quick look at how to do that. What you're going to do is you're going to go in here and you're going to go to view and you're going to go to master. Where'd it go? Hold on. Maybe it's under edit. Edit master. Nope. Where is master? I should know this. Where did my master slide go? Do y'all know? Did I overlook it? Not theme builder. Maybe, did they change the name of it to theme builder? Because it says updated. Let me look. Let me see if they changed the name of it to theme. Okay. So that is new. They just changed. I mean, that's new since last week. They have changed it. It used to say master. Now it is called theme builder. So if you need to, go into theme builder, and then that's where you can adjust and create those lines. And so you can, like, right here, we could do an arrow, and you could do from like here to here. And then you could choose like I could choose this. I could do format options, and I can adjust the size of everything. So that's where you're going to go in and make that. I don't remember if I made my background. I don't think I made my background in Canva. A lot of times I will make it. Okay. And to get out of this, again, I don't want to go too in here because I know we only got like about an hour left, but I'm going to click off of this. And if you want, I'm doing a lot more with slides later, talking about how to build that. And actually, later this week, I'm doing a session called Resource Creator Starter Kit. And that's where we go in and we actually do stuff with some of that as well. So we're going to go more in depth there. In the end of the week, I think it's good. Big wins from the week. What went well? What could have been better? And so I always like to add that in there. So Tara said, I've asked questions and have students had used doing Flipgrid. Flipgrid's great. I love Flipgrid. It's a way for them to engage with technology and their peers can like and comment. I like that a lot. I think they do that all the time anyway outside of class. Why not let them like and comment and do that? If you want, I've got those quotes as just the individual videos. If you go to harvardacademy.com/quote, I think it's quote or quotes. I don't know if it's plural. Yeah, it's quote. If you don't want it in the notebook, Ryan Gosling, you can scroll down, and I've got, this is an example text to copy paste into Google Classroom, and then you can assign each individual video. Just copy the link and you can toss it in there. So there's another way to assign it if you want to. So there is that notebook. Again, think of ways you could use this as different notebooks. Use it as a template to keep moving. Okay. All right. Y'all feeling good? Y'all feeling good? Everybody feeling okay? Y'all having a good day so far? Almost done. You're in the home stretch. Is this the longest virtual PD you've ever done? Like, this is 6 hours. I think I've done a 6-hour PD. I can't remember. Who cares? Okay. So let's do who was it in there? Somebody wanted to do digital interactive notebooks. Let me know in the chat. Have you done a digital interactive notebook? Do you want to do a digital interactive notebook? And there you go. If you haven't, or you'd like to try it, or you want to edit one, I have a copy of a template. I've got a template here you can use. You can do full semester. Again, I recommend weekly. Weekly allows you to modify and adjust more frequently. The problem is if you do a full semester one and then you assign it, that's convenient because you're not constantly assigning it every week, but it's not convenient because then if you want to add something, you have to wait till next year or next semester. So I kind of like weekly because it gives you, the chance to go in and do that. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to answer a couple questions as I do it. So click here to make a copy of the weekly template. So this is a template you can have if you want. Oh man, it tried to sign me in as Hermione. See, we talked about this earlier. I don't want to go in as Hermione. I want to go in as, by the way, it was really tough to recruit her because, she's a blue chip recruit. She's a great student, but we recruited her to Harvard Academy. If you want, I'll toss it in the chat as a, okay. So I toss that in the chat as well. If not, you can just go there. It's on my resources page, etc. So Keisha, if you want, you can use this as a starting point. You can change it, you can adjust, you can edit it. It's just maybe a starting point to learn what you want out of a digital interactive notebook. Okay, let's see. BJ said, I want to encourage you to give feedback on what went well. Some students put out some pretty serious stuff in there. Had a student put some things in hers where she addressed me, Miss Berry, I'm struggling. I think that is fantastic educator procedures. Like everything you said right there is correct. If you're not asking them questions about how they're feeling or how they're doing, how are you going to know when they're not doing well? Like, we can't always rely on us reading their faces or their body language to see if they're upset or struggling with something. I think mental health, it is undervalued how much we need to constantly be communicating and telling students that we want to talk to and we want to hear from. And I actually have something in here that I think will help that. I've got a couple forms. I don't know if we're going to get to the Google Form stuff, but I've got some Google Forms in here that they ask. It's like a daily check-in, and you can use it. And it's just like, hey, how are you doing? It's like their name, email, where are you learning from, home or at school, blah, blah, blah. And then I also ask like, hey, how are you doing today? 1 to 10, how are you feeling? Is there anything that I need to know? So it's like a good like check-in at the beginning of the day to know like, hey, somebody could say I stayed up until 3 a.m. because I was, my dad was taking me to my mom's house and she didn't unlock the door. I don't know, like whatever. We don't know what goes on in these kids' lives outside of this. And it's good to know. And I think that is a safe way for them to tell you, because even them just walking up to your desk and telling you after school, that's intimidating for a lot of kids. And so I think it's really good to have some sort of check-in, whether you do a journal, which I'm going to show you the journal template in a minute, or you do like a daily Google Form check-in. Okay. So thank you, BJ, for bringing that up, because I'm very passionate about that. Like I had a student hit me up and he kind of got made fun of some in class for being like a kid that didn't smell good. And then he hit me up after, he was in his mid-20s, and he hit me up and it was like, hey, I just want to thank you for, letting me sit where I wanted in class, because he wanted to sit away from everybody else. And he appreciated that because I let him do that. And the reason is because his family didn't have enough money to turn the water on sometimes. And so he couldn't always shower. And so you never know what these kids are going through. And if they have a safe outlet to let you know, to where you can make adjustments without embarrassing them or calling them out or just not knowing, because I did it. Have you ever done or said anything that later you found out and you're like, oh my goodness, I would never have done or said that had I known? So I think it's great. So let's do this. So digital interactive notebooks. Here is a template you can use, and you can go in, you can change anything you want on this. Like anything I've got, you change it. So the student would put their name. You can write the subject. You can say this is, AP US history. Okay. And then you can put whatever quote, if you have a favorite quote. Here are your important links hub. We talk about that. Then I had this slide on here because whenever I first made this, a lot of students were virtual or hybrid, and the teachers wanted to know, when are they actually doing work? And so you could go in here and the student could put when they're working, when they start and stop each day. I don't know if you need that. So if you don't need it, guess what? Delete that slide. Okay. So then you roll in. This is a week at a glance. You could go in and fill this in before you send it to them. So like Monday, you don't have to be, it doesn't have to be comprehensive, working on slope, not slight, slope. And then we could do slope intercept. And you could say we have an assembly. You could just tell them what's happening during the week. And you can put links to stuff if you wanted to be that, that detailed and where they go. Now, the idea for this digital interactive notebook is that it's able to be like a daily checklist for you to give to your students so that they can make sure they get everything done. We talked about with the team meeting template earlier. We talked about how it's important to have like a big 3. That's the idea behind this as well. So Monday, it's got the title here. You could have your students write in the date, or you could. And then you say, most important, learn slope. And here's the thing, it's digital. So you could make each of these a link. You could say, slope formula Tarver. So I can go to YouTube, do that. I can link to the video directly in there. I could say, complete the worksheet. And then you can link to the PDF that's in your Google Drive. You can put wherever you want. And then you could even say follow rubric. You could link to the rubric in there as well. This can all link inside of all of your documents. Like Google Drive is incredible because it's all links. You can always link to other things. And then you could say, get parent form signed. And then you could link to a Google form that they need their parents to fill out. Okay. Now, here you could either add in more stuff that's important, or they could add in stuff. And I did the same thing I did with the teacher one, to where these are invisible boxes over the top of the actual boxes. And you could click that. And then when a student finishes something, they could do the paint filler and they could fill it in. Done. And that's that little bit of, good. It feels good to checklist stuff and mark it off your list. That's a good way to do that. And so this could be the checklist for the week. Now, here's the cool thing. when you assign this, remember I showed y'all earlier in Classroom how you can check, go to the folder in Classroom where it goes in Drive, and then you can go inside of assignments. You could go check and see on Wednesday which kids are filling this out. You can go in and look and be like, oh, Johnny has not filled out Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. And then you could contact Johnny, or you can notify him directly from here. Like, watch. Say I look up and Johnny hasn't completed the worksheet, and it's like Thursday, and this is for Monday. I'm going to right click. I'm going to go to comment, and then I can tag Johnny in this email, or Johnny's daddy. I could tag him. That was a perfect opportunity. I could tag Leanne. Say, I think you finished this. Can you turn it in? And then I can assign it. What it's going to do, it's going to email Johnny or Johnny's daddy, and it's going to give them the opportunity to go in and check it or change it or do whatever I need to do. Okay. So that is a great way to have that conversation. Yes. Okay. So Melissa said, make sure you tag the comments because the students are doing notifications. So if I would have just made that comment, the student's not going to see that. I always do the @ symbol. It's kind of like you're tagging somebody on Instagram. I do the @ symbol, and then I go find them. It's going to list all your contacts. You can select them, and then that will email and notify them that you need them to do something. I communicate with teachers like this when we do PD stuff. This is a fantastic way to notify people to go into specific documents and sheets and slides and make sure they complete things. So thank you, Melissa. Excellent. Y'all have been a very good group today, and I really appreciate you. We're in the last part of it. We're in the last hour. That's why I want to lean into the resources. It's going to give you some stuff you can use and play with this summer. So when you start the school year, you're comfortable with it. Okay. And that's it. Now here's the cool thing. This is digital. Like usually when I had a worksheet, I was like, okay, here's my packets. And then if I wanted to add something in, it's like, oh, I want to add this thing in there, but I don't have room or whatever. Watch this. Let's say you're doing a presentation that day and you've got 10 slides and you're like, you know what? I just want to put the slides in the same place that all their notebook is. It's like, it's almost like inserting a packet into their 3-ring binder. So I could just go to my presentation. Let's say I want to take these 3 slides. I could select those slides. I can copy them. I can go over here to my digital notebook. Come on, little notebook. There we go. I can go here and let's say we're going to go over those things on Tuesday. I can paste those slides directly into that notebook. So it's like I'm sticking in there and it's expanding my notebook for me. I can keep the original. And then you're good. See, and it's going to format. It's going to adjust it for you. Now, you might want to change it later, but that's not bad. The way it adjusted from like a horizontal view to a vertical view, it didn't look bad at all. So, yeah, that's what you can do. And you can expand your week out like that. And then if I wanted to, I could say, create your own notebook. And I can actually link to that slide in here. So it's like, let's see, Command K. And just like we did navigation when I showed you the first of the day, then I could go to slides in this presentation. And I could select, whatever, digital interactive notebooks, and I can link to that slide. So it shows them where to go and what I'm talking about. Because if I just say notebook, what are they going to think I'm talking about? Let's see. Monica said, I'm sorry, did you add the link for the notebook? It's in the presentation. The notebook template, it's on slide 56 if you want. But also I'll throw the weekly one in the chat. Okay. Copy link URL. So I'll toss it in the chat as well. Okay. Sweet. It's going in there. Okay. Looks like it went through. Sweet. Okay. Now, if you want that, take it, edit it, adjust it, make it whatever you want it to be. And then I've also got some stuff in there at the end. I think it's like week at a glance or review your week, stuff like that. And then I've also, if you wanted to, like say you want them to take notes, I put in like templates for like Cornell notes and regular notes pages. So like right here, you could just go this and you're like, I want to add a Cornell notes page. I want to add a Cornell notes page here. Let me see if I've got one in here. So like you've got all these things you could go in and add later. Like there's notes. Here's a Cornell notes. Bam. You could add it in and this could be the notes you want them to take afterwards. All right. Sean, you asked a good question. Sean said, is there a way to update new slides on student copies? Okay, I'm going to say no, and then I'm going to say maybe. Okay, so almost the way I do it is I always say no. That's why I like weekly, because it gives you time to learn and adapt and adjust. And then you can go in and like do this and then send it out to the students and make their copies. However, someone has told me, and I've tried to use it once and I spent like 10 minutes and I didn't figure it out. It's called like, I think it's called like slip and slides or slides and go or something like that. Slip and slide. I have to look it up. Well, I mean, I guess I can. Is it called slip and slides? Google Slides add-on. Somebody told me that you can, here it is, slip and slide. Again, I've only tried it for like 10 minutes, but I didn't get it to work. What this is apparently with this, you can take a slide and insert it into all of your students' presentations afterwards. Okay. That's what they're saying. Again, I don't have time to try right now. I might try it. I'm doing a Google add-ons roundup this week. I might try this in there. I've got a lot I need to try. So there you go. That's a digital interactive notebook. Okay. So we're about to jump in. I've got a couple more things I want to show you. But you know me, still same old G. I just been low key. I need a 2-minute break if you don't mind. So I'm going to put in 2-minute break. And if anybody jumps in, they're like, where'd he go? You can just say, you know where he went. Literally every human on the planet has to do this occasionally. So I will be right back. All right. Thank you guys so much for your patience. Melissa said that she tried to try the slip and slide add-on. It says disabled. You might email your admin and ask, be like, hey, can I try this out? And you can be the tester for it and see if it's any good. I've never used it. And that's the thing, that it's not that it's bad. Usually it just means they haven't been asked to add it yet. So I would ask them. All right. So digital interactive notebook. Okay. Next one. You know, I showed you that curriculum app for lesson plans. Here is another template if you want, and it's a Google Slide lesson plan. So it's similar to that. You can make this to where it's something you give students or parents or whoever, or you can collaborate with your team, however you want to do it. If you'd rather do it this way as opposed to the Google Sheet, this is an alternative lesson plan template. Okay. So I made this and tossed this resource out. And so if you want it, you can have it. See it, want it, buy it, own it. Okay. Okay. So we're rolling. What? Keep rolling. Okay. I'm rolling past all the main, like, you know, the stuff I've told you I've put on like everything. And here we go. We're jumping into it. You got your week number. You got all your stuff. This is what it would look like. It's pretty basic lesson plan. I actually made this in Canva and then imported it as a background. And then I put the boxes over it. And so you've got unit, topic, your objective. You've got your starter, your main stuff, and then the recap, and then notes and links. Okay. So it's pretty basic lesson plan. If you want that template, you can have it. It's linked in there. And then also, I just made this one recently. I need to put the link in there. I'm going to put it in as I do this. So carveracademy.com/resources. And then I made one. What grade do you got in the chat? Tell me again what grade you teach. What grade do you guys teach? Let me know in the chat. I would love to know. It is, where is it? I think it's called, okay, there's the lesson plan stuff. I want to, where's my high school lesson plan? Oh, I know where I got it. It's on my Solo. So solo.to/. 8th grade, 7th and 8th. Okay, so a lot of middle school. We got some younger grades. Excellent. 6th grade. Looking through. So we got some senior high stuff too. This one's probably more of like a middle school, maybe middle and high school template, which I'm going to toss it in the presentation. Don't worry, and I'll toss it in there. So it is high school lesson plan template. So, okay, I'm going to get that link, copy link address. I'll toss this in the chat. Oh, did I put it in the presentation as well? I must have already done it and I just missed it. Is it next? Is it the next slide? I must have added it recently. Yes, I did add it in there. Oh, it's the next slide. Goodness gracious. I'm sorry. I'm wasting y'all's time. Okay, so here's a digital high school lesson plan. I like this one better than the one I just showed you, but it's got a little bit more to it, if you will. And so, sorry, my dog sees somebody at the door. And you know what? I need to. Oh my goodness, chill. Oh my goodness, this is insanity. So what I can do is I can search the office GIF, and I'm gonna go find a GIF because I want to add this in there. So if you're just joining us, you didn't join us earlier, you can add this in there. I'm going to click, drag it to the tab, and then I'm going to drop it directly into my presentation. Okay. Sweet. So there you go. So there's the digital lesson plan for that. So I'm going to go here. I'm sorry. There's a person still at the door. So I might have to do like a 1-minute break. If you want to make a copy of this and check it out, I got to go answer the door because my dog's just going to keep barking. Apparently they're just going to keep standing there. And so I need to go tell them to leave so that I can teach you guys about Google. Give me 1 minute. Okay, sorry about that. All right, so did anybody check it out? Did anybody use? Did your Melissa said her dog's perked up? That's good. Yeah, my dog went like yelling. Somebody was delivering groceries, and they just like stood there and rang the doorbell. Okay, so this is a navigation for this week's lesson plan, and I've got a full semester one on here too. But you would go in if it doesn't, you just copy. So this is a navigation. It'll jump to whatever day of the week you want. And then here's the lesson plan. I kind of like this one a lot better personally. And, you know, younger grades, you guys might like this too. I don't know. But I try to keep everything tight because I don't like to look like you have to write a paragraph for like a lesson plan. And so what it is just be like quick, bam, 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 bullet points for what you're doing that day. That way it's almost like, okay, I can just click and link out. Because this is the thing, this lesson plans should just be a hub for what you're going out to do. It shouldn't be like, oh, I'm going to read this and understand it. It's not like, did anybody ever in like college have to write like 18 page, like, what is it? Lesson plan, TPOA, is that what they called it? Anyways, you would go in and you would put this, you could drag this to whatever day of the week it is, like, oh, it's Thursday. And then you put in all your objectives and links and all that stuff. So there's another option for a lesson plan if you want it. I think it's super helpful. So that's another option as well. And then we got another, we already talked about this, team meeting agenda and norms. I've already done that. Here's one. If you're not doing Canva, you should be. Here is, you can make custom Google Classroom headers in this. And so I'm going to do this more with like Resource Creator. We're going through there. And then we talked about it last week at Google Classroom. I think it was intermediate that we talked about that, but that was a pretty good one. I don't want to spend all your time on there because, we tied on time now. Okay. So let's see. Tara said, is there a way for us to have a copy of the chat? We have a lot of good info in here. Absolutely, you do. I'll look into it. I think I can export the chat. I know that. So that's a good question. We're not going to get to go all the way through the YouTube, which is totally fine. I didn't think we would. I put it in here, but I usually don't get to it whenever we do full day sessions because there's so much in the other stuff. And I do like full YouTube sessions. So, and I have 2 sessions this summer on YouTube. But watch this. So you can go to, if you go to like youtube.com, if you watch a premiere, or a live stream or a YouTube premiere, if you watch those back, you can go in and whenever you're watching, so like, let's see, I don't think I have any, I'm still public. Let's see, here's one right here. Oh, no, this one's still public. I didn't know it's still public. Okay, so let's look at this. What you can do is you can say show chat replay. And when you click on that, it is going to show you the like live chat of people talking during this. So like anytime there's a premiere or a live, you can go back and watch, whatever you want. Like here it is down here, top chat. We want all chat. So live chat replay. And then I can see the chat as people are talking. So it's like when you say, so you're on the honor roll, you go in, you click on the video, you watch it, you can turn on the chat replay. So when you're watching it back, you can see people's conversation happening as it did in real time. So great question. And that's how you do it. You just do live chat replay. Okay, cool. Good question. Good question. Okay. And let's see, I want to skip to a couple other resources. Not in YouTube. I think I don't think I put it in here. Let's see. There's a bunch of YouTube stuff. Definitely hit the red subscribe button if you haven't, and the like button. That's just nice to do. But that's YouTube. We're doing 2 full sessions on YouTube later this summer. So I don't want to use up all your time on that. But if you have any questions on YouTube, throw it in there and I'll answer those questions. I'm just not going to lead with all the stuff that I like to talk about with YouTube. Let's see. I'm trying to get some more other resources. YouTube's a lot of stuff. No wonder it's its own sessions. So let's see. Any chat, any question on that? Okay, well, we can jump to Google Forms, but first I want to give you another resource that I think is really good. So tarveracademy.com/resources. Because we talked earlier about, I don't remember who it was that brought it up, but they talked about how it was really important for them and it was really good for them to actually ask their students, not their kids, well, kids too, but their students, how they're doing. Okay. It is important. And I completely concur. And it's like, how do we ask that without making them like, hey, I'm struggling with blah, 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 and saying it in front of their peers. So there's 2 ways that I want to show you. So the first one is, it is a student daily check-in, check-out form. Okay. And I know you do attendance, but this is a good way to get a grasp of how your students are doing. So you can click this template, make a copy so that I don't have access to it. I don't want to see your students' responses. You need to see your students' responses. And here's what it would look like. Okay. You would go in, you could drop all of your student names in here, which I'm going to show you guys that. I haven't shown you all that yet. I'll show you in a second. Okay. Assigned class period. So they'll select their class period. How are you feeling right now? 1 to 10. 1 to 10. What is one word or emoji to describe how you feel right now? Where are you learning? If you're all in person, you can delete that. So you don't need that. Main goal for today. And then is there anything you need from me? We have now taken on the role of the guide, the helper for this student. This is a great way. You could go into your spreadsheet every day after class or before class or at the beginning of class. As you see these coming in, it's a great chance for you to go in and be like, okay, so-and-so needs this, or so-and-so is here, or they're not feeling well today. Like, that's good to know before you start class. Cause like Have you ever like been frustrated with a student because they're acting out of character, but you don't know what's going on in their life? It's a great way to get a glance at that. And so BJ said, love this so much. They will tell you so much more when they know you care and you respond to what they say. Absolutely. So if I see a student that's frustrated, like, okay, so I did these trainings all last week. I had, everything was, I mean, for the most part, not going to jinx it, but I had pretty good like reviews, like 1 to 10 people were reviewing. Well, if it was lower than like a 7 or an 8 at the very least, I had like 1 or 2 that were like lower. And I was like, that's not normal. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not great, but like apparently I didn't meet the needs of whatever this person wanted. So what I did was I reached out to that person and I said, hey, I noticed that you said like it didn't do this or this. Like, thank you for giving your input. I think this session would have been better for you because I think you were wanting to be in the beginner session and you were in the intermediate session. And then somebody else just said, I would have liked to see like an agenda so I knew what was going on. Like, absolutely. I agree with that. And so now I'm trying to incorporate more agendas when I have them into what we're doing. And then, this is a good one. BJ said also they ask if they need to speak with a counselor or someone specific. Fantastic idea. Fantastic idea. Lydia asked, in the honor roll, are there certificates for participating in the workshops and trainings? Yes, there are. So it would be essentially like this right here. At the end of the week, I'm going to make this video available in the honor roll. So when they click it and you're watching the whole video, and you could watch it, like say I listen to podcasts at 2 times speed. In the chat, how fast do you listen to audiobooks and podcasts? I do 2 times speed on everything. And so I'll listen to it. You could get it done in 3 hours and just listen to it on 2 times speed. And then, you're doing it and going through all the resources. And then at the end, you'll see the same link on the screen to where you can click that and then it'll automate your certificate. So great question, Lydia. And thank you for asking. And that goes all year, like, because those will stay on the honor roll all year. It's not just like a one live stream. All right. So this was the first thing you can do to gauge. Michael's a 1.5 to 2 timeser. I'm with you. There's one podcast I have to go back to 1.5. It's Sports Cards Nonsense. I love their podcast, and I have to go back to 1.5. Okay, a lot of 2 times speeders. All right, my people, how you living? Okay, so there's the daily student attendance check-in. I'm going to jump. That's 183, but I want to go up here, and I want to put this resource because I need to have this journal in here, and I didn't see it, and I thought it was in there. Don't let me forget the number 173. That's what we're going to go back to forms. I want to show you a couple forms you can use that I think will be helpful. Okay, so here we go. There you go. All right. I want to go here. Okay, so we're going to duplicate this. I'm going to duplicate that slide. And I'm going to make, this is a daily student reflection journal. Okay, so we just did the check-in with the Google form. I'm going to show you a Google Slides version of that. Okay, daily student reflection journal. Okay. Okay. Let students reflect, show gratitude, and we want them to see how they're doing. Okay. All right, here we go. So I'm going to change this. This needs to be student gratitude journal. Oh, no. Student reflection journal. Okay. Let me link to it, and then that way it'll be in your presentation. But if you, as always, it's all at tarveracademy.com/resources. Okay. All right. So we're going to go. It is Daily Student Reflection Journal. Copy link, address. Cindy, you said that you did something like this with your K2 students using emojis. That's awesome. I actually have an emoji thing in here. And you know what? I love emojis. Like 5 years ago, everybody's like, I'll never use emojis. Everybody uses emojis now. I don't care if you're an 85-year-old man, you're going to use emojis like we all do it now. Hit apply. Okay. So you click this. It's going to make a copy. I'm going to make a copy of this. Now, I did it in 9-week intervals. Remember, you can go in and check their stuff at any time. So it's like, you click on the folder in Classroom, it goes into your Google Drive, and you can look at any students, okay? you can split this up, just delete the extras, and you could do it weekly if you'd rather get weekly looks at it, or you can look at it daily. Like you could do a daily reflection and you send it out and they have to assign it every day. So you have options. All right. Okay. So we're going to roll in. Again, this is going to look similar to the rest of the notebooks. I want to keep consistency across my notebooks. I don't want everyone to look like absolutely insane compared to the other ones. Okay. And that's what problem is. Like if you go TPT and you're not buying from the same person, a lot of them can be different. BJ said, you have totally copied everything in your resources. Good. Guys, take my resources, make a copy, delete me out of it like I never existed, and make it your own. Put your own brand, your own style, your own classroom around it, okay? It's your choice, okay? I want you guys to use these. So I love it that you did that. That makes me feel good that you are doing that and you're making those, okay? So this is a 9 weeks one. So I put a navigation at the beginning where you can click and jump to the week. So after like week 7, they're not going to want to scroll all the way down. They can just like click it and then they can jump to that week. Okay. And you could jump to it too. If you're going back and looking at it later, you could click and jump to whatever you need to jump to. Okay. So let's look at what they're actually reflecting on with the journal. Okay. So here it is. They would click here. They would fill in the date. Say it's like, I don't know, June 7th, 2021. Then drag the circle over the emoji of how you feel today. So you could click this and they could drag it. That'd be sad. It'd be like just super happy. Or I'm sorry, in love. I don't know. I guess I did that. Then you've got smiling. I feel fire. I don't know. Kids say that sometimes. Oh, it's fire. And then you could be like, I feel kind of like trash today. I had a couple people ask, what's the trash can? Kids say, like the last two are stuff that kids say. They're like, oh, yeah, I'm fire, boy. Oh, what is it? What's the thing that went around with TikTok? Like, oh, Justin, my man, Justin. Fortnite, bro, or something. I don't know what it was. And then you could be like, I feel like trash today. So like you could kind of go in and glance and be like, okay, they're feeling great or they're not. They're feeling sad. I want to know why they're sad. Now, this next part. So whenever you're going in, it says list 3 things you're thankful for today. There are a ton of research studies that show how important it is, not just for students, but for adults. It would be great if you filled this out every day. I think that would be incredible. Cap and no cap, for show. And BJ, we are friends. We're best friends forever. We tight. Okay. So whenever it is important for us and for students to show and think of the things we're grateful for every day, because that allows us to have a different type of attitude and mindset as we enter every single day. And so make the students write down what they're thankful for. I'm thankful for, Pizza Hut pizza, which I'm not. It makes me sick in my stomach. But pizza, or, my friend, you could say, I'm thankful for my friend Amanda. She's great. Whatever it is, you can put in all the things you're thankful for through the day. Then what was your favorite thing you learned yesterday? So they're reflecting on what happened yesterday. And then what do you hope to accomplish today? So what did we do? What are we going to do? And so I love this. It's pretty simple. It's a quick check-in every day. And I think, you know what, Tara? I'm thankful for tacos as well. And as you know from the beginning, I'm a taco enthusiast. And I love tacos. Okay? And so this would be like a work packet that you could do for a daily student reflection journal. So there you go. If you want that, you can have it. I need to delete this so I don't think it's a duplicate slide. All right. And then we're not going to add that in. Okay. So we're going to jump back down. Anybody remember the slide we were on for Google Forms? I know we've only got like 30 minutes left. So I want to show you more templates than anything else, which it's going to bother me if I don't add a GIF. Can I add a GIF real quick? Let's do the Office GIF. It won't take a second. Remember, because of the little shortcut we talked about. 184. Oh, thank you. I did. I made every video. For whoever likes it, that's who I made the videos for. I make this videos for you. Whoever's watching this. This is videos for you, whether you're now or in the future. I hope he doesn't cuss here. Please don't cuss, Michael. That would be inappropriate. Like somebody took my heart and dropped it into a bucket of boiling tea. That's kind of appropriate. Daily reflection journal. So I'm going to toss this here. And then I'm going to drop it on here. Okay, so it's back in. So drag, hold, drop. Okay, so sweet. So we're going to go jump to slide, what do we say, 184? Thank you for using my videos. That means a lot to me. Like, that's the thing. Like, I've made resources for a long time. It's just so nice when people actually use them. So thank you. Thank you, BJ. I really appreciate it. And anybody else that uses my videos, it means a lot to me. Okay, so Google Forms. I don't want to go through every single thing, but here are a couple templates that you can use with Google Forms that might help you out, okay? So this first one, this is a first day recon form. I call this like getting to know your students. We've done these. I used to do these with index cards. I'd hand out index cards and I would be like, okay, write your name on here and write your parents' names and your parents' phone number and their email address and then one fun fact about yourself. And then at like the end of the class every day for the first like couple of weeks, I'd like pull the cards out and I would try to, I try to pick who is this kid, and I'm trying to like learn a little bit about them, learn a little bit about my students. Now I can do that with a Google form, and I'm going to show you why I do it with a Google form. Okay. So they go in. Oh, I didn't show you that. I'm going to show you this one shortcut that you're going to love. Okay. So they would put their name, the class period. You can adjust this obviously after you make the copy with your parent or guardian's name, blah, 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 all that stuff you normally do, birthdays. Here, this is where we get into the like getting to know your students. Okay. What is your favorite hobby? What's your favorite subject? What is your least favorite subject? As a math teacher, I want to know that. What's your favorite Instagram account to follow? This is my favorite because if you see an Instagram account that 40% of your students love, I would follow that if it's appropriate. Then you're constantly plugged into stuff that they like. Okay. So that gives you the opportunity to go in and get to know them, build that connection with them. Even if it's not something you love, it might be something that you find interesting. You can start conversations with. How much do you love math? You would change this to your subject, obviously. Tell me something I should know about you as your teacher. All right. And then you would click, what is your favorite way to learn? And then they get the chance to click what they learn. And then if you could have any fictional character as a best friend, who would it be and why? Harry, you're a wizard, Harry. And then they tell them what grade they're in. So like you could choose what goes into this. Okay. You could adjust this, make this yours. It's a great way to gather information. Now, once you get this, watch this. Okay, let me see. Let me get back to Drive because I want to show you something. This is awesome. This is a quick little shortcut for Google Forms that I think you're going to love. Yeah, I would definitely get something like this set up for open house for parents to fill out when they come in. You have a Chromebook up front and it's just like locked into that page. That way they can do that. So let me go find this. It's loading up. Man, it's been a good day. Feels good. All right. So where's the one that we all worked in? Greatest Peeps on Earth. That's what it was. So one thing that's important about getting all your students to fill this out at the beginning of the year, it makes it easier for you as you're creating stuff throughout the year. And here's how. Watch this. So remember earlier when you guys put your names into the spreadsheet? I can go in here and instead of every assignment or everything I'm asking for a student's name on, instead of them writing their name, because they're all going to write like random nicknames or like halfway through the year, they call themselves their middle name or whatever it is, you can now select the top one. You can scroll down. You can hold shift, select the bottom one. Okay. Remember, you're doing this with your students' names. I'm going to copy. You can copy names or words or lists in spreadsheets. Then you can go into a Google form and you can do like a drop down. And now I can paste. I can paste all of my students' names into this drop down. Now, instead of me going in and typing their names every time or whatever, and now you can import stuff from previous forms. I can go here and they can just select their name. And you're like, well, what if they pretend to be somebody else, Tyler? Remember, you're going to go up to your settings and you're going to require that it collects their emails automatically. That way they are, you can get the proof because they had to have their password to sign in as them to use their name. Okay. So that's a quick hack you can do to expand your lists there. Now, let's say, this is the first, this is getting to know you form. And here's another getting to know you. No, that's the preview of it. So watch this. Whenever you're in a Google form, let's say I'm in presidential history, and you're like, you know what? I want to go in and I want to import my students' names from that previous form. Watch what you can do. Do you see this little option right here? Have y'all ever seen this option for the little piece of paper with the arrow? You can click on that. That will allow you to import questions from previous Google Forms. This is fantastic, not only for names and grades and all that stuff, but you can import, like if you're doing like a semester exam, you can go in and import from different chapter tests. Just pull the questions over, okay? So I can go to, what was the one? It was called a Getting to Know You, but I'll show you. Like say it was this one. Student presentation. Nope. That is Leanne. Leanne made that today, and she tagged me in it. We're going to go to, okay, let's go to this. Session check-in for my Tarver Academy. Hit select. Now, what I can do is this is a list of all the questions on there. Now I can go in and I can import the session, and it imports it in there. So now I don't have to create that question again. I can just go in and pull it from a previous assignment or test or anything that I have done. So that is a fantastic time saver for anything you're doing with Google Forms. Okay? Okay? Why don't I end with okay every time? Okay? That's how I talk. I'm so sorry. We can do surveys. We can do multiple things. Last week we went we went deep into Google Forms. We talked through a bunch of resources, but we also talked through how to have it differentiate based on student answers. We don't have a ton of time to go ahead and do all of that, but I can show you a template to where you can kind of play with it and get used to it, okay? Because I think this is super helpful. In the chat, let me know, have you ever created a Google form that had multiple pages that like went to different pages like as they're filling it out? Or have you done only like single page Google Forms? I would love to know in the chat. Okay, so tell me that in the chat, and I'm going to give it a second so I can see your answers. Okay. Yes. Okay, good. All right, so here's the idea. Most of the time when you create a Google form, it's a single page Google form. They put their name, their class period, and then they answer, 8 to 10 questions, and then they hit submit, okay? What we want to start doing and what you want to start building are you want to build multi-page, I call them pages. Google calls them sections. So multi-section Google Forms, multi-page Google Forms, those equal the same thing, all right? Now, I'm going to show you how to do that. Not only how to do that, but you can set it up to where, and you'll look at my picture for this, you could have an intro page where it's like, hey, put your name here and what grade you're in and all that stuff. Then they hit next. It goes to the first question, okay? So it goes to the first question, and then if they get it right, they move on to the second question. Get it right, they go to the third question. Now, you can set it up to where if they get that question wrong, they go down here and they get remediation. They get a page that no one sees if they get it right, but they would have to fix it and like clean up their answers. And then when they get done with that, they join everybody else. So that's what I'm going to show you with Google Forms. Okay. So right here, I've got a template. Click for the template. You can click that and it'll give you a template you can start with. This is an assignment with tutorial differentiation. Sounds super complicated. It's not. It is not super complicated. Okay. So what I've done is I've built this as a template to where you could just go in and change like the wording and make it applicable to whatever you're wanting to do. Okay. You're going to need to restore the folders because I have a portion in here where students take a picture of their notes or what they're working on and upload that in there. Okay. So I'm going to hit restore. Okay. So I've actually in here got a YouTube video explaining how to set up this type of quiz. And so if you need this to be re-explained to you, or if you need a refresher 2 or 3 months from now, that video actually helps explain that. So they would do their first name, last name, class period, how confident are you in what you're about to complete, and then what's your favorite TV show right now? I just thought that was a fun one. I said WandaVision. Now, this is where you go from single page to multi-page. Do you see this? It says continue to next section. To make a new section, you hit this equal sign right here. That's going to generate a brand new section, which is a new page for you as you're creating your Google form. Now, here is where you choose where people go. Like after they finish that page, where do you want them to go? This is how you differentiate. you can choose it to go to different places after this section. Now, we want them to just move on to the next section. That's the default. The default is it's just going to go to the next section. Okay, cool. That would go to question 1. Okay, and I'm trying to explain in the template like what you're doing. Make sure you show your work on your paper. I will be checking for this. So this right here, this is a screenshot of a YouTube video. So what I did was I found a YouTube video and I waited till it was actually my video, moved out of the way, and I screenshot the board. I made that the question, and here's why. 1, I don't have to like do radicals or anything crazy on my keyboard whenever I'm trying to show the problem. The next reason is, how often do you have students miss a problem and then like when you try to explain it or you show a tutorial, it's like students want to know, why did I miss that problem? Not what is a similar way to do that problem. No, they want to know why they missed that problem. And so what I like to do is I'll go in and I'll say, okay, well, I'll screenshot the board. And then if they get it wrong, their remediation is going to be a video explaining that exact problem. So it's like I pull the question from how I want to remediate the students. Okay. So right here, I have it and I've got the answers. Now you turn it on as a grade. So in case you've never done in the chat, have you done like graded Google Forms or auto grades? It's incredible. Let me know if you have or haven't. Go to this gear, you go to quizzes, and you have to turn on the quiz. Okay. If you've made a template, if you made a copy of this template, it's already turned on. But if not, if you're starting from scratch, you have to go in and turn this on. Okay. Now to do that, now we have correct answers. So I'm going to go to answer key and I'm going to select the correct answer. Apparently the correct answer is -2. Okay. And then I can add feedback if I want to add feedback for like the correct answer versus like the incorrect answers. I've got, again, we lean into this more with Google Forms. So it's on the honor roll now, or you can wait till it plays again later this summer. But we go through this and we talk through the feedback section. Now I'm going to hit done. Now, this is where I make it go to a different page if they get it right or wrong. Now, if they get it wrong, the next page is question 1 reinforcement. That is my remediation page. Everybody that gets it wrong would continue to that section. I need the correct answer right here to leapfrog that and go to the next one. Okay. How do I turn that on? Okay. I've got it turned on automatically here for the template, but how do you turn it on if you don't have that? Go down here to CrossFit Snowman, click on it, go to section based on answer. Okay. This is where you're going to go to a section based on whatever answer you put in there. Okay. Thank you, Melissa. There you go. So it's on tarveracademy.com/resources under differentiated form. Okay. So we got to turn on, go to section based on answer if it's not turned on. We want this one to go skip the reinforcement. It's super important to title your sections clearly so that when you're doing this, it makes sense. Okay. So we're going to skip to question 2. Everybody else goes to the next section, which is reinforcement. While I'm watching the video, compare with your notes from the last question. Type below where you messed up. I'm making them look over what they just did to see where they messed up for it. Okay. Then they're joining us back on question 2. So same thing here. I actually labeled them right answer, correct answer, and wrong answers. So you can go in and fill it in. You can do whatever you want with it. And there you go. That's it. You're creating this template from here, and you can just, swap them out, make yours. Now here's the trick. Let me finish this. Exit ticket. How do you feel like you did on this assignment? Okay. You could say, this is for the students. They fill it out. The last page they get to after they answer all the questions is I aced it. I did great. Or I feel like I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay. And then I ask the question because I want to get better as a teacher. How could I have better prepared you for this? Okay. So those are that's how we would end all of this. Yeah. Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate it. And thank you, Lydia, for asking on how to get it. So I appreciate it. Tara, you said, I just need to know if I can import these templates into Canvas. Yes, you can. So you're going to keep the templates actually in your Google Drive. And then what you're going to do is you're going to take the link. So you'll go here to I go to the preview and I just grab the link. or you can go to send. And then I go here. I always make it, I don't know why they don't just default to the short link. You can take this link and then you can paste that link into Canvas. And that will allow you to use all of these, okay? So you could just take that link from the forms and put it into Canvas. Because that's the thing with Classroom, all you're doing there is it's just a place. It's like a hub to put it in there. Russell said, let me put the question on the board. Question on the board. That's not how that works. Does this only work with multiple choice? I will have them correct sentences grammatically, and it is a short answer type question. I think so. I think so, man. I think that you can't. Let me try. Let's try. Okay. Let's make this. I know you, because short answer can auto grade, but I don't think you can have short answer go to a different section based on the answer. Let's try it though. So short answer. We want to go to answer key. Add a correct answer. Let's say the correct answer was pizza. Okay. And then we could add all the other versions of the correct answer. Mark everything else incorrect. Hit done. Let's see if it adds it in. Nope. It takes away that option. So we don't have the option for, we have response validation, so it could like kick back and not let them move forward until they put the correct answer, but it doesn't have it to where it'll go to a new page based on that. So thank you. That's a great question. Great question. And then Melissa asked, so each time you redirect, do you have to do the equal add section? So here's the process. If you're starting from scratch, this is what I recommend, Melissa and anybody else. I recommend you go in and you create all your questions, create all your sections first, okay? Don't start navigating based on the answer until the end. Create your intro slide, create question 1, create remediation question 1, create question 2, remediation question 2. Keep creating all of your sections with the equal sign, create all your sections and build it as you go, okay? Do your question, hit the equal sign, new, like remediation, all of it, all right? Then after you get done, go back, and that's when you would go to your section based on your answer. That's when you go back and you start like choosing it. Because here's the problem. If I create question 1 and then I want the correct answer to go to the new section, I haven't created the next section yet. Like you have to create the section first, unless you use a template. And then I could attach to question 2 before I finish making question 2 because it's already in the template. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense to you guys. So that's what I would do. Build all the sections and then start making it go to different places based on the answers. So that's what I would recommend. Okay. Sweet. Okay. So if you have any questions on this, throw it out before we move over to the next thing. Also, just a fun fact, if you want to get rid of if say you make a copy of this, and you want to get rid of hey, Tyler, we don't want Tarver Academy at the top of it. Go to this little Bob Ross looking paintbrush thing, hit this X right here, and that will get rid of it. I know I did it for Google Forms. I don't know if I did it for the Canva, creating with Canva session. So if you want to catch those sessions later before you go to the honor roll, it is, I actually walk you through how to create a Google Forms header for your class. And so you can create one with your face or your class logo or your school logo, and then maybe your vision statement and all that stuff. Okay. So there's a couple more things I want to do. So if you have any questions, start throwing those in there. I'm going to address them after these next 1 or 2 things I really want to show you. I've got a ton of these Google Forms templates. If you want them, you can have them. If you want me, call me. All right. So here are a few more that, and again, we got to these I keep saying everything's in another session, but that's why Google Forms is beginners 3 hours, intermediate is 3 hours. It's a 6-hour session just for Google Forms. I did that for forms, slides. I combined Drive, Sheets, and Docs into 1 3-hour session. And what else? Forms is 6 hours, slides is 6 hours, and Classroom, Google Classroom, which the Google Classroom 6-hour, it's I go through some of it, but then a lot of it's just showing you resources and how to implement them into Classroom. It's how to connect this into them. Thank you very much, Tara. I really appreciate you. So Here are four resources I think that could help you. 3. Classroom discipline form. This is a template for a Google Classroom discipline. So your building, in the chat, tell me, how do you record discipline at your school building? Do you put it into like a system? Do you put it into eSchool? Do you send those triplicate forms where it's like white, pink, and yellow? Or do you have a Google form? If not, you need to make a copy of this and send it to your principal and be like, hey, do you want to use this template for next year? Even if they say no or they don't want to use it, you should have this for your class. You should have a discipline form that you use just for your class that helps you record every single thing that you do, like that goes on into your classroom, because that's going to come in handy for you as you're like doing parent-teacher conferences, as you're doing like everything you're doing. It's going to allow you to record that. So when you do talk to parents, you have the documentation to do that. So sorry, I've got a spinning wheel. There we go. Okay, hold on one sec. All right, so there's a classroom discipline form. Next on slide 199. It's too many slides. I know, I'm sorry. Like I said, this is my big presentation. This is a big one. Okay. This is the positive action form. This is the same thing as the discipline form, except for we're recording our positive actions. It goes so much further with parents when you have documentation of the good stuff they've done, not just the bad stuff. So when you say, hey, your kid acted up 20 times this semester, please help me with this. But here's 2 times they just did great. They were a leader, or they, showed initiative whenever it came to doing assignments. If you have those recorded, that goes a long way with parents. Okay. Next one, student reported discipline. You should, if you don't want to be like, I don't want to record the discipline for students whenever they do something wrong, then you need to have this Google form, put it into Google Classroom under student resources. And whenever a kid acts up in class, you say, hey, go fill out the discipline form. They have to go in. There's 3 questions. What were you doing? What should you have been doing? And what are you going to do to prevent this from happening in the future? And you can take this template, make that, and make them fill it out. And then you review it before they hit upload. Okay. So that's what I recommend. And this is the attendance check-in that we talked about earlier for that. So we've talked about curriculum maps. If you're an administrator, I've got one for walkthroughs if you want it. Here's how to create headers in Google Forms. I don't think you'll need the rest of this. I'm sorry, I'm scrolling through to get the stuff you need. Remember, throw your questions in the chat, and I'm going to answer those. And then we're going to give this, I'll give you the link for the certificate so you can sign out and prove that you were here and you did all this amazing work. Okay, 2 things I want to show you. All right, last 2 things. First one is Google Voice. In the chat, are you using Google Voice? What is Google Voice? Google Voice is it's Google's way to make phone calls. So what you can do is you can download the Google Voice app on your phone, and then you can create a phone number, most of the time with the area code you live in. So I'm in 501. So I can create a 501 phone number for free in Google Voice. Then whenever I need to give my phone number to parents or students or whoever I'm supposed to give my phone number to, I can give them that Google Voice phone number. Here's why. I've had the same phone number since I was 16 years old. Wow, I'm coming up on 20 years of the same phone number. That's pretty incredible. That might be my longest relationship I have. Okay, so Google Voice, you can go in and create that phone number, so you don't have to you get some weird parent who's like texting you or calling you at 2 a.m. You can give them this number, and then if it gets crazier, every year, you can just dump that phone number and get a new phone number. Here's one of the coolest features they have in Google Voice that I love. Whenever you are say somebody said something about parent-teacher phone calls, or you have a parent that calls you that's frustrated with something. If someone calls you through your Google Voice number, it will ring through your regular cell phone, okay? Your regular phone that the app is on. It's going to ring there. When you answer it, you can hit the number 4 on the keypad. So somebody calls me, let me tell you something about my kid. You did something to my kid. Let me tell you something. You can click number 4. Hold on a second. Hit 4, a voice will come on the phone and say, this call is now being recorded. And it will record the entire conversation, the audio of it. And then you could talk for 2 hours. As soon as you hang up, it is going to email you the audio file from that entire conversation. So not only is it good for having your back if you're talking to an administrator, another teacher, a parent, a student, whatever, it's got documentation in case they come back and look, he said this, this, and this. Like, no, I didn't. Listen to the audio. Here it is. You don't have to listen to it because usually after that, they say, well, maybe he didn't say that. That's what he meant, whatever. So that is a cool way to record all that and have the documentation and just emails it to you, okay? Somebody told me that this wasn't available on school email accounts anymore. So if you do it, you might have to create you do it under your regular Gmail account, which isn't a big deal. It doesn't matter. I would do that, okay? Google Voice is awesome for recording all those. And I'll tell you this, it was 8 or 9, 10 years ago, I had a podcast and I would call people and I would want to get the audio, and it was where Zoom recorded the audio and all that stuff. So I would just call them on my way home from work and I would do the podcast. They would call me on my phone. I'd hit the number 4. This call is now being recorded. We would talk and record the podcast. As soon as I hang up the phone, it would email me that file. I would drop it into my little editor, make the audio, and send out the podcast. So that's what I would do. Shelly said, if you have Google Voice number, how do you delete it and get a new one? The one I currently have sends me messages is that Louisiana or LA, California? Great question. I think you're going to have to go to the desktop version of Google Voice to change that. I've never changed my number that I had through Google Voice, but I know you can. I would recommend going through that. And at the very worst, you just create it with a new Gmail account. But I'm pretty sure you would just go into it via a desktop computer. Okay, great question. Google Keep is awesome for keeping notes and doing any type of recording there. And then last thing I want to show you guys, second to last thing I want to show you, if you want to make your own teacher website, we talked about a resource, a hub for teachers. I highly Google Sites is good. It's clean. It's connected to Google. And I love Google, but honestly, this is even easier for teachers because all you really need is a place to put here's my syllabus. Here is this resource. Here is my lesson plans. Here's my contact. And you want to give it to parents or students or whoever. I would recommend using a website called Solo. And I'll type the link in. It's http://bit.ly/Harvard Solo. They have a free version. You can pay for it, but don't have to. The free version's fine. Okay. So I've tossed it in the chat, and I think I can put it on my banner. Hold on one second. It is my favorite place. Is my current favorite place to do websites. So clean, so simple, and it's so free. And so go in and make it. And if you ever want, you can do bigger stuff. Say you create resources, you can pay a little bit to do it. It's not expensive, but I would recommend the free version. It's going to do everything you want. Okay. So try this. Here's mine. It's solo.to/Tyler. And this is where, this is my link in bio is what you hear it, but it could be it's a website, and I can just put it in my bio. And so it's got my information. People can email me. They can hit that text service I showed you guys earlier, all my social stuff. And then I've got all these things, links to my main stuff, the summer trainings, stuff I recommend, cheat sheets. I can embed videos in there. It's got a ton of stuff, resources, templates, upgrades, all that stuff is on here. So if you need a teacher website, I legitimately recommend this to most teachers because it covers almost everything you need. Okay. All right, guys, this is pretty much it. If you guys have any questions, throw it in there. Last thing I'm going to do, there's this on 222. This is a digital citizenship lesson plan. I think you might want to use this if you're training your students how to be good digital citizens, protect their passwords. I've got videos, personal application questions, discussion questions. This is ideally, it's for you to just copy paste into Google Classroom or your LMS. So there you go. All right, I'm going to tell you a little exit stuff. Yes, I wrote a book, and I'm about to do the giveaway, and I'm going to go on Instagram and give this away to somebody. But if you want my book, it's on Amazon. It's the Baller Teacher Playbook. If you want it, that's cool. I've got a ton of free sessions and resources you can have all summer. So you can go check that out. And then let me tell you a little bit about the honor roll, and then I'm going to end this thing and give you the certificate, the link to the certificate so you can sign out. So here's the honor roll. So the honor roll, that's a year-long thing. You sign up once and you get it all year. And I'm pretty excited about it, pretty proud of it. I think it's pretty great. And it gives you access. Like a lot of you guys already have premium access, or your co-op or your district or whoever bought premium. But if you don't, it gives you access to that. But not only that, it gives you access all year long to all these trainings and weekly. Like I'm going to give you these videos and templates and resources and walkthroughs all week. And I try to make it as simple as possible. I don't want you to have to go out and find stuff. I want to just like hand it to you because I know you guys are busy teachers. And I've been kind of, the nickname I've been calling it is Netflix for teachers. So here's what I would recommend. Don't pay for this. Get your district to do it and they reimburse you or they buy it from you. So tarveracademy.com/honor roll. And then once you get in, this is what it looks like. So right now, so I'm not signed into the right thing. So hold on 1 sec. Let me share. Let me do this real quick. Let me go here. I'm signed into a different one. So I'm going to stop this 1 sec. Hey, how's it going, guys? So I'm going to sign in here so you can see what it looks like, and then we're going to exit. I promise I'm going to get you guys out in like a minute. So I apologize. 1 sec. In the chat, what is your favorite thing that you learned or got today? A resource or thing you've learned, anything that you've got that you think you might use as you go on next year. I would love to know in the chat what was helpful to you. That helps me know what to lean into if there's something helpful. So I would love to know. Hey, BJ, thank you for reading the book. I appreciate that. That's super cool of you. Okay, so once you get in the honor roll, again, make your district pay for it. It's going to be the best PD I think they pay for that'll serve you all year. And so tarveracademy.com/honor roll. And this is what it looks like. Once you get in, you get access to all the summer trainings, June, July, and August. Then at the end of each week, I'm putting links. These are all links to all of these trainings. So the Baller Teacher Conference, Google Forms, slides, classroom, that all happened last week. This, at the end of the week, this is going to be on there. These are some of the posts. Like this is stuff I send out weekly. This summer, I'm sending out like, here are all the trainings this week. But during the year, this is the kind of stuff I do. Classroom app templates, authentic leadership, like all this stuff to help people grow as they go throughout the year. People can submit requests for trainings, resources, all that stuff. This is the mailbag for that. So like if I answer questions or create resources, most of the time it comes from people on the honor roll. It's got all the templates plus the walkthrough of every single thing that I've got to walk you through that if you want to know how to use it, different resources, things like that. So that's the gist of it. I'm still wanting to build it and do a bunch of more cool stuff. So if you want it, tarveracademy.com/honor roll. But enough of that. If you want it, that's great. Again, make your district pay for it because you got enough to pay for. What I want to do is I want now to give you the certificate for attending this 6-hour session. We just rolled up on 6 hours. That's the longest session I've ever done at one time on virtual, on YouTube Premiere or YouTube Live. So glad you're here. Thank you for joining me. I'm going to get you your certificate. You ready? I'm making a banner so that you can get it. I'm giving you the link. You'll go to this link, and then it will give you the certificate. Here we go. Y'all ready? Oh, man. And I'm also going to toss this into the chat. So I'm going to add this in here. Here we go. Go to this link. Go to this link and fill it out. And you're good to go. Okay? I'm going to stop sharing that screen. Go here. If you have any questions, throw in the chat. If you have anything you need, let me know. I hope this is helpful for you. I'll stay on here for a few minutes to make sure everybody gets this. I will not leave until I think everybody's good to go. I put the link in the chat as well if you'd rather just click on it. I hope this has been a good day. You guys have been great. I have really enjoyed my time with you. If you have any questions or your admin have questions about you sign up for the honor roll, tell them to hit me up. I would love for it to be helpful for them. And you have those resources and access all year long. And then also got some really cool stuff planned for next summer for everybody that's on the honor roll. So I think it's just going to be really cool seeing everybody grow and have fun. And that's all I want to do. Oh, the drawing. Okay, I got to get off TikTok. Thank you, TikTok. You were incredible. You were awesome. Here we go. I'm going to end this. Okay, the drawing. We got to do the drawing. Sorry, I got to get my phone. Okay, as you're signing out, thank you guys. So the drawing for this book, which I'm going to mail to you. And if you already have the book, you'll let me know you have the book, and I'll send you this Baller Teacher mug instead, okay? So here we go. Or if you just get your district to come, if you get your district to come have me speak in person, I've got these boxes. I don't know if I can pull it out without making a mess. If you get your district to bring me in person, I'll get you a box and I'll bring this to you with a book, a mug, all of it. So all you gotta do is talk your principal into it. I'll bring you that. And I'll bring your principal one. So that's for everybody I go visit in person. It's got a bunch of other stuff I stick in there too. Okay, Tyler, just get to the winner. The winner is, because they follow me on Instagram. You have a few seconds if you want to jump on. Here we go. 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 The winner is. Winner is. The winner is. Sorry, I got to get to it. Trying to get to it. Trying to find somebody that recently followed me so I can give you. I know the suspense, guys. The suspense. Okay, Lydia asked on the forum, it says, what does this mean? Your EDU service co-op? If you're not part of like Guy Fenter or DeQueen Mina, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. That's just for some of the co-ops that signed on for like to have all their districts. It makes it easier for them to find you guys. So you can just skip it. Okay. So here we go. Oh my goodness, Tyler, get to it. I'm trying to get to it. I'm trying. Guys, I'm not stalling. I promise. Here it is. Okay. I'm closing my eyes and I'm scrolling. Who did this? Okay. It is Wondering with Woods. Is Wondering with Woods on here? I'm only going to do it if you're on here. So I'm going to scroll it again. If you don't say you're on here, I'm going to move on. So Wondering with Woods, which is Mr. Woods. You on here? Okay. I haven't seen you this time, so I'm going to pass. I'm scrolling. Here we go. Miss Johnson, math teacher. Miss Johnson, math teacher. Are you on here? Miss Johnson, math teacher. You got a few more seconds. Miss Johnson, math teacher. I'm doing it. They got to be on here. I'm not doing it. All right. I'm looking. I know if you made a comment, I'm going to use that as well. Okay, hold on. Where are we at? Dana Darling. Dana Darling 7. Third grade teacher. Dana Darling 7. No, if you left a comment, if I land on a comment too, I'm doing it. Anybody? Okay. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, sorry. Here we go. I'm sorry. I'm still scrolling. I'm looking for. Okay, I got somebody. Nope. Is this somebody? Mr. P? Is that Mr. P? Is that somebody on here? Mr. Piaski? My goodness. Okay, I'm just going to keep scrolling until I find somebody. Okay, here we go. I got one. Rachel. Rechenson. Darla, you here? Did I say Darla? No. Oh, she did? Oh, did I miss somebody? Who was it? Oh, Dana. Dana Darling. Okay. Dana, what I need you to do is I need you to email me at tylertarver@gmail. Give me your address and I'll mail it to you. Okay. In person. No, I'm just kidding. That's creepy. I won't go in person. So email me your address and I will get that to you. Guys, I'm going to be doing more of these throughout the summer. I'm going to be doing more giveaways, or you just tell your district to buy copies for everybody in their building, and y'all can do it as a book study because it's 18 chapters, one a week, every week for a semester, whatever. You can do whatever. Or just tune in to some of these trainings. Dana, congratulations on winning. I'm sorry I missed your comment. You got it. I got you. I'm sorry I missed you. Okay. If I said your name, I'll do it. If I said your name more than one and I didn't see it, email me your address and I'll get you hooked up. If I said your name, I might have said a couple of y'all's names because I missed Dana. Sorry about that. So cool. Thank you guys so much for being here. You guys are awesome. Did everybody get the evaluation filled out so you can get your certificate? Let me know. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate your time. I really appreciate 6 hours is a long time to listen to one dude talk on a YouTube video. And I'll give out to whoever I just called. Okay. If I called your name, I will honor that. So just email me if I called your name out in the list. Okay. Sorry, there's a delay on the comments and like when I actually say it. And so it was like, I guess like 30 seconds, maybe 10 to 30 seconds. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you, Lucas. I appreciate you. Thank you. Rachel, email me your address. I got you. I'm going to mail it. I'm going to spend like $100 on this, but I'll do it. Y'all matter. Y'all are the best. I'll send that to you right now. I'll send you the book. So there you go. Thank you guys so much. Did everybody get the evaluation filled out? I want to make sure you get credit for today's training. So go in bit.ly/TarverEnd. Okay. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Rachel. Thank y'all for being, y'all were great. Y'all participated a lot. These things, honestly, I've done a lot of these. They can be super, super exhausting. I mean, they're tiring anyways, but they can be really exhausting if nobody's interacting. So I appreciate you guys a lot for interacting. Thank you so much. And all right, y'all be good. Sweet. Thank you. It is on Kindle Unlimited and you bought it. Thank you so much. That's super cool. Gosh, y'all are the best. I really like y'all. I like y'all a lot. I like y'all a lot. Thank y'all. Okay. Well, I guess I'm going to get off here. I'll leave this on maybe as like an exit so that you guys can be, make sure you got it. So y'all are good. Go for it. I'm just chilling. Thank y'all. And I hope later this week, we're doing a bunch of stuff. We got teacher mental health stuff. We got a lot more stuff happening this week on the calendar. So don't forget to hit the red subscribe button. And if you want to see anything from previous weeks, you can go to tarveracademy.com/honor-roll. So I appreciate you guys a lot. This is great. I'm just talking now. Just making sure everybody got checked out. Make sure you get that filled out and I'll quit talking. I can quit talking right now. Right now. Good vibes all day. Michael, thank you so much. I appreciate you for real being on the honor roll, man. I'm serious. We got some big stuff coming this year and I'm really excited about it. So that's awesome. Okay. I am going to get out of here and I'm gonna share my screen and leave it up. If you didn't get it, BJ, let me check and make sure that it's going to get sent to you. One sec. Share the screen so that people that bounce in know how to check out. Some people might have gone for a restroom break. Okay, I'm going to share that. There you go. One sec. Let me check. Okay. All right, BJ, I think yours just went through. Okay. You should check your email again. You should have just gotten it. Okay. Check it again. Make sure you got it. Did you didn't get the certificate or you didn't get the evaluation? Here, I'll give you the link again. It takes it a second when you run a bunch at the same time. I put the link in there as well. You should have just gotten it. I'm checking to make sure. It says the email was sent. BJ, it said your email went through. Sometimes it just takes it a few, like a minute or two, just because. I'll check on Sadiqa. Hope I'm saying that right. I'm going to check on yours as well. Make sure that you got yours. I don't see your evaluation. So make sure you fill that out real quick. And I want to make sure that you get that. Okay. Awesome. Okay. If you don't get it, how about this? If you don't get that here in the next like 30 minutes to an hour, let me know and I will just email me, tylertarver@gmail.com. Email me and I'll go find it and I'll just pull it and email it to you if you don't get it. So thank you guys so much. Y'all were awesome. It's exciting. I'm pumped. It was a good day. Thank y'all for making this a great day. I really appreciate you all. I'm going to bounce off here, but I'll leave this screen up so that you can get this checked out.